Betrayed by my sister and fiancé on my wedding day. Months later, he called me crying, but I was the one who got the last word. Okay, here's my story about the wedding that never happened. It's the kind of thing you read about online and think, nah, that couldn't actually happen. But it did, to me. And truthfully, I still can't believe it. So let's go back a little bit. I'd been with Ethan since we were teenagers, and we'd been sweethearts in high school, college, and beyond. He was my first serious relationship, and for years, we were the pair that everyone envied. Or so I thought. We got engaged at 22 and expected to marry by 24. I assumed I knew him inside and out. We discussed everything, including future goals, travel fantasies, and baby names. It felt like my life was perfectly planned, and Ethan was present in every moment of it. But this is when things become odd. Ethan and my younger sister Leona were always close. They made a lot of jokes, texted each other and swapped memes. They'd even hang out alone occasionally, which I thought was sweet. You know, I think it's better when family and partners get along than hearing horror stories about in-laws that despise each other. So I never questioned their friendship. I wanted to be the cool fiancé, the one who is laid back and unconcerned. However, there were a few instances where things felt off. Leona's ex-boyfriends, for example, were all quite jealous of Ethan. They'd complained to her about how close she was to my fiancé, and I assumed they were simply insecure. I dismissed it as their problem, not mine. I absolutely trusted Ethan. But sometimes I'd notice small details, like how Ethan looked at Leona, or leaned in close while they chatted. Nothing big. Just little things that made me wonder. But I'd always convince myself, nah, you're just being paranoid. They're family now. And I'd let it go. Fast forward to the big wedding day, which was intended to mark the beginning of my new life. The day when everything finally came together. I was dressed, my makeup was done, and my hair was in place. I had spent months meticulously preparing every detail of this day, from the flowers to the reception soundtrack. My friends and family were swarming around, helping me get ready, and I was nervous but excited. As if the butterflies actually existed. As the time approached, I became concerned because I hadn't heard from Ethan all morning. Not even a, hey, can't wait to see you. But I thought, it's fine. He's probably just as nervous as I am. Maybe he's running around doing last-minute stuff. I wanted everything to be perfect, so I brushed it aside and kept getting ready. Finally, the time arrived. I was supposed to be walking down the aisle in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I was standing in the rear area of the venue with my father, waiting for Ethan. I kept my phone on hand in case he texted or whatever. My father was talking, but I was hardly paying attention, staring at the door, waiting for Ethan to stroll in with that grin he always had. But then 10 minutes stretched into 15, then 20. At 25 minutes, my stomach began to flip. The coordinator came over and asked if we could postpone the ceremony. I began to panic a little. I asked if someone could check on Ethan, but they stated they couldn't find him. That's when things turned weird. I took out my phone and tried to call him directly to voicemail. Maybe his phone died. I tried the same thing again. Then I attempted to approach him on social media, and I discovered that he had blocked me on everything. My heart sank. I remember standing there, phone in hand, not really absorbing what was going on. For example, how would your fiancé obstruct you on your wedding day? In seconds, I went from bewildered to indignant to completely afraid. I mean, this was Ethan, my Ethan, the guy I had planned my entire life with. What was happening? I must have called him a dozen times hoping that it was a terrible mistake or a cruel joke. But no. Nothing. Just silence. My mother came over, anxious, and asked what was wrong, but I couldn't explain it to her. How can you tell your mother that your fiancé has abandoned you on your wedding day? Finally, my cousin Alan grabbed me aside. He gazed at me with pity in his eyes, as if he knew something horrible. That's when he told me he overheard some of the visitors discussing. Someone apparently witnessed Ethan and Leona leaving the venue early that morning. They were observed getting into his car together, laughing as if they had no worries in the world. I could not believe it. My own sister. I kept thinking there was no way. Not Leona. She would never do that to me. But the small stares, the hidden jokes, and the fact that she'd always been right there, just a little too close, started to make sense. I felt nauseous. Specifically physically sick. The room was whirling, and it took everything I had not to lose my cool in front of everyone. I stumbled out of the rear room, half walking and half sprinting. I just needed to get some air and get away from everyone. I did not want to trust what I had just heard. Part of me wondered whether it was all a misunderstanding and that they'd return and everything would be okay. But deep down, I knew. Ethan and Leona had planned it. They'd left me here, dressed and waiting, surrounded by friends and family, ready to run away together. I must have sat outdoors for hours, staring at my phone, hoping for a miracle text or some explanation. But there was nothing. Just silence. I watched as guests left, offering me pity looks, awkward hugs, and "I'm so sorry" glances. My mother kept stopping by and asking if I wanted to talk, but I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? My fiancé and my sister just ran off together, but hey, no big deal? Eventually, I was the last person at the venue. Just me, in my wedding gown, alone. I don't even remember arriving home. I must have been on autopilot, simply going through the motions. That night, I sat on the side of my bed, still dressed, and felt absolutely hollow. It felt as if all I'd believed in and planned had evaporated in a single, awful, humiliating second. And that was all. No wedding, no fiancé, no sister, just me, left to pick up the pieces after the disaster that was my wedding day. You'd think I'd hit rock bottom and then start to get back up, right? After being left alone in a dress in front of everyone I know, I feel as if there is nowhere lower to go. But no. It turned out that I was in for a whole new low. Initially, I was numb. I can't express how removed from reality I felt. My phone is constantly buzzing with texts and calls from people wanting to know what happened or giving their condolences, but I can't bring myself to answer. I turned it off and threw it away, attempting to deny that any of this was real. I didn't want to leave my room or talk to anyone. Everyone, including my family and friends, was reaching out. But what could they say to make things better? Then the shock faded, and it hit me. I was angry. Angry does not even begin to describe it. My thoughts was always filled with questions. Why? How could they do this to me? And what did I do wrong? I was losing sleep, repeating every memory, scrutinizing every minor encounter I'd had with Ethan and Leona, trying to figure out if there was something I'd overlooked, some hint I could have picked up earlier. It was agony, but my brain wouldn't let me release go. I guess I needed to find an explanation that would help me make sense of everything. Then I started doing what everyone warned me not to do. Stalking their social media. Yeah, I know, stupid decision. But I couldn't help it. I needed to know what they were up to, whether they were flaunting their relationship or had just gone off the grid. Leona had blocked me, so I used a friend's account to find her. There was nothing on her page, no posts, no images of Ethan, nothing. It was as if she had scrubbed her entire online presence clean. That made it worse since it felt like they were hiding something, leaving me in the dark with only my assumptions. I eventually reached a bizarre point where I wasn't just angry, but also embarrassed. I kept revisiting the wedding day, remembering how I'd sat there waiting like an idiot, completely unaware of what was going on. I could not get over the embarrassment of it all. People had flown in, dressed up, and invested their time and money to be there. And for what? For me to be humiliated in front of everybody. At some time, I realized I needed help. I was barely eating, didn't sleep, and felt like a shell of myself. A friend offered therapy, and at first I laughed it off. I didn't think speaking with someone would make a difference. It wasn't going to instantly restore my former life. But she persuaded me to attempt one session simply to get everything off my chest. That first session, I had no idea where to begin. I sat there for almost 10 minutes, staring at the wall and trying to figure out how to explain this disaster. When I finally opened up, it all came rushing out. Betrayal, fury, shame, everything. For the first time, someone listened. Listen without pity or judgment. I wouldn't say it fixed me, but it felt like I was releasing some of the weight I'd been carrying. I gradually began to seek out modest methods to repair myself. I resumed activities that had been put on hold throughout the wedding planning process, like joining a book club, attending a few local meetups, and attempting to reconnect with friends who had fallen by the wayside. I also started jogging in the mornings to clear my mind and begin each day with a new perspective. But mending was not a linear process in which I felt better each day. Some days I would feel fine, nearly normal. On other days the reality of it all would hit me like a truck. I'd consider how I was meant to be a wife by now, possibly even planning a family. And then I'd remember how I'd lost both Ethan and my sister. How do you possibly grieve when you lose both your fiancé and your sister in one move? Then there were the folks surrounding me. Some of my relatives attempted to be sympathetic, but they didn't truly understand. They'd say things like, "You're better off without him," or, "You'll find someone else." I knew they were attempting to assist, but it wasn't what I needed to hear. I needed to know why they did this, not be coaxed into moving on as if it was a horrible breakup or something. This wasn't only about losing a boyfriend. This was my entire future, and I had put my trust in two people I felt I could rely on. Throughout everything, my cousin Alan was a big help. He was the one who told me about Ethan and Leona leaving the venue, and he didn't sugarcoat anything. After that, he would let me vent, sit with me when I was having a rough day, and even encourage me to get out and do something enjoyable when I felt like hiding myself in my room. He's a quiet guy who doesn't like to talk about his feelings, yet he knew when I needed someone. I owe him a lot for it. Over time, I stopped checking their social media. I stopped thinking if they were happy together or still together. I thought it was only hurting me, and they didn't deserve to live rent-free in my head anymore. After a few months, I relocated to a new home, apartment, and neighborhood. Just a fresh start without having to remember all of my intentions with Ethan. Moving on wasn't easy, but I felt like I was finally getting somewhere, and I didn't need him or anybody else to do it. I won't lie, part of me still felt like I had lost something significant. I'd lost trust in people. I questioned everyone's intentions, including close friends, and wondered if they too would betray me. It's difficult to overcome that level of paranoia, and I'm still working on it. But I was learning to feel comfortable on my own. I was creating a life that did not involve any of them. And for the first time, it felt liberating, rather than tragic. By the end of the year, I had established my own routine, home, and life. It was not the life I expected, but it was mine. I had found calm in the strange knowledge that things don't always go as planned, but sometimes it's okay. Looking back, I am proud of how far I have come. That whole incident reduced me to nothing. But I did not stay there. I gradually rebuilt myself till I couldn't identify the person I used to be, which may be for the best. Months after regaining some sense of serenity, I was almost in a rhythm in which I didn't think about Ethan or Leona every day. I was working, seeing friends, going to the gym, and occasionally dating. Life was moving forward, slowly but steadily. Naturally, everything had to be interrupted. And of course, it was done by Ethan himself. One random Tuesday night, my phone rang with an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, assuming it was simply another spam call. But something inside me was curious. I picked it up. "Hello?" I said, partially distracted. There was a gap before I heard Ethan's voice on the other end. "Hey, it's me." For a moment, I assumed it was a cruel joke. After all these months, my brain struggled to register that I was hearing his voice again. This was the guy who had left me alone in a bridal gown, the guy who had fled with my sister, and now he was acting like it was just a routine catch-up call. My stomach flipped, and all of the rage and hurt I had suppressed began to bubble up. "What do you want, Ethan?" I kept my voice cool, trying not to let him know how his call was reaching me. He sounded strange. His speech sounded harsh, as if he had been crying or hadn't slept in days. "I just wanted to talk. I know this is weird, but I need you to hear me out." My first instinct was to hang up right there. I did not owe him anything. But my curiosity got the best of me, and I figured what could possibly go wrong if I just listened to him. So I remained silent, waiting for him to reveal whatever he had to say. "I'm sorry," he said, hardly a whisper. "I know that doesn't even begin to cover it, but I needed to say it. I've been a mess, trying to figure out how I ended up here. And I finally read all those messages you sent me on our wedding day." I almost laughed. It took him this long to read the texts I wrote in despair, trying to keep him from fleeing away with my sister. I sent him everything I knew about Leona's falsehoods, her divorce, and the pregnancy rumors. He hadn't even bothered to read them before now. "What do you expect me to say, Ethan? You ran off with my sister on the day we were supposed to get married, and now you want to talk?" My voice was shaking, and I despised that he still had this impact on me. I know how it sounds. But I was wrong about everything. I should have listened to you. I should have trusted you. I've spent months realizing how big of a mistake I made, and I know it's too late, but I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry." There was a long silence in which I had no idea what to say. He sounded real remorseful, but what changed? My life had been ripped apart, and his sorry was not going to make it better. Part of me wanted to yell at him, but I was too exhausted. So I let him speak. He began ranting about Leona, stating that things had not turned out to be the fairy tale he had hoped for. She'd apparently transformed into someone he scarcely recognized, constantly out with her pals, squandering his money and treating him like a piggy bank rather than a partner. I could sense the sadness in his voice, and it almost felt like justice. However, it did not erase what he had done to me. You made your bed, Ethan, I finished, cutting him off. You and Leona both. You hurt me in a way I didn't even know was possible. And now, just because you're unhappy, you want sympathy? No. I don't expect you to feel sorry for me. I miss you, he murmured, his voice breaking slightly. That was it for me. I almost laughed again, but this time it was out of aggravation rather than enjoyment. You miss me? Are you kidding? You threw everything away for my sister, Ethan. Whatever you're feeling right now, it's your problem, not mine. He was silent for a few moments before sighing. I know I can't make it right. I just needed you to know that I regret it. I was stupid and blind, and I lost the best thing that ever happened to me. I sat there, phone in hand, unsure what to say. On the one hand, I had been waiting months for him to realize he had made a mistake. But now that I had it, it seemed hollow. His remorse did not relieve any of the pain. They did not make me feel better or repair the humiliation I had endured. Look, Ethan, I began, attempting to maintain my voice. I've moved on. My life isn't about you anymore, and I don't want to reopen old wounds. Whatever issues you have with Leona, they're yours to deal with. I've got my own life now. He did not argue. I didn't push. He let out a big sigh, as if he knew it was the end. I understand, I won't bother you again, he said, sounding deflated. With that, he hung up. I just sat there, staring at my phone and trying to digest everything. In some ways, it felt like a satisfying conclusion, but it also brought back memories I thought I had buried. I didn't expect to feel that much after that call. But there I was, overwhelmed by recollections of all the plans we'd made and the betrayal he'd left behind. It was like pulling open a sore that had just healed. But as the days passed, I found I wasn't as bothered by it. Hearing him apologize and hear the regret in his voice did not make everything better, but it did help me let go of any remaining animosity. I didn't need vengeance or retaliation. I didn't need him to be unhappy. I just wanted to know that I was done with him for good. Following that call, I blocked his number. I wasn't going to allow him come back into my life whenever he felt like it. I was finally at a point where I felt like I could breathe again, and he was not going to take it away from me. That chapter was closed, locked, and thrown away. Looking back, I realized the call was just what I needed. Not because I wanted him back or his apologies, but because it proved that I had made the right decision in letting him go. I assumed that after Ethan's call I'd finally have some peace, as if it was the last bit of closure I needed. But I didn't anticipate the conflict developing with my family. Of course, it wasn't enough for Ethan to appear out of nowhere. My family had to get engaged too. My mom contacted me the day following Ethan's call. At first it was a basic text. Hey, we haven't talked in a while. How are you? Which was far too casual given what had happened. We hadn't been on speaking terms since the wedding debacle. My family attempted to remain neutral throughout it all. But neutral always meant backing Leona up. After everything she had done, they pretended it was just a misunderstanding and asked me to dismiss it. So certainly I had kept my distance. But here's the thing. When my mother messaged me, I still felt a flicker of hope. I assumed she was reaching out to finally realize what I had gone through, to take my side for once. So, like an idiot, I responded. And before I knew it, we were preparing a family meal at my parents' home. I told myself that this could be the moment they realized what I had gone through. I would finally be able to receive the validation I had been seeking for so long. I arrived at their house feeling both nervous and excited. Walking in, I could feel all of my old memories, of joyful family dinners, movie evenings, holidays, and times when I thought we were a strong family. But as soon as I sat down, I sensed something was amiss. My parents were overly stiff. My mother was making small chat, asking about work and my friends. But there was a certain sharpness in her voice that I couldn't ignore. Then without warning, she mentioned Ethan. I felt my stomach drop. She wanted to know why he contacted me and what we discussed. Apparently she had heard from someone, most likely Leona, that we had been in communication. It felt strangely invasive, as if she had the right to know every element of my personal life. Why does it matter, Mom? I responded, attempting to maintain my composure. I haven't been with Ethan in ages. You guys know that. Mother sighed, giving me the same expression Mother used to give me when I got a B on a school test, as if I had disappointed her by not doing exactly what she anticipated. It just feels like you're stirring up old wounds, you know? You've moved on. Leona has moved on, and so there it was. Leona. Everything always seemed to return to her. Leona had gone on, so I was expected to continue as if I hadn't been the one who had been betrayed. As if I was still clinging on to this for drama or something. I'm not the one who reached out, I responded, trying not to sound angry. Ethan called me out of nowhere. I didn't even want to talk to him. My father cleared his throat, appeared uncomfortable, but jumped in anyway. You know, honey, maybe it's time we all just let this go. Leona's still family, and she's had her own struggles. Can't we all just put this behind us? That's when I understood they weren't reaching out to make amends. They weren't seeking for my side or opinion. They just wanted me to forgive and forget so that things would be easier for them. They wanted me to go so they wouldn't have to deal with this nasty, uncomfortable family drama. Leona might be forgiven for anything, but I was the one harboring resentment. Are you serious? I inquired, my voice beginning to shake. She's still family? I was supposed to marry Ethan. She ran off with my fiancé, left me standing there like an idiot, and you think I'm the one who should just move on like it's nothing? They looked at each other and then back at me. My mother gave me a sad little smile, as if she were dealing with a difficult child. Sweetheart, we know it was hard on you. But Leona is still our daughter, and she needs support too. I simply stared at them, startled. The message was clear. I was supposed to take the high road, suck it up, and be the greater guy. They were worried about Leona, not me. This is not what I went through. Leona, the golden child, could do no wrong in their eyes, even though she stabbed me in the back. Something within me cracked. I pulled back my chair and stood up, my hands shaking. I'm done, I said, my voice louder than my emotions. You're asking me to ignore everything she did, to pretend like none of this happened just because it makes you uncomfortable. Well, guess what? I'm not just moving on because it's convenient for you. My mother tried to say something, but I stopped her. I collected my belongings and walked away, leaving them astonished. I'd always been the quiet, agreeable one who never made a fuss. But at that point, I realized I couldn't be that person anymore. They urged me to give up my personal serenity and feelings for the sake of keeping the family together. And I wasn't about to do it. The ride home was a haze. I was angry, hurt, and mostly sad. It's unfortunate that my own parents were unable to see what I had been through. They were so focused on protecting Leona that they couldn't be there for me. It was like losing them all over again. At the same moment, there was a strange feeling of relief. I felt like I had finally made a position for myself, even if it meant burning some bridges. For the next 3 days I did not return their calls or SMS. They left voicemails and sent lengthy notes, but I couldn't bring myself to listen or read any of them. I was fatigued and emotionally depleted after years of putting myself last to keep them happy, and I didn't want to continue doing so. A few days later, my cousin Alan reached out. Alan had been my anchor since the wedding debacle, the one family member who didn't put pressure on me to move on or be pleasant. He did not try to lecture me or make excuses for anybody. He was just listening. When I informed him about the family supper, he did not seem startled. If anything, he appeared to be expecting it. They've always had a soft spot for Leona, he admitted, shaking his head. But you don't have to put up with it. You've done enough. Hearing that from someone who knew my situation felt like a lifeline. He reminded me that it was all right to set limits and safeguard my own tranquility. For so long, I'd been striving to make everyone else happy, and now he was giving me permission to finally prioritize myself. And that's when it struck me. I no longer needed their approbation. I didn't need them to understand, apologize, or make things right. I could let go without their consent. For the first time in a long time, I felt in command of my own narrative. So maybe I was addressing the past. But this time, it was on my terms, which was far more restorative than any apology they could have given me. When I thought I'd finally gotten away from all the drama, my phone rang with a message that felt like a blow in the gut. It was from my mother, who had obviously been holding out until now. The message reads, "We've been trying to reach you. It's time to stop avoiding this and come back to your family. Leona is your sister, and families forgive each other. If you can't let this go and make peace with Leona, then maybe you're not interested in being part of this family." I stared at my phone, felt my heart drop. After everything I'd gone through, they were now threatening me, pressuring me to forgive or risk being disowned. It was as if the months I'd spent recovering and standing firm had meant nothing to them. I took a few long breaths, feeling both angry and sad. Why was it so simple for them to support Leona? She was the one who deceived me, but they acted as if I was the criminal here. I contacted my cousin Alan, the only family member who had consistently supported me. He picked up on the first ring. "They're giving me an ultimatum, Alan," I remarked without a hello. There was stillness on the line, followed by a deep sigh. I had a feeling they'd pull something like this. They're trying to guilt you into coming back. They don't want to lose their image of a happy family, even if it means completely disregarding what you went through. I felt a knot in my throat and resisted the temptation to scream. How can they just act like none of this was a big deal? I mean, I was left at my own wedding. Leona and Ethan didn't just hurt me. They humiliated me. And they want me to just let it all go because it's easier for them? Alan said, "If you forgive Leona, then they don't have to deal with the reality of what she did. They get to pretend it was just a mistake and move on. They're doing this for themselves, not for you." Hearing it stated so simply helps. He was correct. My family did not seek for my forgiveness because they cared about me. Rather, they did so because they did not want to face the repercussions of their own failure to hold Leona accountable. "Look, you know what you need to do," Alan said. "You've been making a new life for yourself. You're building something without them. If they can't respect your boundaries, then maybe they don't deserve to be part of that life." It dawned on me that I'd been hoping that my parents would eventually take my side, that they'd realize what I'd been through, how much Leona had hurt me, and stand up for me. But that was only a fantasy. They were never going to change, and continuing in their life would only keep me hurting. I took a deep breath and nodded to myself. "You're right, Alan. It's time I let go for real this time." That night, I sat down with a piece of paper and began writing. It seemed a little absurd at first, like I was in a movie, but it was the only way I could let everything out. I jotted down everything: how betrayed I'd felt by Leona and Ethan, how ashamed I'd been that day, and how wounded I was that they'd supported Leona. I told them that if they couldn't respect my feelings, or realize what I'd gone through, there was nothing else to say. When I finished, I read it again, my hands shaking slightly. But when I reread my thoughts, I realized how much I'd been keeping back, all the hurt, rage, and disappointment. Everything was there on the page. This was my chance to truly let go, to stop looking back and begin moving forward without the burden of their expectations and demands. The following day, I mailed the letter. I did not expect them to comprehend. I did not expect an apology or even a response. This was for me, a final way to draw a line and protect myself from further harm. And despite the difficulty, I felt lighter knowing that I had completed my task. In the weeks that followed, my family made every effort to contact me. My father sent emails. Messages from my mother appeared on all social media platforms, and even distant relatives began to reach out. They were all saying the same thing. I was being stubborn, and I needed to make amends with Leona for the sake of the family. However, none of it shook me. I'd said my piece, and for the first time, I felt at ease with it. Alan kept me posted on what was going on, and it appeared that Leona was still playing the victim, as if I was the one causing the family division. According to what I've heard, my parents were constantly making excuses for her, dismissing her actions as a mistake of youth, or anything similar. It was frustrating. But I recognized that was their problem, not mine. I immersed myself into my new life, focused on what truly brought me joy. I became more interested at work, took on new projects, and even met a few close friends who had no idea about my history, and simply viewed me for who I was. For once, I was living for myself rather than trying to conform to someone else's expectations of who I should be. Then one evening, while out with my new buddies, my phone buzzed. I looked down to see an email notification from my father. I felt a pang of guilt. But then I recalled myself of all the suffering I'd been through, all the times I'd been told to just let it go for their sake. I realized I couldn't go back to that. I erased the email without reading it, and felt a strange sensation of joy. I was finished with their guilt trips and demands. Life continued to move forward. Every day felt brighter and easier after I stopped looking back and focused on what I desired. Sure, there were times when I felt a tinge of sadness, a reminder of what I had lost. But then I'd remember everything I'd gained: independence, peace, and the opportunity to be myself with no strings attached. In the end, breaking away was the most difficult and rewarding thing I'd ever done. It was not the life I had envisioned, but it was one I had created on my own terms. For the first time in a long time, I felt satisfied. You're moving to the basement. They took my room for my pregnant sister. even though I'd paid $24,000 in mortgage. No more, I said. For years I've paid my mortgage and all of my utility bills. 3 days later, they found out what happens when the money stops pouring. My computer's buzz was the only sound that remained coherent. It was a clear, steady thrum, the sound of logic and order, of ones and zeros forming worlds on a beautiful screen. I turned my childhood bedroom into a remote workplace where I could create and solve problems. At the age of 22, I was a senior software developer, the kind of success story my parents liked to share with their friends. But outside this door, the code had become garbled. The logic has broken down. Outside this door, I was just Daniel, the dependable younger son, the human ATM, the silent pillar holding up a house that was silently falling. The door creaked open, and the smells of pot roast and stress filled the room. My mother, Sharon, was holding a plate with a slice of apple pie. Her grin was warm and rehearsed, the kind she used when she wanted to request anything. "You work so hard, sweetie," she said, setting the dish at the corner of my desk, dangerously close to a stack of technical books. "I don't know how you stare at that screen all day." "It's how the sausage is made, Mom," I said with a tired smile. "I've been debugging a critical flaw for the last 6 hours, and my brain felt like scrambled eggs." She stroked my hair back, a touch from my childhood that now felt like a forerunner. "We're so proud of you, you know that, right?" "I know, Mom." Her touch remained on my shoulder. "Listen, honey. I know it's a bad time, but I was just going over the grocery receipts and things are just so much more expensive this month. I'm short about $200 for the big shop this weekend." I did not look at her. I simply kept my eyes fixed on the screen and my fingers hovering over the keyboard. When I spotted the bags, I realized she had just finished a big shop 3 days ago. I also knew my father, Mark, had been talking about getting a new set of golf equipment. I didn't mention any of that. I merely nodded, took my phone off its stand, and opened my banking app. "No problem," I said softly, my thumb tapping the screen. "I'll send it over." "Oh, you're a lifesaver," she groaned, relieved instantly and completely. She leaned down and kissed my temple. "It's just what family does. We support each other." She picked up the empty coffee mug from my desk. "I'll get you a fresh cup." As she left, her signature phrase hung in the air. "It's just what family does." It served as the explanation for everything. It was the reason why half of the mortgage payment for this house, for which I was not even named on the deed, was set to be withdrawn automatically from my account each month. It explained why the energy, high-speed internet, and water bills were all in my name and paid in full. It was the reason I spent a huge chunk of my money last winter to fix a leaky roof after a storm, while my father complained about how contractors were thieves, and I quietly signed the bill. It was the reason I co-signed for my mother's car, and when the payments were tight, I simply took over completely. My chair's springs moaned as I leaned back. I justified everything with a simple, dangerous thought: it keeps the peace. My father was a proud man who couldn't take the thought of being labeled as failure. My mother was fragile and always concerned about her beauty. My efforts helped them maintain the image of a comfortable, secure middle-class living. It was my hidden present to them, which they never noticed, and I never mentioned. The front door slammed shut, following by the heavy stomp of boots across the hardwood floor. A second later, my door was pushed open without a knock. Rachel, my older sister, was 25 years old and exuded the unwarranted confidence of someone who had never faced a serious consequence. Her husband, Robert, trailed behind her, a lanky guy with troubled eyes that seemed to decrease with each passing day. Rachel leaned against the doorframe, a smirk on her face. "Still saving the world with computer magic?" "Just paying the bills, Rachel," I responded in a softer tone than I intended. "Tough day," she said, running her fingers through her beautifully manicured hair. "Robert had a great interview with that logistics company. Nailed it. But the manager was a total jerk. Had it out for him from the start." Robert stood awkwardly behind her, blushing from shame. It was the same story as last month, only with a different corporate name. Rachel was a master at converting Robert's near misses into almost successes, continuously portraying him as a victim of a world that overlooked his abilities. Rachel and Robert had been staying with us for the past 6 months after losing their apartment after Robert was laid off from his previous job. What had started as a temporary arrangement had become permanent, with my parents treating them like honored guests rather than adults who needed to get back on their feet. She looked me up and down. "Hey, little brother. Let me borrow $50. Robert and I are going out tonight to celebrate our news." Rachel and Robert had been married for 8 months when she announced her pregnancy. "Celebrate?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. "Or panic?" She scowled. "Hey, be cool, it's a good thing." She entered the room, her voice lowering. "Look, I'll pay you back when Robert gets on his feet." That was the oldest line in her book, a promise so worn and faded that it was obvious. Rachel had always been good at making other people's problems appear like opportunities for me to help. But I saw a glimmer of desperation in her eyes, anxiety behind her bravado. She was my sister, so I did as I had always done. I took 2 20s and a 10 from my battered leather wallet in my back pocket and gave them to him. Avoiding the fight was worth $50. Later that night, I was having a video discussion with Liam, my best buddy since kindergarten. He was the only one who was fully aware of my financial deal with my family. His face, pixelated on my display, was one of surprise. "They're making you pay for the celebration of the baby that's going to make their financial situation even worse? Daniel, are you hearing yourself? You're not a son, you're a subsidiary. You're the R&D department and the entire revenue stream for a failing family business." "It's not like that," I responded, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "I'm helping them out. They're in a tough spot." "They've been in a tough spot since you got your signing bonus," Liam said, his voice rising. "They see your paycheck as a family resource. Your dad gets new clubs, your mom gets her car, Rachel gets date night money, and you get to live in the same room you had when you were 15. It's a raw deal, man. When are you going to wake up and see it?" I didn't have a response for him. I only looked at my own reflection in the dark screen, a pale, weary face staring back at me. A week later, I got the wake-up call. My parents and Rachel were excited about the wedding plans and the baby. The whole house vibrated with frantic intensity. During supper, my father cleared his throat, a sound that always indicated an impending proclamation. He smiled at Rachel, then at me. "You know, with the baby coming, and Rachel and Robert starting their new life together, we're all going to have to make some adjustments. Big changes are coming." He smashed his large, proprietary hand against my shoulder. "It's an exciting time, a time for family to really stick together." The word adjustment struck the pit of my stomach like a stone. I looked around the table at the ecstatic faces, my father's proud bluster, my mother's teary-eyed excitement, my sister's smug contentment, Robert's anxious fidgeting, and for the first time, I didn't feel like a part of the family. I felt like a resource ready to be used. The family talk took place 2 days later. They sat me in the living room, on the flowery sofa that had absorbed decades of unspoken anguish. My father took his usual armchair, the throne from which he issued his decrees. My mother sat on the edge of the ottoman, wringing her hands. It seemed more like a sentence than a conversation. Rachel sat beside my mother, one hand protectively resting on her little bump, while Robert hesitated awkwardly near the window. "Daniel," my father began solemnly, "your mother and I have been doing a lot of thinking. About the future, about this family." He waved expansively, as if to cover the very concept of kinship. "Rachel and Robert need a proper start. A real bedroom to build their nest, to welcome our grandchild." I stayed silent, my heart racing slightly faster. I knew where this was going. "So," he replied with a sarcastic grin, "we have a wonderful solution. It's a way for you to make a real, meaningful contribution. We're going to move you down to the basement room. It's spacious, and it will give the newlyweds the privacy and space they need in your old room." He spoke with finality, as if he were announcing that I had gotten an honor. He was not inquiring, he was informing me of an already reached conclusion. "The basement," I finally whispered, the words strange to my throat. "Dad, it's not finished, it's a concrete box." "Don't be dramatic," he murmured, waving his hand dismissively. "We'll throw a rug down, get you a nice lamp, it'll be cozy. A real bachelor pad." My mother joined in, her voice soft and enticing. "Think of it as your contribution to your new niece or nephew, sweetie. A sacrifice, yes. But a beautiful one. For my family." A sacrifice. They were asking me to move my entire existence, my workplace, sanctuary, and the only place in this house that was truly mine, to a soggy basement storage area. They described it as a noble sacrifice. Later, I walked down to check for myself. I removed the old metal chain, revealing a single naked 60-watt bulb that projected lengthy, warped shadows over the room. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and cold ground. A large, spidery watermark appeared on the distant wall, resembling a ghostly map of last winter's flood. I could see the faint form of my father's old gym bench and my childhood bicycle, which had rusted. I ran my hand along the harsh concrete wall. It felt chilly and somewhat damp to the touch. A dead cricket lay coiled on the floor beside the ancient, roaring furnace. It was not a bachelor pad. It was a tomb. They wanted to include me in it. The next day, I tried to reason with them again. I approached them in the kitchen when my mother was making coffee. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice respectful and logical. "I understand you want to help Rachel. I want to help her too. But I can't work in the basement. My job requires a stable, secure, dry environment for thousands of dollars of computer equipment. I have multiple monitors, servers. I need the dedicated electrical circuits and the hardwired Ethernet connection in my room. The Wi-Fi doesn't even reach the basement." My father was reading the sports page at the table and did not glance up. "You'll figure it out. You're the smart one." "This isn't about being smart, Dad. It's about logistics. My job, the job that pays for the high-speed internet you want me to move away from, depends on the setup." "Oh, Daniel. Don't make this so difficult," my mother grumbled, stepping away from the counter. Her look was one of weariness and despair. "You're making this all about you. Just think of the baby. Your sister needs this. Your sister needs this." The 4 words that have shaped my entire life. Rachel needed a new bike, so mine was passed down. Rachel needed tuition, therefore my allowance was decreased to cover it. Rachel needed something, and Daniel provided it. But this time, she only needed my dignity. That evening, I overheard Rachel and Robert talking in the hallway. I was walking to the kitchen to get a glass of water when I overheard their hushed talk. "I don't know, Rachel," Robert replied, his tone oddly uneasy. "It feels kind of wrong. This is his room, you know. He works there." "Babe, be realistic," Rachel said, her voice crisp and sensible. "We need the space. We're having a baby. What are we supposed to do, live in the basement? He's a single guy. He can manage. He's smart. He'll figure it out. Don't be soft about this. We need to think about our family now." He remained silent for a minute. Yeah, you're right." Hearing it from her, so open and honest, reaffirmed something in me. They didn't consider me a family member. I was an impediment. A resource to be utilized. And my sister, who should have been my ally, treated me as an irritation, while my brother-in-law, despite his reservations, was too weak to protect me when it mattered. The following day my phone vibrated. It was my Aunt Carol, my father's younger sister. She was the family's black sheep, having moved out of state and emphasizing honesty over appearances. "I heard the news," she said, her tone bland. "Your father called to tell me about Rachel's baby and the wonderful new living arrangements." I exhaled. "Yeah. Daniel," she said softly. "I'm just going to say this once. You have always been a good boy, a good son, a good brother. But sometimes being too good lets people forget your worth. They start to see your kindness not as a gift, but as an expectation. Don't let them erase you." Her words struck like a depth charge, creating waves across 3 years of conditioned compliance. Don't let them erase you. They were seeking to erase my demands, space, and contributions until only my function remained. That evening I received an email invitation to the annual Miller family reunion and BBQ. My father cornered me at the stairs. "Hey champ," he exclaimed, thumping my back somewhat too hard. "At the reunion, I'm going to share the happy news with everyone, about you helping out your sister. It'll be great. Show the whole family how we stick together." That was it, the point of no return. He meant to use my humiliation as a public demonstration of his own magnanimity. He intended to use me as a prop in his play about the caring parent. A cold, hard resolve settled in my chest. It wasn't hot or angry, just chillingly clear. I entered my room and closed the door. I wouldn't argue with him again in private. I would not plead my case. If he decided to make it public, then so would my reaction. I sat down at my workstation, the computer's hum creating a comfortable background. I logged onto my internet banking portal. I used a deliberate approach, month by month, year after year. I took screenshots of each mortgage payment transfer branded Miller Mortgage. I captured screenshots of all utility payments made to the city's power and water departments. I found an email invoice for the $8,000 roof repair. I found the digital records for car payments. I saved each one to a secure folder on my phone, not for spite, but to maintain my sanity. That was proof. Proof that I was not mad. Proof that my contributions were valid. Proof of my right to say no. I was no longer just reacting. I was prepared. He wanted to make a public declaration, which is great. I would have a public response prepared. The reunion day began bright and oppressively joyful. Our backyard, which was once a peaceful area of green, has been transformed into the ideal place for family activity. The air was thick with the smells of charcoal and freshly cut grass. Uncles I saw once a year laughed too loudly while grilling hamburgers, their beer bottles sweating in the afternoon heat. Aunts cooed over Rachel's early pregnancy and offered unsolicited advice on prenatal supplements and baby names. Children, sticky with watermelon juice, yelled and chased one another across the lawn. It was an excellent depiction of American family bliss, and I felt like a ghost in the frame. I walked through the crowd, a cold can of Coke in my hand, offering forced smiles and non-committal remarks. I felt my father's gaze from across the yard. He was in his element, holding court in front of the enormous new grill he bought last month, which I assumed was paid for by the money I gave my mother for property taxes. I took a seat near the ancient oak tree and sipped my drink while watching the performance. Rachel performed excellently as the pregnant mother, one hand protectively resting on her scarcely discernible abdomen and accepting congratulations with a warm pride. Robert stood awkwardly behind her, collecting comments for which he appeared unwilling to take credit. My mother glided between groups like a social hummingbird, ensuring that everyone's plate was full and their drink was topped off. My father then banged a knife against his beer bottle. The sound cut through the joyous din. "Hey everyone, can I have your attention for a minute?" Conversations came to an end. Heads turned. This was his moment. He threw his arm around my mother and drew her closer. "As you all know, we have some wonderful news in the Miller family. My daughter Rachel and her husband Robert are going to be parents." A chorus of applauding and whoops reverberated throughout the yard. He let it fade away, his grin widening. And in times like these, a family shows its true strength. It shows how we pull together, how we support ourselves. He scanned the crowd until his sight rested on me. He pointed at me with his bottle. "And I have never been prouder of my son, Daniel." To help his sister and Robert get the best possible start, Daniel has graciously, and with a full heart, offered to give them his bedroom. And he'll be making a new space for himself in the basement. He looked at me like a ruler waiting for a bow from a loyal subject. That's the kind of man he is. That's the kind of family we are. Let's hear it for Daniel. A few people started clapping with appreciation on their cheeks. Rachel was beaming. My mom dabbed her eyes. A strange serenity washed over me. The background noise from the celebration subsided into a muffled roar. It seemed like I was seeing a movie about my own life. I took a slow breath. "Actually, Dad," I replied. My voice was not loud, but it was clear and consistent, and it echoed throughout the suddenly quiet yard. "I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding." The clapping dwindled and then stopped. Every eye was on me now. My father's smile was fixed on his face. "I won't be giving up my room," I murmured, my gaze riveted on his. The silence that ensued was awful. Absolute. The only sound was the sizzle of hamburgers on the grill. My father's face, which had been beaming with delight, gradually darkened, and color rose up his neck. "What did you just say?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. Rachel approached with an incredulous expression. "Daniel, what is your problem? We talked about this. It's just for a little while." "My problem, Rachel," I began as I moved toward her, "is that my room is also my office. It's where I do the job that pays for—" I never finished the phrase. My father moved faster than I'd seen him do in years. He closed the gap between us in 3 large steps. Before I could react, his arm swung back. The crunch of his open palm against my cheek was harsh and unpleasant, like a branch snapping. The hit jolted my jaw. My head snapped to one side. A collective gasp resonated throughout the audience. For a brief moment, the world was nothing but stinging heat on my face and a high-pitched ringing in my ears. I detected a slight, coppery taste of blood where my teeth had cut into the inside of my cheek. My chest tightened, as if someone had coiled barbed wire over my lungs. I softly turned back to face him. His chest heaved. His eyes were wild, filled with rage that I had never seen directed at me before. My mother let out a harsh shriek. I touched my cheek. It had already begun to swell. I looked at my father. The man who had just hit his son in front of 30 family members because he refused to be made homeless in his own home. "You hit me," I murmured softly, the words barely audible. Then I spoke louder, my voice shaking with a cold, crystalline anger I hadn't realized I possessed. "You hit me. For a room." I took a step back to create some room between us. I looked behind him and saw my mother's terrified expression, Rachel's shocked and instantly guilty expression, Robert, who seemed to want to hide totally, and my aunts and uncles' stunned expressions. "Let's talk about what I've paid for," I said, raising my voice. I pulled out my phone. My hands trembled, but my aim was steady. I held it up. "This family sticks together. This family supports its own. For the last 2 years I have paid half of the mortgage on this house every single month." I swiped the screen. "I pay for the electricity that is currently cooking those burgers. I pay for the high-speed internet everyone uses. When the roof was leaking last winter, it wasn't the insurance company that paid the $8,000 bill. It was me." I looked at my mother. "The car you drove here today? I make the payments on that too." I lowered the phone, my voice relaxing but still ferocious. "This room isn't a gift you can give away. It's the one thing in this entire house I haven't paid for yet. So don't you ever talk to me about sacrifice." The quiet was absolute. My father stood immobile, his face a mottled shade of crimson and white. His rage melted into perplexed astonishment. My mother was openly crying now, with her hand covering her mouth. Rachel looked like she was about to get sick. She wouldn't meet my sight. Robert stood behind her, his face pale with shock, and what appeared to be growing comprehension. Aunt Carol was the first to move. She walked up to my side and rested her hand against my arm. "Come on, Daniel," she said calmly. "Let's go." I nodded, my eyes never leaving my father's. I allowed her to lead me away. I didn't feel triumphant as I walked by my family and the rubble of the wonderful picture they had tried to paint. I felt a huge hollow nothingness. "Daniel, wait," my mother said, her voice cracking. I didn't stop. I went through the side gate, got into my car, and closed the door. The sound of it closing was the most definite I had ever heard. I turned the key, and as I drove away from the curb, I observed my father standing on the lawn, a broken statue amidst his destroyed party. The night was spent in a bland, unremarkable motel room. The air conditioner was really cold, the bedding was really firm. But it was quiet. For the first time in years, I had to prioritize my own needs. I did not respond to the barrage of calls and texts. Instead, I sat on the side of the bed, the light from my laptop illuminating my face, and began tearing down the structure I had built around my family. It wasn't a fit of wrath. It was a matter of consequences, as calm and rational as debugging a line of code. I logged into my bank account. The automatic mortgage transfer to my father's account was canceled. I visited the city utility portal. All of my paid-for services, including electricity, water, and internet, were scheduled for disconnection due to non-payment, effective immediately. I reset the password and disabled autopay on the account for my mother's car payments. Each click was a gentle snip that severed the wire of dependency. When I finished, I blocked all of their numbers and turned off my phone. I needed silence. 3 days later I drove home. Liam accompanied me, and I was deeply grateful for his quiet, steady presence. I only needed to get my computer, office materials, and some clothes. The remaining they could keep. As we approached, the house was strangely silent. Despite the gloomy afternoon, no lights were turned on. It appeared uninhabited. My keys still worked in the lock. We walked into a gloomy, deep silence. The air felt dense and cold. The refrigerator's normal buzz had subsided. We found them in the living room, seated like ghosts in the gray afternoon light. My father sat slumped in his seat, appearing 10 years older. My mother reclined on the sofa, her face puffy and teary. As I arrived, they both looked up, terrified and desperate. "Daniel," my mother replied quietly while standing up. "Thank God, the power is out. The internet is gone. We got a letter, an urgent notice about the mortgage." "I know," I responded kindly. "I stopped paying for them." My father finally stirred. "You did this?" he rasped, his voice softening from its usual booming authority. "You'd let your own family sit in the dark?" "You slapped me in front of them," I said gently. "I think we have different definitions of family." That was when my mother snapped. The facade of jaded disappointment crumbled, exposing raw, stark desperation. "You don't understand," she sobbed, moving closer to me. "We needed that money. We had to have it." "Needed it for what?" I asked, my old bitterness returning. "New golf clubs?" "No," she cried, and the entire truth, a flood of guilt buried for years, was abruptly disclosed. "For the other mortgage. The one we took out years ago, for the credit cards. We're drowning, Daniel. We have been for years. Your money was the only thing, keeping our heads above water. I didn't know what else to do. She collapsed back into the sofa, sobbing, racking her entire body. The secret was out. This was not just about entitlement. It was about a dark, rotting core of debt and remorse that they kept hidden from everyone, including me. They hadn't used me just for luxuries. They had been using me for survival and regarded me as a nuisance. Liam placed a hand on my shoulder, indicating that he was ready to begin shifting my belongings. As he approached the stairs, Rachel entered the corridor, followed by Robert. She looked terrible. Her face was pale, her eyes were red-rimmed, and the usual haughty smirk had vanished, replaced with a profound, hollowed-out guilt. Robert appeared far worse, if that is possible. She stopped me before I could follow Liam. She didn't look at my parents. She just looked at me. "Daniel," she said, barely speaking. "I'm sorry. I waited without saying anything. When Dad slapped you, and you said all that stuff about the bills." She shook her head, looking for words. "I never knew. I took it all for granted. I thought Dad had it covered." Robert moved forwards, his voice shaking. "I tried to tell her it wasn't right, taking your room. But He looked down at his hands. "I was too much of a coward to speak up. I'm about to be a father, and I couldn't even stand up for what's right." Rachel's eyes filled with tears. "I've been so jealous of you, Daniel. You have this great job. You have your life together. And I'm pregnant, and scared, and Robert can't find work. So I went along with it. It was easier than admitting we were failures. I'm deeply sorry." It was the most honest thing I'd ever heard her say. She wasn't the golden kid at the time, but rather a fearful lady confronting the truth about herself. My parents were now adopting a different technique, urging me to simply turn the electricity back on so we could talk it out, and my father even offered me a compromise in which I could keep my room if I continued making payments. I shook my head, walked over to the coffee table, and placed a business card there. "This is a nonprofit credit counselor," I explained. "They can help you consolidate your debt and create a realistic budget. That's your first step." I then looked at Rachel and Robert. "This is your wake-up call," I said, my voice serious but not harsh. "Your child does not need you to succeed. They need you to be responsible adults. Step up. Stop letting them treat you like a child, and stop letting them use me as a bank. This is your family to support right now." I turned and went away, joining Liam upstairs to pack the last of my stuff from that place. The weeks that followed were spent hunting for an apartment and starting over. I found a modest one-bedroom apartment downtown with huge windows and a view of the city, and it was mine, every inch of it. The silence was tremendous. It was the sound of serenity. Aunt Carol became my lifeline, calling every few days to check in, not to gossip, but to advise me that my parents had finally contacted a credit counselor, and that they would have to sell their childhood home and relocate to a small rental across town. The veneer had finally and irreversibly collapsed. About a month after I moved out, I received a text message from an unusual number. "I'm Rachel, and I'm working part-time at a clinic. Robert has gotten a job in a warehouse. I'm working part-time at a clinic, and we're looking for a place to live before the baby arrives. Thank you for waking me up." I stared at the message for a long time. I responded with something simple. "You are welcome. Good luck." It wasn't forgiveness, yet. But it was a start. A new foundation was built on the debris of the old one. Sometimes I stand by my new window, staring out at the city lights, and think about them. I no longer feel angry, or even triumphant. I generally feel a quiet sorrow for the family I thought I had, and a deep abiding gratitude for the peace I battled for. I didn't destroy my family. I simply stopped setting myself on fire to keep them warm. They needed to learn how to find their own light. It's amazing how quickly you can recognize your own worth once you stop paying others to overlook it. Have you ever had to decide between family and self-respect? What would you have done? "You're embarrassing for my influencer friends," my sister said, so I cut the power to her party and got her jailed for fraud she posted online. I'm a 30-year-old boy who has always been the responsible one in my family. I've been working as a construction foreman for about a decade. It's nice money, but my back hurts from years of heavy lifting. At 22, I began as a basic worker and worked my way up through sheer determination, showing up every day, even when I was sick or injured. My supervisor noticed and promoted me after 3 years. Now I oversee a crew that works primarily on commercial projects such as strip malls and office renovations. My parents, Diane and Ron, who are 58 and 60 years old, have always been extremely horrible with money. They were not always like this though. When I was a kid, Dad worked at a paper mill and Mom worked part-time at a dentist's office. We were not wealthy, but we had plenty. The mill closed when I was in high school, and things went bad from there. Dad hopped about jobs, never finding anything stable. Mom began working full-time, but they had already been accustomed to a lifestyle that they could no longer afford. Credit cards became their go-to option for everything. A new television, a vacation they couldn't afford, and, you guessed it, car repairs. By the time I graduated from high school, they were drowning in debt but pretended everything was normal. I couldn't afford college with their finances in tatters, so I went straight into construction while living at home to help pay the expenses. Lena, my younger sister, is 27 years old and has been even worse. She calls herself an aspiring content creator, but she's really just another ordinary girl who posts filtered photos and unboxing videos to her sad 1,200 followers. She spent $900 on a ring light setup last year and claims to be the next Kylie Jenner or something. Never mind that she studied communications at the public institution for 5 years. She took an extra year to graduate because she kept changing her mind, and she now has a degree collecting dust someplace. After college, she worked at a marketing agency for 8 months before leaving because her supervisor did not accept her vision. Since then, she's resigned to a series of part-time retail jobs when they want her to, work. Between jobs, she lives rent-free at our parents' house, consuming their food and racking up their utility bills while developing her brand. Lena tried to launch some ridiculous online apparel business that failed after spending $15,000 of my parents' retirement funds. She compared high-end fashion to high-end rubbish bags adorned with sequins. The funniest part was seeing her publish these cringe-worthy entrepreneur posts as the firm was actively collapsing. Rise and grind, boss babe, women in business. But she couldn't even ship the appropriate sizes to customers. You understand the vibe, LOL. Lena had the nerve to offer me a shout-out package on Instagram as a Christmas present last year. She genuinely handed me a card with her own profile on it, stating, "Congrats, you've won a featured post on Lena Styles." What is that? Meanwhile, I had spent $350 on the Apple Watch she had been hinting at for months. I even tried to help her small business by building shelves, setting up spreadsheets, and offering to handle shipments with my logistics skills. She brushed it aside, claiming that my corporate approach had destroyed her creativity. 2 months later, she was inundated with complaints about incorrect purchases and delayed deliveries. When customers began submitting poor reviews, she called me and cried about internet bullies, expecting me to contact her and make things right because I am good with difficult people. I refused, and she did not talk to me for a month, which was probably the most tranquil month of my life. My parents eat that stuff up. Dad got her a MacBook Pro for editing, and she uses it to watch Netflix. Mom defends every failure as if it were a medal of pride. Lena's exploring her passions. No, she's investigating your money. Anytime I suggest that Lena acquire a real job, I'm the evil guy. You just don't understand the creator economy, Sam. I believe the creator economy entails really producing anything of worth. But what do I know? The worst was when Lena crashed her car while texting, and Mom contacted me instead of the insurance company. Lena's too upset to deal with this right now, she said, as if it excused everything. When I inquired about their coverage, I discovered that they had dropped it to liability only without informing me, despite the fact that I had specifically paid for their comprehensive policy 6 months prior. Lena's Instagram pictures revealed that the money had gone to her business retreat in Miami, which appeared to be a vacation. Since the boutique disaster 3 years ago, I've essentially been their safety net, covering their mortgage, $1,200 per month, when they fall behind, which is about every other month. Their house isn't even very nice, a 3-bedroom ranch in a fine but aging suburb. They could have paid it off by now if they had stayed to the initial 30-year mortgage. But because of all the refinancing, they are now 15 years in with 25 years left. I spent $3,800 on Lena's auto repairs last year since she couldn't afford them, yet she still made it to Coachella that month. She ignored basic maintenance until everything failed. Brakes were shot, the timing belt was about to snap, and the tires were bald. My Uncle Joe, the mechanic, even remarked, "Does she have a death wish?" Meanwhile, her Instagram was full of boat pictures and some guy with industry connections, whatever that is. I even paid Dad's $5,200 medical expenditures when he refused cheaper insurance. He stated that the hospital food was better on his plan. He has fundamental health conditions that he can manage if he takes his medications and eats some greens every now and then. Every time I buy food, the vegetables decay and the garbage vanishes like magic. Then he has the gall to contact me, wheezing after climbing the stairs, to complain that his doctor is attempting to dupe him by recommending he lose weight and exercise. Mom is no better with medical issues. She was prescribed generic blood pressure medications but insisted on the name brand, which cost $180 more per month, because she read online that generics are manufactured in China. I tried to explain that her prescription is exactly the same substance, but cheaper. And she accused me of wanting her to die just to save a few dollars. Then she asked me to drive her to 3 other pharmacies to find one that had her chosen brand. I was once late sending money for their power bill since I was in the hospital due to a work injury. A beam landed on my shoulder and tore my rotator cuff. The surgeon told me I was fortunate it wasn't worse. Mom contacted me 4 times and asked where the money was. She didn't even ask how I was doing. She just said, "We need that transfer today, Sam." I was on post-op painkillers and trying to figure out how to perform a bank transfer with one arm in a sling. The next day she arrived at the hospital not with food or comfort supplies, but with their water bill and property tax bill. She placed them on my lunch tray next to my Jell-O cup and began calculating how much I would need to transfer after I received my workers' compensation payout. Then she complained about the hospital parking cost and suggested that I also cover it. Over the course of 3 years, I've invested around $42,000 in their lives. That is not an estimate. I went through my bank statements and totaled everything up one dismal Sunday night. Mortgage assistance, car payments, medical costs, unpaid debts, groceries, and utilities. It all added up. Meanwhile, I'm living in a dingy 1-bedroom apartment with pipes that sound like they're summoning demons every time I flush. But hey, family is family, right? At least that's what I kept telling myself as my savings account dwindled. My flat is not inexpensive, costing $1,350 per month for 680 square feet in a building that was presumably excellent when Reagan was president. The location is good, close to the majority of our job sites, but the amenities are a joke. The exercise center consists of a rusted treadmill and 2 dumbbells in what was formerly a storage cupboard. The pool is closed more frequently than it is open owing to filter issues. But it's all I can afford while providing for 2 households. My friend Chris kept telling me I was getting used, but I'd dismiss it with the usual, "They'd do the same for me," even though I knew they wouldn't give me $50 if I got stuck. He's known me since high school, and has seen the entire family's finances deplete in real time. Even tried an intervention once, and showed up with spreadsheets outlining how I might have purchased a home by now. I got angry, ignored him for 2 weeks, and then apologized when I understood he was simply looking out. Chris's prediction came true last Thanksgiving. I got the real deal. 103-degree fever. It felt like death. I called Mom and said I couldn't make dinner. Her response: "But who's going to carve the turkey? Your father's wrist is still sore from his golf game." Not, "Are you okay?" or "Need anything?" but anxiety over who would carry out my assigned role. I ended up dragging myself there, sweating through dinner and infecting everyone with the illness. When Dad fell ill 3 days later, he had the audacity to complain that I had spoiled his vacation. Then came the call in June, which changed everything. It was a Wednesday night, hotter than anything in my flat. The air conditioner was broken again, and Terry, the maintenance person, had been promising, "I'll fix it tomorrow," for the past 2 weeks. I was lying on my couch in basketball shorts, drinking ice water, when my phone flashed up with my mother's face. The window unit I'd purchased as a backup was laboring in the 94-degree heat, creating a horrible rattling noise every few minutes. I had just returned home from a 12-hour day monitoring a concrete pour that needed to be completed before the true heat set in. My shirt was still saturated with sweat, and I had the bone-deep tiredness that comes from standing all day. "Hey Mom," I said, assuming she needed groceries or something. "Sam," she said in her fake cherry accent, "just wanted to let you know Lena's hosting a big pool party at her place for the 4th. We're covering everything." By her place, Mom meant Lena's townhouse, which I was supporting by $600 per month, because she couldn't afford the entire $1,800 rent on her intermittent income from part-time social media consulting jobs. By covering everything, she meant I would get a call in a day or 2 asking for some assistance with party supplies. I waited for the invitation. It didn't arrive. "So, should I bring something?" I finally inquired. "Oh," she replied with a strange chuckle. "Actually, Lena doesn't want you there. She's invited some influencer friends and doesn't want them seeing her, less successful family members. No offense." I almost choked. Are you freaking kidding me? After everything I've done for you guys? Don't be so sensitive, Sam. It's her big networking opportunity. She can't have you showing up in your work clothes, talking about construction. It ruins her image. I look down at my faded t-shirt, which has my company's emblem and a small tear at the hem. Was this what Lena felt so ashamed of? The fact that I did work for a living. Her image. Mom, I live in a shoebox flat because I have been paying your expenses. I gave Lena $3,000 last month. The $3,000 was for a social media course led by an Instagram guru who promised to reveal the secrets of monetization. Lena swore that this was the investment that would ultimately propel her career. I'd had to postpone getting my truck's transmission service to cover it. The week after I handed her the money, she shared photos of a new designer purse with the hashtag self-investment. When I texted about it, she said it was borrowed from a friend for picture shoots. When I searched for that friend's profile, it did not exist. Well, that's your choice. Nobody asked you to do that. Anyway, Lena needs this for her career. Don't be selfish. I hung up and instantly launched my banking app. There was $9,800 transferred to them in the last 4 months alone. And I had just paid a $1,500 deposit for a lake house rental for the entire family for the week after the 4th. Mom had begged for a family vacation for months. I'd planned to surprise them this weekend. It had a pier for fishing, which Dad used to like before becoming too lazy to go to a fire pit for s'mores, and enough beds so that we weren't on top of each other. My finger hovered over the cancel link. That Instagram image from last weekend with her posing on some guy's boat with the caption, "Self-care Sunday, sometimes you gotta splurge on yourself." With the nail polish emoji. I was eating ramen for the 3rd time that week because I had helped Mom pay their property tax bill. I pressed cancel, refunds were processed. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to feel the anger I'd been suppressing all those times I'd skipped going out with friends because I couldn't afford it. The vacation days I'd sold back to my company for extra cash that went straight to their bills, the dating relationships that fizzled because I was always stressed about money or getting calls from my family while on dates, like the time I went to dinner with Rachel, a fantastic architect I met at work. Lena called 5 times in a row, just as our lunch arrived. When I finally responded, assuming someone had died, it was because she had locked herself out of her Apple account and needed my password right away, because she was in the middle of a very important Instagram Live. Rachel never returned my calls following that occasion. The next morning, I called my cousin Jake, who works for the electricity company. "Yo, need a favor?" I asked when he picked up. "What's up, man? You sound pissed." Jake and I were close as youngsters, before my family's financial tragedy drove me away from everyone. He'd gotten a good union job right out of high school, bought a modest house with his wife Tara, and had 2 children and a dog, which was the usual stable life I should have had if I hadn't been constantly bailing out my family. I laid out the entire situation. Years of assistance, thousands of dollars taken from my account, and now being barred from the family 4th of July celebration because I would jeopardize Lena's influencer status. "That is messed up," Jake replied. "Your sister's always been a taker, but your parents should know better." My plan was straightforward. Jake worked in the scheduling department of the energy company. With the impending summer, they were already planning for potential brownouts owing to heavy AC consumption. All he had to do was make sure my parents' area was scheduled for a maintenance outage during peak 4th of July celebration hours. Jake laughed as I explained. "That's wild, dude. I love it. I'm in." "You sure you won't get in trouble?" I inquired, suddenly apprehensive about involving him in my family issue. "Nah, these maintenance outages are scheduled all the time in summer. I'll just move some things around on the calendar. Totally routine paperwork stuff. Nobody will question it." I also contacted my friend Luis, who does HVAC work. His company was in charge of the maintenance for Lena's townhouse complex. "Are you sure about this?" he said after I explained. "Text me when you want it done." Luis agreed to postpone the repair order for Lena's air conditioner, which was already showing indications of strain. Nothing risky, just ensuring sure it wasn't mended before the party, when it would undoubtedly fail in the heat. All he had to do was move her repair ticket to the after-holiday weekend pile, which was routine procedure given the backlog of emergency calls they received during the heat wave. Over the next few days I kept things as normal. Dad called and asked for $200 for party supplies, which I sent without remark. Mom emailed about borrowing my coolers for the party, and I happily dropped them off. Lena did not contact me except to ask if I might promote her party posts. A nerve. I also began covertly planning for my own freedom. I phoned my bank to remove my parents as approved users from my backup credit card, which I had put up for emergencies but had somehow become their normal shopping card. I changed all of my passwords and PINs. I even called my cell phone carrier to have Lena removed from my family plan, where I had been paying for her unlimited data for years. The customer service representative inquired whether I wanted to notify the removed line. "Definitely not," I replied. "Let her find out the hard way." Jake stopped by my house the day before the 4th with a drink. "All set for tomorrow," he smiled. "Man, this heat wave is supposed to be brutal. Gonna hit 97 degrees. Yep, perfect timing." On July 4th, my social media feeds were filled with Lena's pool party preparations. Mom is arranging platters of food. Dad, dressed in a silly grill apron, is assembling new patio furniture that I know I purchased for at some point. Lena poses with her buddies by the pool in her new swimsuit. Family time exuded joy and positivity. The food presentation included costly steaks, exquisite charcuterie boards, and what appeared to be prepared desserts. There were professional-looking decorations everywhere, including balloon arches, personalized banners, and what appeared to be a picture booth complete with props, all for Lena's networking opportunity. I identified the pool floats from my Amazon account. They had been brought to my house by mistake last week before I forwarded them to Lena. She'd ordered $300 worth of inflatables on my account and forgotten to mention it. She even shared a narrative with a mediocre influencer with 5,000 followers, pretending she'd secured a famous appearance. "So blessed to have Lifestyle by Jenna at my exclusive pool gathering, bar, networking my core blessed," she posted on Instagram. I spent the day at a baseball game with Chris, keeping my phone on mute. We had good seats near the third baseline. I purchased myself a jersey, had an exorbitant drink and nachos, and even indulged in dessert. "So, are you really going through with this?" Chris inquired. "Yep," I replied. "Tonight's the night I stop being their safety net." "About time," he responded. "What are you going to do with all that extra money you're not sending their way?" I hadn't even considered that far ahead. Maybe I should start saving for my own house. Alternatively, take an actual vacation for once. Maybe I'll even start dating again, instead of having to terminate every night early when Mom calls about the water bill. "To financial freedom," Chris remarked, raising his cup. When we returned home at 11:45 p.m., my phone exploded. Mom said, "Sam, the power just went out the whole block. Call us back." My dad. "Son, we need help. Power's gone and it's hot as hell in here." "Lena, you're right. What the hell did you do? The power's out and all my influencer friends are leaving, my makeup is running." I continued scrolling through the messages, delighted at each one. The satisfaction was genuine. Lena asks, "My refrigerator full of party food is going to spoil. This is thousands of dollars." Mother. "Sam, please call us back. It's an emergency." Dad responded, "The neighbors say the power company says it won't be back until morning." Then came social media notifications. Lena's Instagram story update. "Worst night ever. Power outage ruined everything. Universe is testing me." One of her friends had posted, "Thanks for the sweat fest, Lena Styles. Maybe check your electricity bill next time. LOL." Another person commented, "Some exclusive event. Couldn't even keep the lights on. Fail." The schadenfreude was tasty. Then I turned off my phone and fell asleep like a baby for the first time in years. There is no need to worry about tomorrow's family emergency. I made no mental calculations about how much I could spare this month. Just a restful, dreamless slumber. The next day, they continued to send notifications. 47 missed calls, 23 voicemails, and 89 SMS. I scrolled through them with a big smile on my face. The power had gone out at Lena's just as the party was reaching its peak. Jake had planned for their block to be mistakenly deprioritized for restoration owing to a system glitch. At midnight, temperatures remained in the 90s and everyone had left Lena's gloomy, steamy house. Her beautiful pool party had ended with warm drinks, melting ice cream, and a bunch of sweaty, irritated people. But that was only the beginning. The AC had entirely failed at 10 p.m., just before the power outage. Luis had confirmed that the emergency repair team had scheduling issues. Lena's townhouse had become an oven due to a lack of both air conditioning and power. According to the increasingly panicked texts, the majority of her influencer friends had fled within an hour of the power outage, grumbling about the heat and darkness. One of Lena's texts truly struck me. "I've lost all my credibility because of you. Lifestyle by Jenna unfollowed me. She was going to feature me in her upcoming collaboration. The misery of being unfollowed by nobody despite having a bot follower count. Tragedy. My parents had supposedly attempted to salvage the day by bringing over battery-powered candles, but it was too little, too late. The food had begun to rot in the heat. Without music, air conditioning, or even fans, the party died quickly. Mom's texts went from pleading to threatening, culminating in, "Your father's blood pressure is through the roof because of this stress. If anything happens to him, it's on you." Around 2 p.m., there was a pound at my door. Dad stood there, red-faced and sweaty, with Mom and Lena following him. "The power is still out," he complained, "and now the lake house reservation is gone. What the hell did you do?" I rested against the door frame, the cool air from my perfectly working AC cascading over me. They appeared harsh. Clearly no one had slept well in the heat. Lena's hair was frizzy, giving her the appearance of a pissed-off zombie. Mom's makeup was smudged, and Dad's shirt was covered with sweat stains. "Guess I'm not family enough for your party, but I'm family enough to fix your problems, huh?" "This isn't funny, Sam," Dad exclaimed. "It's 95 degrees in that house. Fix it, now." "You know what's not funny?" I took a step forward. "Being treated like dirt after I've carried all of you financially for years." Lena pushed past Dad, her expression contorted with rage. "You did this on purpose. You ruined everything. I had real influencers there. This could have been my big break." "Oh, like that chick with 5,000 followers who sells knockoff handbags from her mom's basement. But sure, I'm embarrassed." I laughed. "You're just jealous because I'm building something while you swing hammers all day like a caveman," she hollers. "Building what, Lena? Debt? Delusion? You've never earned an honest dollar in your life." I took out my phone and opened the banking app. "Want to see something interesting? Here's what I've sent you in the past year alone." I browsed through the transfers, from $600 to $850 to $1,200 and so on. "That's $16,400, Lena, just to you. Not counting what I've given Mom and Dad. Where's that building something money coming from?" "Oh right, my caveman job." Mom jumped in. "Sam, that's enough. How dare you speak to your sister that way after all we've done for you?" That was it. Something within me cracked. "All you've done for me? Are you freaking kidding me? I've given you $42,000 in 3 years. I live in a hole of an apartment while Lena posts about a luxury lifestyle from a house I basically pay for." Lena rolled her eyes. "Whatever. Can I use your shower? I have a sponsored post due today and I look like crap." I stared at her, unable to believe her nerve. She got it, whereas my parents just looked at me as if I was the problem. I was finished with this crap. "Get out," I instructed. "All of you. Get the hell out of my building." "What the hell do you mean get out?" Mom asked. "Get out!" I yelled so loudly that my neighbor's door cracked open. "I'm done being your freaking wallet. Figure it out yourselves." "You're going to regret this," Lena snarled as Dad drew her away. "You're dead to me." Then I slammed the door, drowning out their shouts. The following morning, the first thing I did was phone my bank. I froze the joint account I shared with my parents, which they occasionally drew from. I changed all of my passwords and deleted my card from Lena's Apple account, where she had been incurring her company costs. I went through my automatic payments list and canceled periodic transfers to my parents' energy companies, Lena's cell phone bill, and the additional insurance I was paying for Dad's car. Each cancellation felt like severing a link that had been holding me down. What is the total monthly savings? Every month, I was hemorrhaging $1,876.45 over $2,000 to fund their lifestyle. Then I called the utility company for both my parents' and Lena's homes. It turned out that I had been covertly brought back as the guarantor on both accounts last month, most likely because their credit was bad. My phone kept blowing up the entire time. Lena says, "My Netflix isn't working. Fix it now." Mom said, "Sam, why can't I access the emergency fund account?" "Your dad." "Son, this has gone too far. Cut it off now." I did not respond to any of them. But do you know what I did instead? I've booked a flight to Bali. 3 weeks. I leave on Friday. Something I had always wanted to do but couldn't afford because I was so busy bailing them out. Yes, I engaged a real travel agent who wanted to ensure that everything went perfectly. Helped me discover a fantastic offer on a seaside house. "First big vacation?" she inquired as I put down the deposit. "First vacation where I'm only paying for myself," was my response. The total amounted to $4,300, which included flights, lodging, and some excursions. Less than what I usually spend on my family in a month. By the afternoon, the family group chat was on fire. She said, "I can't believe you do this to your own family." Dad said, "After everything we've sacrificed for you." "Lena, this is mine. Hope you enjoy being alone forever." Then my cousin Jake called. "Dude, your family is telling everyone you abandoned them. Your aunt just called me asking if you had a mental breakdown." Jake informed me that they were spreading rumors that I flipped out for no reason, cut them off, and was harsh. Lena was writing teary posts about poisonous family members and how money transforms people, using hashtags like Diner Healing Journey, while her followers flooded the comments with love and stay strong messages. I laughed and instructed him to transmit the posts. She was in full victim mode, stating that cutting off relatives was difficult and blaming jealousy on her success. What is the best part? Lena was uploading this from her healing retreat at the local Marriott, with room service receipts readily apparent on her Instagram stories. She had somehow managed to go from broke to booking overnight hotel stays. Jake confirmed that my parents had temporarily moved in with Lena until their electricity was restored, using the victim card with relatives to collect sympathy money. My aunt had supposedly sent them $500 after hearing their sad story. I said nothing. Allow them to spin whatever helps them sleep at night. I am out of the game. I spent the remainder of the week ignoring their calls and getting ready for my vacation. I purchased new clothes, a decent camera, and some hiking gear, all of which I had always desired but never justified because the money was always used to solve someone else's crisis. Then, on Wednesday, my neighbor saw me in the parking lot. "Hey man, your family was here again earlier, banging on your door for 20 minutes. Is everything all right?" They looked pissed. "Sorry about that," I said. "Family drama." My dad texted me on Thursday night, the day before my trip. "Your mother is crying herself to sleep every night. Hope you're happy." I responded for the first time in days. "I'm actually happier than I've been in years. I'll be flying to Bali tomorrow. Don't contact me." Mom sent a message nearly immediately. "You're going on vacation while we're struggling? How could you be so selfish?" I blocked them all. I finished packing. I ordered myself a delicious meal. For once, I wasn't counting pennies or thinking about their next crisis. Nope. I was on vacation instead. You will not believe the craziness that occurred while I was away. I just returned from my trip, and what I discovered at home left me frozen. I never anticipated things to go so out of control. But, here we are. I still can't believe how the single vacation I've ever taken turned into full mayhem just because my family wouldn't let me enjoy it in peace. Buckle up. Let me tell you what has already happened. First and foremost, Bali was fantastic. 3 weeks of beaches, hiking, delicious cuisine, and zero family drama. I had gone fully dark on social media to avoid them tracking my location or activity. For the first time in my adult life, I was totally unavailable to them. I met new friends at my resort, including an Australian couple who couldn't believe I'd never traveled before. There were a lot of funny stories over there. But that's not our topic. Let me get to the bit you were all waiting for. When I returned home, I turned on my phone for the first time in weeks. As expected, the onslaught began immediately with hundreds of missed calls, voicemails, texts, and emails. I removed them all without reading. Whatever difficulties they had created while my absence were no longer my concern. But something felt strange when I arrived at my apartment complex. The front desk employee gave me a strange look. "Glad you're back, man. Your family's been causing scenes here almost daily." Great. This is exactly what I asked for. When I opened my door, I realized something was very wrong. Someone had broken into my apartment. Yeah, let's pretend we don't know who. Drawers were removed, the closet emptied, and furniture was relocated. Then I noticed they had a key. How did I miss this? I remembered my mother having guilted me into giving her a spare for emergencies years before. I had completely forgotten about it in my haste to get away. The first thing I noticed was that my laptop was missing. And they didn't just leave. They took it and returned it. I could tell since all of my files had been accessed recently. Next, my filing cabinet was disorganized. Important documents are strewn around. My social security card was lost. My birth certificate is missing. However, that wasn't the worst part. I checked my desk, where I kept my $2,500 emergency fund in a sealed fireproof box for genuine emergencies. The box was still present, but empty. The key was in my sock drawer, which had been completely upended. I instantly got out my phone to check my credit report. 4 new credit cards were opened in my name while I was away. 4. 2 had already been maxed out, and a loan application with my information was pending. They had taken my identity while I was away for nearly a month. That was all it took them. I immediately contacted the police and filed a report for theft and identity fraud. Next, I called my bank. Thank goodness I had the wisdom to enable two-factor authentication before leaving. They attempted to access my account several times, but were unable to pass the security procedures that required sending codes to my overseas phone number. The bank identified the attempts as suspicious and tightened security measures. I spent the following 3 days in extreme agony, calling credit bureaus, submitting fraud alerts, disputing charges, and recording every detail. The identity theft protection program I signed up for reinforced my fears. The applications were all submitted from my parents' IP address and filled out on Lena's laptop. They hadn't even attempted to conceal it. Why? They never expected me to go this far. I called my cousin Jake and told him everything. Jake was silent for a minute. They've been telling everyone you abandoned them without warning. Your mom's been playing the victim card hard, posting on Facebook about how they're struggling to make ends meet with medical bills. Let me guess they haven't mentioned stealing my identity or robbing my apartment. Shockingly, no, Jake said, laughing. But here's something you should know. Lena's been bragging to my wife's cousin about getting back at you. Said something about teaching you a lesson about family loyalty. She's not exactly keeping it secret in certain circles. Perfect. I spent the following week securing everything. Changed the locks, installed cameras in my apartment, and gathered all proof of fraud and theft. I then received a text from my father. We need to talk. Family dinner tomorrow night. Be there, or I'm calling your boss about your extended vacation. So they moved on to workplace threats. Nice. I did not answer, but I did contact my supervisor first. He's a solid individual. Just wanted to give you a heads up that my deranged family might try to cause problems. He laughed. Let them try. Your work speaks for itself, but thanks for the warning. Instead of attending their family meal, I went to the police station with my finished evidence file. The investigator assigned to my case began reviewing my detailed paperwork. This is open and shut. We'll be making arrests within 48 hours. True to her promise, my dad and Lena were picked up the following day. What is your favorite aspect about living in a small town? Nothing remains hidden. Lena's prized social media exploded when followers, largely college classmates who learned everything through Instagram chatter, realized her affluent lifestyle was based on theft and fraud. My parents' friends began to distance themselves as the information emerged. Now, I won't bore you with the entire legal process. However, in the end, their defense was pathetic. We were just taking what he owed us for raising him. The judge and the jury did not buy it. My parents received probation and required financial counseling due to their age and spotless prior histories. Lena was not so fortunate. Her previous shoplifting case and the laptop evidence earned her 18 months. Her tearful courtroom outburst about her influencer career being wrecked did not help. The reparation order was the greatest part. They must repay all they stole, plus damages for identity theft. Every month a check is sent to me rather than from me. How is that for karma? Now I intend to relocate out of that place as soon as my lease expires. I've already begun looking for a house in a new neighborhood with good security and no extra keys distributed to anyone. My family mocked my trucking career for 15 years, then tried to trap me with a $6,000 restaurant bill. I said no, tossed $40, and walked out for good. I, a 36-year-old guy, have been on the road for nearly 15 years. I began as a corporate driver, earning money, sleeping in truck stops and missing every holiday. Back then, I was earning around $38,000 per year while dealing with dispatchers who regarded us like disposable parts. The cab of my first assigned truck smelled like 3 decades of cigarettes and fast food. But I had a plan. I saved every cent. I lived like a monk in a $600 a month efficiency apartment with cinderblock walls and a shower that barely suited my 6'2" frame, and finally purchased my own rig, a used Peterbilt 380-9 with 780,000 miles that I patched up myself. Then I purchased another. Now I operate a modest fleet of 8 vehicles, hire 12 drivers and 3 office workers, and make approximately $380,000 per year after expenses, fuel bills, maintenance, and payroll. Not too terrible for a dropout letdown. My trucking business did not start immediately. I drove for others for 5 years before saving the $45,000 down payment for my first used truck. I attended night classes in business management at the community college. My relatives didn't seem to notice. I investigated the most profitable routes, specialized in chilled items, which pay higher rates, and established a reputation for timely deliveries. Eventually, I negotiated contracts with regional distributors who were unwilling to deal with the hassles of fleet maintenance and driver administration. My best friend Cole saw it coming from the start. When everyone else was laughing at my truck driver phase, he was the only one who received it. "These people don't understand business," he would declare bluntly. "They think success only comes with a piece of paper on the wall." Cole has an auto repair shop across town, and is as subtle as a sledgehammer. This is exactly why we've been so close since high school. We played offensive line together. He was the right guard. I was a right tackle. And we protected our quarterback as if our life depended on it. That mentality persisted after graduation. Atlas, a German Shepherd, was rescued 2 years ago, and I adopted him. Some jerk abandoned him when he went out of state. He's with me practically everywhere. Riding shotgun in the F-350, sleeping at the office, and so forth. Best decision I've ever made. When dealing with a family like mine, having someone who is truly devoted makes a difference. Atlas has become the unofficial mascot for my company. My drivers bring him snacks. The ladies at the office treat him rotten. And my clients always inquire about him. He has greater social skills than I do, honestly, and he has a terrible feeling about people. If Atlas dislikes you, he typically has a good reason. Meanwhile, my 39-year-old brother Victor took the proper way. He earned his accounting degree, married his college love, Lauren, and they had 2 children, a boy and a girl, aged 8 and 6. Isn't it the perfect American dream? Victor earns roughly $90,000 working for a large firm downtown. He has a 4,000 square foot property in the suburbs with a $2,800 monthly mortgage, a leased BMW 5 Series that he can barely afford, and approximately $40,000 in credit card debt that he does not discuss. Dad believes he walks on water. Every Christmas, Victor brags about their recent family vacation or the new golf clubs he purchased. However, I did see his credit card statements when he left them on the counter when I was in their house. Minimum payments are made throughout the board. The guy is drowning in debt, but he acts as if his life is on the line. My parents are also pieces of work. Dad, a 63-year-old guy, spent his entire life as a middle management at a manufacturing facility, often moaning about being passed up for advancement. His favorite line is, "I would have been VP if it weren't for office politics." Nothing to do with his lousy performance or tendency to claim credit for other people's efforts. Mom, a 61-year-old female, worked part-time at a doctor's office where she largely gossiped about the patients and judged them based on their medical issues. They both have the boomer attitude, in which they believe they worked harder than anyone else, despite having things easier than any generation since. Dad liked repeating stories about how he paid for college by working summers, conveniently ignoring the fact that college cost roughly $500 per semester back then. Mom brags about buying their first property at 23, but fails to reveal that it cost 3 times their annual salary, rather than the 8 to 10 times that young people today pay. Over time, our connection deteriorated. Every time I visited, which wasn't often, Dad would make these disparaging remarks about my employment choice. "I saw one of those big rigs jackknife on the interstate," he'd say over supper. "I guess that's what happens when they let anyone get a CDL these days." Or he'd mention Victor's new promotion in front of me, then ask if I'd considered returning to school. What they didn't realize or decided to ignore was that, while Victor was living paycheck to paycheck in his McMansion, I was quietly developing something significant. My fleet generates $1.8 million in gross income. I have commercial contracts with 3 major distributors, a real estate portfolio of 4 rental properties that earn $5,700 per month in passive income, and a 7-figure investment account. My sister-in-law Lauren was aware though. When Victor wasn't present, she hinted at their financial problems. "Victor had to take a cash advance to pay for Timmy's baseball camp," she told me. Or, "We're thinking about refinancing again to consolidate some debt." Surprisingly, I've helped them out more than once. When Victor's mortgage was underwater during the housing crisis, I lent him $15,000 and never discussed it again. When Dad's transmission failed in his beloved Cadillac, I paid the $4,800 repair price. When Mom needed dental work that wasn't covered by insurance, I handled the $3,200 bill without a word. When Victor's child needed emergency surgery and their insurance had a $5,000 deductible, guess who paid? They easily forgot about these occasions when it came time to respect what I'd created. That's how families operate, Cole once informed me when we were watching a game. They'll take your help but still treat you like garbage. It's the Thompson family special. He didn't make any errors. I also have a half-sister, Maya, a 27-year-old girl, from my father's brief affair. Mom accepted him back, but always treated Maya as an outsider. Maya and I actually get along well. She is a tattoo artist who has never bought into her family's foolishness. She is the only person I have frequent touch with. For the past 4 years, I've scarcely seen any of them. Last Christmas, I sent gifts to the kids but did not show up for dinner. Maya came to see me on the road once or twice. That was it. I was too busy creating my business to cope with their drama. My blood pressure decreased by 15 points when I stopped making regular contact, according to my doctor. Then, last month, I received the call. Dad was retiring, and they were hosting a special family party at Morton's Steakhouse, reportedly the fanciest restaurant in town. Mom called first, then Victor, and then Mom again. Maya texted me, "They're being weird about this dinner. I think they're up to something." I should have listened to her, but like an idiot, I assumed they truly wanted to patch things up. After 15 years of their stupidity, I had a modest hope that they would ultimately view me as more than a failure. I drove up to Morton's in my F350 Platinum 7.3-liter Powerstroke diesel, with 1,500 pound-feet of torque and a custom flatbed in the back for hauling parts as needed. It cost me $84,000 cash with no financing. Atlas sat in the passenger seat, staring at me as if he knew what was coming. I instructed him to stay and crack the windows. He'd be okay for a few hours. The valet examined my truck, showing care for the vehicle and bewilderment regarding the driver. He wasn't sure if I was someone important in business attire or just a contractor who had taken a wrong turn. I handed him the keys and instructed him to park somewhere noticeable. It has a security mechanism that is readily triggered. I lied. I just wanted it so I could view it from inside. Trust concerns, perhaps. But they have served me well. The valet looked at me as if I were carrying meat to the kitchen. Whatever. I've seen that look my entire adult life. People think I'm just an uneducated grunt who takes things from point A to point B. They don't comprehend I handle complicated logistical operations, manage a multi-million-dollar firm, and earn more in a month than most of them do in a year. Their stupidity is not my problem. Inside, I noticed them at a large table in the middle of the restaurant. Dad was holding court, loudly discussing his legacy at the company. Victor sat next to him, nodding to everything like a dashboard bobblehead. Mom was on Dad's other side, occasionally smiling, the phony smile she keeps for public appearances. Lauren appeared uneasy, checking her phone repeatedly. The children were not present. They were most likely with a babysitter. Maya had not arrived yet. There were also a few that I didn't recognize. It turned out to be Dad's boss, Samuel, and his wife, Julia. Great. An audience. When Dad saw me, he did not stand up or do anything. Just nodded and said, "Well, the prodigal son returns. I thought you might be too busy with your trucks already." It began with contempt. I should have walked out right away. I started to sit in the empty chair next to Lauren, but Victor swiftly spoke up. "Actually, Ryan, that's for Maya. You can grab one from another table. This setup is for immediate family and Dad's guests of honor." I gazed at him for a second, taking in what he was saying. I'm not part of the direct family. Mom rushed in with an excuse about the seating arrangement. I looked around the table. Everyone was watching as if this were an exam. Victor had the arrogant look he'd worn since we were children. I grabbed a chair from a nearby vacant table and wedged myself between the wall and the corner of their table. The server approached, confused by the sitting arrangement, but said nothing. "Just some water for now," I advised him. That's when I started to notice things. Dad and Victor kept swapping these expressions. Mom repeatedly emphasized the need of proper retirement planning. Samuel and Julia appeared to be utterly unconscious of any stress, simply glad to be receiving a free supper. When Maya came, she took one look at the setting, arched an eyebrow at me sitting off to the side, and went straight for it. "This feels like a setup," she muttered as she hugged me. "Yep," I gently responded. "Let's see how it goes." She sat in her seat, unaware that no one had reserved a seat for her until I attempted to do so. Another telltale sign. Then the ordering began. Dad went first, proudly stating that he'd have the tomahawk ribeye for $165. Victor and Mom followed suit, placing equally pricey orders. Victor's wife, Lauren, seemed visibly distressed when he ordered both the lobster tail add-on and the black truffle butter, quietly mouthing something resembling, "We can't afford this." Samuel and Julia ordered the surf and turf. Mom made a huge show of urging that they also get appetizers. I soon figured that they had already spent almost $2,000 on one supper. As the food arrived and the beverages poured, it became clear what was happening. Every few minutes, someone would make a comment about my trucking business or inquire how I was doing financially. "Those big rigs must cost a fortune in fuel these days," Victor commented at one point. "What are you paying? Like $5 a gallon?" "Around that," I said, not disclosing that I had bulk contracts with 3 fuel suppliers that maintained my costs 22% lower than retail, as well as a fleet card that provided me an additional 5% rebate. "Ryan's probably doing better than you think," Maya said. "He's actually—" "Oh, I'm sure he's fine," Mom hastily said. "Though it must be hard living in that tiny apartment." I nearly laughed. I hadn't lived in an apartment for some years. I owned a house outright on 5 acres outside the city for $410,000, purchased in cash 2 years ago. But they wouldn't know because none of them had ever visited. My home features a 3-car garage where I keep my weekend car, a 2023 Corvette Z06 that I purchased as a gift for myself after obtaining a significant contract, a well-equipped home gym, and a workshop where I restore vintage motorcycles as a hobby. I am now working on a 1978 Harley Shovelhead that is almost finished. "But Mom, I'm in a small apartment." As dessert menus were handed out, Dad sat back in his chair, noticeably drunk, and said, "Let's go all out. One of everything for the table." The waiter agreed eagerly and raced off to place the order. Victor turned to me with what he probably thought was a subtle expression and added, "By the way, Ryan, we all figured since you missed so many family events over the years, you'd want to handle the bill tonight. Sort of a makeup gift for Dad's retirement. We already told the server." And there it was, the underlying reason for the invitation. All these years, I worried if I was the problem. But this verified everything. They didn't consider me family. They viewed me as a pocketbook. 3 hours and many drinks later, the server appeared with a black leather folder. He placed it in front of me without hesitation, saying, "Whenever you're ready, sir," with a smile. The table became utterly silent. Even Samuel and Julia appeared to understand something was wrong. Dad was looking at me eagerly, one eyebrow lifted. Mom had that smile she gives when she pretends everything is okay. Victor actually smirked. I grabbed the folder and opened it casually. $5,850.76. Almost $6,000 for a supper. I could have purchased a set of Michelin X-Line Energy Z tires for my entire fleet for that much. To put things in perspective, $5,850 is what? One of my trucks does an excellent 3-day trip from Chicago to Dallas. That includes 60 hours of operation, 900 miles of wear and tear, fuel prices, driver compensation, insurance, and other expenses. They spent that much on a single supper. I closed the folder and laid it in front of me without saying anything. The silence stretched awkwardly. "Well?" Dad finally said. "Are you going to take care of that or what?" I looked around the table. "Did anyone here actually ask if I was willing to pay for dinner tonight?" Victor scoffed. "Come on, don't be difficult. We all know you've got the cash. Those trucks of yours must bring in something. So because I have money, which by the way, I earned by busting my ass for 15 years in a job you all look down on, I'm automatically responsible for a $6,000 dinner bill that I didn't agree to." Mom leaned forwards. "Ryan, this is your father's retirement dinner. Don't make a scene." "I'm not making a scene," I explained gently. "I'm just asking a simple question. When exactly did I agree to cover tonight's bill?" Dad's face was turning red. "This is ridiculous. Just pay the damn bill so we can go home." I picked up the folder again, looked at it carefully, and placed it directly in front of my father. "No." That single word fell like a bombshell. Dad's mouth practically dropped open. "What did you just say?" he exclaimed. I said no. "I'm not paying for this." Victor went in. "You can't be serious." This was the arrangement. "An arrangement none of you bothered to discuss with me," I remarked. "You just assumed, like you've always assumed things about me." Samuel and Julia appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Samuel cleared his throat. "Maybe we should contribute our portion." No, Dad replied immediately. "This isn't about you. My son is just being difficult." I slumped back in my chair. "I'm not being difficult. I'm setting a boundary. Something I should have done years ago." Maya tried to hide a smile behind her fingers. Lauren stared carefully at her empty plate. Mom's voice lowered to the lethal whisper she used when she was furious. "Ryan James Thompson. You will pay this bill right now, after everything we've done for you." That had me laughing. Actually, laugh aloud. "After everything you've done for me?" Let's review, shall we? You belittled my career choice for 15 years. You excluded me from family events. You've never once visited my business or my home. Dad, you told your golf buddies I was between jobs when I was building a $1 million company. None of you, except Maya, even know what my company does or how successful it's become. Dad started to interrupt, but I raised my hand. No, I'm not finished. You know what successful retirement planning actually looks like? It looks like the diversified portfolio I started building at 25. It looks like living below your means and investing the difference. Not blowing $6,000 on dinner and expecting someone else to cover it. I took out my wallet, placed $40 on the table for my drink and tip, and began walking away. Ryan, Mom called after me. You can't just leave. I turned around for the last time. Watch me. The expressions on their faces were priceless. Victor appeared to have been smacked. Dad was becoming purple. Mom was performing her frightened Victorian lady routine. As I walked out, I could hear the manager approaching the table. The night was going to become even more miserable for them. I got halfway to my pickup when I heard footsteps behind me. Lauren, Victor's wife, appeared panicked. Ryan, please, she begged, coming up with me. They really can't cover this. Victor's been laid off for 3 months. He hasn't told anyone. That halted me in my tracks. What? She nodded, appearing depressed. The credit cards are maxed out. We're behind on the mortgage. Your parents aren't in great shape either. Your dad's retirement package wasn't what he expected. And you thought the solution was to trick me into paying for a $6,000 dinner? It wasn't my idea, she replied immediately. Victor and your dad cooked this up. They figured you wouldn't make a scene in public, especially with Samuel there. Why didn't Victor just ask me for help directly? Pride, she replied simply. And your dad convinced him this would work. I almost felt bad. Then I recalled 15 years of snarky remarks, marginalization, and judgment. Victor had told our extended family that my business was merely a phase, even after I'd made my first $1 million in revenue. Dad introduced Victor's children as his grandchildren, but referred to me as our younger son, as if I were still a teenager rather than an adult running a successful business. Tell Victor he can call me tomorrow, I eventually said. We can talk about a loan. But I'm not going back in there, and I'm definitely not paying for that ridiculous dinner. Lauren nodded quickly and returned to the diner. I got into my truck and sat there for a minute, staring out the window. I could see them all arguing around the table. Samuel and his wife took out their wallets and obviously contributed what they could. Atlas perked up when I got in, wagging his tail slightly against the seat. At least someone was pleased to see me. The server hovered around, becoming increasingly disturbed. The manager had joined him. I could only picture how the scene would unfold. But my son was supposed to pay. Well, he clearly isn't going to. This is outrageous, sir. We still need someone to cover the bill. I started the engine and drove off. My phone instantly began to fill up with texts begging that I return. I shut it off and drove about for a bit, feeling lighter than I have in years. Driving relaxes me. It always has. There's something about being on the wide road that puts everything into perspective. That's why I love trucking from the start. Even when the pay was bad and the hours were long, you had time to think. And that night, I wondered why I had ever anticipated anything different from them. They'd repeatedly revealed their identities to me. It was time I trusted them. I switched on my phone the next morning to see 17 missed calls and roughly 30 SMS. Most were from my relatives, but one from Samuel, Dad's supervisor, piqued my interest. Ryan, this is Samuel Williams from dinner last night. I got your number from the server. I think we need to talk. There's more going on with your father's retirement than you know. That was intriguing. I called him right back. Ryan. Yes. Thank you for calling back, he replied, sounding fatigued. Look, I feel like I need to clear something up. I'm not your father's boss. I'm his financial advisor. What the hell? Last night wasn't what your father made it out to be, Samuel explained. He told me it was a family dinner to celebrate your new business partnership with him. Something about you bringing him on as a consultant for your trucking company. I almost choked. That is utter fiction. He's never been in my business. I figured as much, Samuel said. Look, I don't normally discuss clients' situations, but given what happened last night, I think you should know the truth. That dinner last night wasn't actually a retirement celebration. Your father isn't retiring. He was fired 3 months ago for misappropriating company funds. They gave him a choice. Face criminal charges, or quietly resign with no benefits. My mind was reeling. And the dinner? Your father and brother set it up. They told us you were wealthy and wanted to treat everyone to celebrate a new business venture. We had no idea they expected you to pay until things got awkward. So they lied to get me there and then tried to charge me without notice. Classy. Samuel cleared his throat. There's more. Your father has been making some questionable financial decisions for years. He's essentially broke. The house has a second mortgage, his 401k is depleted, and he's got significant credit card debt. He's been telling everyone he's fine, but he's not. After appreciating Samuel for his honesty, I hung up and called Maya right away. Did you know Dad got fired? I inquired when she picked up. What? No, I thought he was retiring. She was taken aback. That explains why he and Mom have been selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace, though. What kind of stuff? Mom's jewelry, the riding lawn mower, Dad's golf clubs. I thought they were just downsizing. The more I dug, the worse things got. Victor had not only been laid off, he had been sacked for falsifying expense records. Dad has already burned through his 401k. Mom had been telling folks that I vowed to look after them when they retired. This is pure fantasy. They'd been living beyond their means for years, hoping to guilt me into bailing them out. The meal was their first attempt to access the bank of Ryan. I called Cole that afternoon and told him about it while throwing a tennis ball to Atlas in the backyard. You've got to be freaking kidding me, remarked the guy. So, let me get this straight. They treat you like dirt for 15 years, then expect you to cover their asses when their financial house of cards collapses. Classic Thompson family. He was correct, as always. Cole has been my reality check since high school. When I was considering purchasing my first truck, he sat me down with a calculator and went over the numbers with me. When I was contemplating about hiring my first employee, he helped me calculate the true cost beyond wages. And when I dated that insane woman who keyed my car after 3 weeks, he was the one who stated, I told you she was nuts. But you had to learn the hard way. So when Cole predicted that my family would crawl back with their hands out, I knew it was just a matter of time. 3 days after the Mortons incident, I received a text from Dad saying, we need to talk. Family meeting at our house tomorrow at 6. There was no apology or acknowledgement of what had transpired. Just a demand for my presence, as if I were still a child who could be bossed around. I arrived just on schedule, pulling into their driveway in my truck. Atlas sat alert in the passenger seat. I chose to leave him in the truck again, partly because Mom is allergic, but largely because I needed a quick escape route. The house appeared to be the same as always from the outside, but I noticed the lawn hadn't been cut in weeks and Dad's beloved Cadillac was missing from the driveway. Inside, everyone was waiting. Mom, Dad, Victor, Lauren, and, surprise, Maya. They looked awful. Have a seat, son, Dad said, nodding toward the couch. I remained standing. I'd rather hear what this is about first. Dad cleared his throat. We've hit a rough patch. I'm sure you figured that out by now. The company. Well, there was a misunderstanding about some funds, and they decided to part ways. You mean you got fired for stealing? I asked plainly. His cheeks reddened. It wasn't stealing. It was an unauthorized loan I was going to pay back. You were taking company money without permission. That's the definition of stealing, Dad. You don't understand the pressure I was under, he said. We had appearances to maintain. And Victor? Victor cast a short glance up. Creative accounting. They didn't appreciate my methods. Creative accounting, I reiterated. So fraud. Victor did not deny it. He just stared back down at his hands. So now what? I inquired, despite the fact that I was already aware of the outcome. Mom jumped in. We thought, as family, we could help each other out just until things stabilize. The dinner was a test, Dad admits. We needed to see if you'd step up when needed. I laughed. A test I apparently failed. This isn't a joke, Ryan, Mom insisted. We're about to lose the house. Victor's family may have to move in with us. We require assistance. I looked around at everyone. Let me get this straight. You've spent my entire adult life looking down on me for being a truck driver. You've mocked my career, excluded me from family events, treated me like I was nothing. Now that you've screwed up your lives, you expect me to swoop in and fix everything. You're doing well, Dad countered. Those trucks must be worth something. They are. I've built a successful business despite all of you, not because of you. Maya spoke up. Ryan, they asked me to talk to you too. I told them they were crazy, but they wouldn't listen. I turned to face her. It's all right, Maya. This isn't your fault. I then addressed the rest of them. Here's what's going to happen. I'm not giving you money to maintain the lifestyle you think you deserve. What I will do is offer Victor a job. Victor's head snapped upward. A job doing what? Driving one of my trucks. The silence was terrible. You want me to be a truck driver? Victor finally asked, disgusted in his tone. Yes. Starting salary is $75,000 plus benefits, full health insurance, a $50,000 life policy, 401k with a 3% match. It's honest work, Victor, the kind you look down on. I could see him making the math in his head. Although $75,000 was less than his previous salary of $90,000, it was still better than unemployment. But he had to work for his younger brother, doing a job he had despised for years. Dad stood up, his face flushed. This is your idea of helping? Humiliating your brother? No, it's my idea of teaching him some humility. Something this family could use a lot more of. Mom was crying now. After everything we've done for you. That's the second time you've said that, I informed you. And I'm still waiting to hear what exactly you've done for me besides make me feel like dirt for most of my life. Nobody had an answer. I dug into my pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. By the way, I paid off your dinner bill at Morton's. Their expressions brightened up briefly, but I proceeded. I filed it as a loan with my company's attorney. I handed Dad the paper. Those are the repayment terms. $6,000 plus 8% interest, due in full within 24 months. You can make payments monthly or Victor can work it off at $250 per payment. Dad's hands shook while he read the document. This is a joke. It's a legally binding loan agreement. My attorney has already filed the paperwork. You can't be serious. Victor replied. Completely serious. You wanted my money? Fine, but you're not getting it for free, and you're not getting it through manipulation. Lauren looked like she was about to faint. Victor seemed to want to punch something. Dad was becoming purple. Mom stood up dramatically. I can't believe I raised such a heartless son. You raised a son who learned to look out for himself because nobody else would, she said to me, and who learned the value of actual hard work instead of shortcuts and schemes. I turned to leave but then paused. Victor, the job offer stands. It's honest work that pays well. If you're man enough to take it, call me. And what happens if we don't pay the loan? Dad inquired. I turned around for the last time. Then I'll take your house. It's listed as collateral in paragraph 3. It wasn't, and any lawyer would have immediately thrown out the deal. However, watching the blood drain from his face was worth the bluff. Outside, Maya followed me. That was brutal, she murmured, smiling. They had it coming. Oh, absolutely. So what now? You think Victor will take the job? Not a chance in hell, I said. His pride won't let him. But he won't find anything that pays as well, especially with a firing for accounting fraud on his record. Atlas watched us through the window, his head tilted. Maya laughed as soon as she spotted him. At least you've got one loyal family member. The next day, I returned to work as if nothing had happened. I needed to analyze 3 contract bids, approve a maintenance plan, and conduct an interview with a potential replacement driver. 2 weeks later, Victor proved me incorrect. He showed up in my workplace. He looked like hell. I'll take the job, he answered, avoiding my gaze. I looked at him for a moment. Part of me wanted to brag, to shove it in his face. But that's not how I run my business. Good, I said. You start Monday, 5 a.m. sharp. I've never driven anything bigger than my BMW, he revealed. We'll put you through training. You'll need to get your CDL. It'll take a few weeks, but we'll get you there. He felt relieved and thanked me for the first time in his life. After he had left, I called Cole. You're not going to believe this. Victor took the job. Holy, Cole exclaimed. Hell must be freezing over. We'll see how long he lasts, I said. My bet is 3 weeks, Cole stated. Want to put $50 on it? Make it 100. Dad and Mom eventually had to sell their home and relocate to a modest apartment. They still tell family and friends that I'm the monster who won't aid them in their time of need. That's all right with me. I learned a long time ago that you cannot control what others think of you. What about the loan agreement? I never filed, nor enforced it. That was not the point. The aim was to demonstrate them that they couldn't influence me anymore. Victor worked as a driver for 3 months before resigning. I won the bet with Cole. However, those 3 months altered him. He had a new regard for what I do. After that, he landed an entry-level accounting job that paid around half of his previous salary. Lauren thanked me for giving him a chance and said he's changed now, over coffee one day. Victor and I are not tight, but we are civil today. He occasionally invites his kids over to swim in my pool and play with Atlas. His son believes Uncle Ryan's trucks are the coolest ever. Maybe eventually I'll teach him how to drive one. Maya lived in my guest house for a while before opening her own tattoo shop with a small business loan that I co-signed for her. She's doing great. She's booked solid for 3 months out and has a developing reputation for custom mechanical designs like the ones on my arm. She repaid the loan in full a year early. Mom still does not speak to me much. Dad tries on occasion, generally when he needs something. I keep them at arm's length. Last month, I added 2 more vehicles to my fleet, signed an annual contract with a national retail chain, and purchased another rental property, which will increase my monthly passive income by $1,900. Business is growing. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had yielded that night at Morton's. If I had paid the bill and continued to be treated as a failure with money. It would not have ended. One bill would have resulted in another. Then came mortgage payments, credit card bailouts, and loans that could never be returned. Instead, I stood my ground, established boundaries, and forced them to face reality. Cole continues to give me grief over everything. Atlas still rides shotgun wherever I go. And I still am not invited to family events. And that is the nicest thing that has ever happened to me. My relatives shut me out for 8 years. Then they lined up at my mansion, begging for help. I let them in, gave the tour, and finally kicked them out. If you've ever been regarded as the family's cautionary tale, only to have those same people circle back the moment you achieve, you'll understand why last Sunday morning altered everything. I was in my garage working on a custom motorbike build when my Ring doorbell rang. Sunday morning, 9 a.m., and there's a line of folks on my front porch. At first I assumed it was a religious gathering or something, but as I checked the app, my blood ran cold. 7 members of my family stood there as if they owned the area, having said no more than 2 words to me in the previous decade. My grandmother Margaret, Aunt Laura, Uncle Daniel, cousins Jason and Lucas, and older brother Leonard were with a blonde I'd never seen before. I'm Albert, 35, and seeing these folks on my land was like finding rodents in your kitchen. For reference, my house is not a typical suburban design. It's a 4,500 square foot custom home on 5 acres outside Austin, replete with a 4-car garage, workshop, and enough space that I can't see my neighbors. The kind of place that cost me 7 figures yet was completely worth it. My first instinct was to disregard them. These were the same individuals who had excluded me from family events for a decade because I chose to create my own construction company rather than follow their safe corporate career path. But something about their body language, the way they were all gathered together and appeared nervous, piqued my curiosity. The security cameras had seen them arriving in 2 vehicles. Leonard's beat-up Honda Civic, which had seen better days, and what appeared to be a rental car, which Uncle Daniel would most likely have to pay for somehow. They'd been standing there for about 5 minutes before ringing the bell, apparently gathering up their nerve. I watched them whisper amongst themselves while using the app. Grandmother Margaret adjusted her handbag several times as if she were prepared for fight. To understand why this visit was so memorable, consider how we arrived. Growing up in a working-class family in Houston, I was the odd one out. My father, Charles, was a shift supervisor at a chemical facility. My mother, Helen, worked part-time in a dentist clinic. They were wonderful people, but they had a limited definition of success: college, corporate job, suburbs, retirement with a pension. My brother Leonard was their golden boy. Straight A's, football team captain, full scholarship to the University of Texas for business. I, on the other hand, was the kid who disassembled lawnmowers in the garage and made tree houses that looked like they came from a magazine. While Leonard studied for finals, I learned welding on YouTube and built unique furniture in shop class. The treatment we received was completely different. When Leonard returned home with his report card, it was time to celebrate. Dinner at his favorite restaurant, calling relatives to gloat about his accomplishments. When I brought home something I'd made in the wood shop, a jewelry box for my mother's birthday that took me 3 weeks to complete, the reaction was always the same. "That's great, honey. Did you complete your algebra homework?" Every Sunday, we would go to Grandmother Margaret's place for dinner. She dominated the family with an iron fist, and her favorite topic was comparing the grandchildren to one another. Leonard was always a success story. My cousins, Jason and Lucas, were figuring out their paths, which included messing around in community college, while I was the creative one. Code for future disappointment. The hierarchy was established early, and has never changed. Leonard had a wonderful seat at supper next to Grandmother Margaret, where he could tell everyone about his academic accomplishments. Even when I was 16 and 17, I was always wedged in between younger cousins at the kids' end of the table. The entire extended family had an obsession with appearances. Aunt Laura married Uncle Daniel, who worked in middle management at an insurance company, and they pretended he was some sort of business magnate. They lived in a decent suburban home and drove leased cars that they couldn't afford. They did, however, contribute to its success. Their social media posts were meticulously designed to include fancy dinners, vacation images, and modest boasts about promotions and raises. I was 17 years old when the cracks appeared. Leonard was finishing his sophomore year at UT, getting high grades, and dating someone our parents adored. Meanwhile, I was getting in problems at school. Not for anything horrible, just for missing school and working construction jobs under the table. As a high school student, I earned more money working weekends than most people in our family made in a month. I wasn't earning simply pocket change. I was earning $800 to $1,000 per weekend doing framing, concrete pours, and finishing carpentry. By senior year, I had saved $15,000, more than my parents had in their emergency fund. Instead of being proud, they felt humiliated. When neighbors inquired about my weekend occupations, my mother would swiftly divert the subject or make excuses about me helping a family member. When I told my parents I wasn't going to college, it was as if I had joined a gang. The conflicts were spectacular. Dad threatened to kick me out. Mom cried, calling me selfish and ungrateful. But the family's reaction was far worse. At Leonard's graduation party, Grandmother Margaret stopped me beside the BBQ pit and said, "Albert, this construction phase needs to stop. You are embarrassing the family. Leonard has a real future. You're simply playing with tools." That chat lasted 20 minutes, and she went over all the ways I was disappointing the family. She brought up my cousin Aaron, who had attended community college and now works at a bank. She highlighted family friends whose children are pursuing respectable jobs in education and nursing. She even likened me to my neighbor's son who had enlisted in the military. At least it was respectable service rather than hard labor. That's when I realized I was done trying to fit within their small box. I moved out the next week, got a job with Ramirez Construction, and began studying the company from the ground up. While Leonard partied his way through his final 2 years of college, I studied every element of the construction industry. My first flat was a studio above a garage, which I rented from one of my crew members. It wasn't much, 400 square feet with a hot plate and a little fridge. But it was mine. I outfitted it with items I made myself and felt more at ease there than I had in my childhood bedroom. The family's attitude became evident rather quickly. At family gatherings, they'd ask Leonard about his internships and employment prospects with real curiosity. When they spoke to me, they asked polite questions about my handiwork and suggested that I return to school for something more secure. The condescension was subtle but consistent. Uncle Daniel would pat me on the shoulder and say things like, "Well, somebody's got to do the physical work, right?" Aunt Laura would ask whether I was still doing construction, as if it was a pastime I'd ultimately grow out of. Cousins Jason and Lucas, who were barely passing their community college classes, would joke that I was the family's hired muscle. I reached my breaking point at the age of 23. My brother Leonard had secured a mid-level accounting job at $45,000 per year, which the family treated as if he had won the lottery. Meanwhile, I've recently founded Rodriguez Construction with 2 of my crew members, armed with a $25,000 loan on my truck and all of my cash. Starting my own business was not a whim. I'd been with Ramirez Construction for 5 years, where I learned everything there was to know about bidding, project management, permits, and supplier relationships. My supervisor was grooming me to take over, but I was too impatient to start something on my own. Those first several months were terrifying, sleeping on invoices, hoping clients would pay on time, handling everything from accounting to cleaning up myself. But we were seeing results. Our first significant project was remodeling a 1920s home, and the before and after images spread around town. At Christmas dinner, I made the terrible mistake of attempting to share my success. I'd just gotten a $380,000 custom home contract, my biggest project yet. When I brought it up, hoping for some family support, the reaction was nasty. "That's nice, Albert." Aunt Laura spoke, scarcely looking up from her phone. "What happens if the construction market crashes?" "Leonard has job security," Uncle Daniel said, nodding. "Construction is boom and bust, kid. You should think about getting your real estate license or something more reliable." What followed was a masterclass in backhanded compliments and worry trolling. They questioned my company concept, inquired about my insurance coverage, and claimed I was risky. Meanwhile, Leonard sat there smiling as everyone applauded his wise professional decision. But Grandmother Margaret dealt the fatal blow. "Albert, playing contractor is okay for now. But when are you going to settle down and get serious? Leonard has even mentioned buying a house with Emily. You're still living in that flat. Working with your hands like a laborer." The word laborer was spoken in the same tone as criminal. At that point, I recognized these individuals would never respect what I achieved, no matter how successful I became. The irony was thick. Leonard's steady position paid less than I was earning working for someone else, and my new firm was on schedule to make $400,000 in its first year. I departed early that night and did not look back. The last straw came at Leonard's engagement party. By then, my company was generating $600,000 per year, and I was earning approximately $180,000. I volunteered to help with the costs. The response: "Thanks, but we've got it covered. Maybe just bring a nice gift." At the party I sat with family acquaintances I'd never met before, while Leonard's college colleagues sat at the main family table. Leonard thanked everyone who had supported him throughout his speech, including his boss, professors, and even school buddies. 8 minutes of appreciation to everyone who had influenced his life, and I wasn't worth a single line. That's when I stopped trying. If they wanted to pretend I did not exist, I would make it simple for them. The following 5 years were the most focused of my life. Rodriguez Construction grew from 3 people driving a truck to 20 full-time employees with equipment worth more than most people's homes. I specialized in high-end custom builds and commercial projects, the type for which clients do not inquire about price because they understand that quality costs money. By 28, I was earning in the mid-6 figures per year, but I kept it quiet, drove the same F-250 work truck, lived in a decent apartment, and reinvested money in the firm. My family had no idea what I was doing. When I came into extended family around town, they'd inquire how the construction was going, with the same dismissive tone. Meanwhile, Leonard's suburban fantasy was collapsing. Word spreads in small circles. He had a large home, auto bills, credit card debt, and an expensive wife with no income. Around 2018, Austin had a significant real estate boom, and my life changed dramatically. Suddenly, every successful business owner desired custom homes, and they all preferred the builder who built quality without sacrificing corners. In 6 months, I got 3 contracts totaling more than $2 million. These weren't your typical projects. A 6,000-foot modern farmhouse for a software entrepreneur, a historic downtown building conversion, and a custom workshop for a rare automobile collector. Each assignment challenged my abilities while also fostering relationships with clients who became repeat customers and referral sources. That's when I purchased 5 acres of hill country and began planning my own home. Not to brag, but because I wanted to create something that would last. The design process took months. A historic appearance with all modern conveniences, meant to last generations. Custom millwork, imported tiling, and commercial-grade everything. The garage was organized like a professional shop. The office overlooked my own man-made lake. By 2020, I was worth millions on paper. Rodriguez Construction was booked solid for 18 months. I had employees earning more than most college grads. But to my family, I was still just Albert, who worked in construction. The loneliness did not worry me. I'd made lasting friendships with other company owners, artisans, and customers. Real relationships are built on mutual respect rather than family obligation. When my crew needed assistance, we all looked out for one another. My electrician's house flooded, so we spent the weekend reconstructing his basement for free. I dated but never went serious, especially after witnessing Leonard's marriage fall apart when Emily left him for a lawyer amid his firm's downsizing. I had other things to do than play such games. They say that living well is the best form of payback. While my family was confined in their suburban bubble, defining success based on appearances and social position, I was creating something tangible. Every morning I wake up on my own property, in a home I designed and built, surrounded by work that will outlast me. And you know what? It took them 3 years to realize I was gone. When CO struck, construction was deemed necessary. So, while everyone else was on lockdown, I was busier than ever. People who remained at home desired improvements, expansions, and custom offices. I established a second crew and began working on commercial projects for firms to adjust to the new reality. The pandemic provided chances I had not anticipated. Restaurants needed outdoor seating created rapidly. Office buildings needed to be modified for spacing. Families that worked from home desired dedicated office spaces, home gyms, and outside recreation areas. My company pivoted faster than others because we were always adaptive. While large construction companies were bogged down in paperwork and change orders, we could bid on a project on Monday and begin work on Wednesday. Clients were willing to pay a premium for that kind of attentiveness. By 2021, I was generating several $1 million in annual revenue and earning a substantial personal income. I bought a new truck, some investment buildings, and began considering extending into Dallas and San Antonio. The investment properties were a strategic decision. I purchased distressed properties in good neighborhoods. renovated them with my own crews during slow periods, and either sold them or maintained them as rentals. It was a logical extension of my building experience, and it provided a variety of income streams that were not entirely based on new construction projects. When cousin Jason's girlfriend spotted my truck at a petrol station, she recognized me. She followed me on a social media platform that I rarely used but that included a few photographs of my work. Next thing I know, family members are looking through my posts, seeing photographs of my house, my equipment, and the high-end projects I was uploading. My account was mostly a business tool. Before and after photographs of projects, shots of the staff at work, and the occasional image of a finished place. However, someone who knew me saw it as a clear picture of success. The projects were clearly high-end. The equipment was of the highest quality, and the work was undeniably good. After years of stillness, I started receiving strange texts. "Hey Albert, hope you're doing well. Saw your post about that mansion you built. Looks incredible. We should catch up soon." The communications were clearly false. Jason, who hadn't spoken to me in 6 years, suddenly wanted to get coffee and catch up. Lucas made a buddy request after avoiding me since high school. Aunt Laura even began appreciating my business posts, which was ironic given that she had spent years warning everyone that I was squandering my life. I disregarded them all. If they wanted to reconnect because they learned I had money, that told me everything I needed to know about their motives. But I had no idea they were preparing an ambush. Steel-toed boots echoed through the entryway as I walked to the front door. When I opened it, the expressions on their faces were wonderful. They were expecting the family failure they had been discussing for years. Instead, they got a 6'2" guy in shape, dressed in a good flannel and jeans that fit. "Albert," Grandmother Margaret said first, her voice trying to sound pleasant but coming over stiff. "What a beautiful home you have." "Yeah, well, hard work pays off," I said, not bothering to hide the sharpness in my voice. The quiet stretched on like a bad first date, until Aunt Laura stepped forward with a phony smile. "We were in town for the Johnson family reunion. Do you remember the Johnsons? We thought we'd stop by because we heard you lived out here." The casual mention almost made me laugh. These people hadn't cared where I lived for 10 years, and now they were acting like we were close. The Johnsons lived 2 hours away, so this wasn't exactly a casual stop by. "How thoughtful," I said, my voice flat. "Do you want to come in, or are we having this conversation on the porch?" The entryway alone probably cost more than most people's annual salary. Custom wrought iron chandelier, imported stone flooring with radiant heating, solid walnut staircase with hand-forged railings. They filed past me into the foyer, and I watched their eyes widen. Vaulted ceilings, custom ironwork, original art on the walls. Cousin Jason couldn't contain himself. "Man, Albert, this place is great. What did this cost you?" "More than you make in 3 years," I replied without missing a beat. I gave them the full tour because I wanted to see their reactions. The living room with 20-foot ceilings and a custom stone fireplace. The kitchen with professional-grade appliances and a center island larger than most people's bedrooms. And the office, which was adorned with awards and photos from luxury projects. Jason kept making low whistles. Lucas was taking pictures for his girlfriend, which meant documenting everything for later sharing. Leonard's new wife was calculating property values in her head, but Grandmother Margaret's reaction told me the most. She was reevaluating everything she thought she knew about me, and the grandson she'd written off as a failure was clearly more successful than anyone else in the family. And the real reason reveals itself. We ended up in the living room with coffee and pastries, small talk about the weather, their drive out, safe topics that avoided the elephant in the room. I answered their questions about the house and business with just enough detail to make them understand the size of what I'd built. The living room was designed for entertaining, with a seating area that could comfortably accommodate 15 people. The fireplace was faced with stone I'd quarried from the property, and the mantel was a single piece of mesquite that I'd had milled and finished by hand. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided views of the lake and the landscaped grounds. Aunt Laura cleared her throat, signaling that we were approaching the true purpose of their visit. "Albert, we've been thinking about family lately," she began, using that delicate voice that made my skin crawl. "Leonard's going through some financial difficulties with the divorce settlement and legal fees." The setup was there, and I kept my expression neutral while waiting for the pitch. "Legal fees?" I asked, playing dumb. Leonard looked uncomfortable, but Laura pressed on. "The custody struggle with Emily has been costly. She hired one of those high-end divorce attorneys, and you know how complicated these things can be. Emily was seeking alimony, claiming she had sacrificed her career to support Leonard's advancement, despite the fact that she had never had a career to sacrifice. I had been hearing about Leonard's divorce from mutual acquaintances for months, so I knew how messy things could get. Uncle Daniel jumped in. Actually, Albert, I've been researching investment prospects in the building industry. With your knowledge and connections, we could certainly put together something profitable for the entire family. I had to give them credit for inventiveness. Rather than asking for money directly, they framed it as a business opportunity and family support. But I could read between the lines. Leonard needed money, and they decided that his successful brother should provide it. The investment opportunity angle was especially insulting, as these people who had never shown interest in my business when it was struggling, were now eager to become partners now that it was successful. They wanted to bypass the years of long days, financial risk, and developing relationships with suppliers and clients. Grandmother Margaret made what she felt was the final argument. We've missed having you at family gatherings, Albert. It's time to put the past behind us and start acting like a family again. After all, family looks out for one another. After 10 years of treating me as an embarrassment, they were now ready to welcome me back into the family, as long as I brought my checkbook. I leaned back in my leather chair and studied their faces, remembering how they had written me off when I was struggling to build something from nothing. Now that I had exceeded their expectations, they wanted to be family again. That's fascinating, I responded calmly. Remind me, when was the last family event I was invited to? The stillness was deafening, and they all looked at each other, hoping someone else would respond. Well, Laura finally responded. You know how it is with busy schedules and everything? No, I said. I'm not sure how it is. Why aren't you telling me? They'd come here expecting the old Albert, the one who desperately needed their acceptance and would do anything to belong. But they were about to learn that version of me existed in the past. Leonard finally found his voice. Albert, I know we haven't been as close as we should have been. Close? I interrupted. I haven't received a phone call, text message, birthday card or holiday present from anyone in this room in over 8 years. You got married twice and did not tell me. My grandmother told people that I was a construction worker who would never amount to anything. And now you want to discuss getting close? Their cheeks paled as the comfy fantasy they'd been living with, that our separation was somehow mutual, was shattered by realities they couldn't refute. Jason attempted to play peacemaker. Hey man, maybe we all could have done better at staying in touch. Remaining in touch? I stood up, my full height, making them all look up at me. Let me tell you about remaining in touch. When I first started my business, I called Dad to tell him about my first major contract. Are you aware of what he said? That's nice, son. Leonard was recently promoted to senior accountant. When I bought this land and began building, I sent Mom pictures because I was proud of what I'd accomplished. She presented them to people and said that I was still playing with tools. The room was dead silent, and the clock in the corner appeared to have stopped ticking. When Leonard got engaged the first time, I said, I offered to help pay for the wedding. Laura here informed me that they have it covered, but thanks anyhow. At the reception, I was seated with strangers, while Leonard's pals sat at the family table. When he gave his speech thanking everyone who had helped him achieve, he included his teachers, his boss, and even his friends, but not his brother who had offered to assist. Leonard looked down at his hands. Albert, I'm not done, I said, my voice firmer. When Grandmother Margaret underwent heart surgery 5 years ago, I drove to the hospital with flowers and promises to pay her medical fees. The nurse informed me that visits were only for direct family members. When I mentioned that I was her grandson, Laura here told the staff that I was simply distant family and that I should wait. The nurse was perplexed because I clearly knew family details, but Laura insisted I wait until after the immediate family had visited, so I ended up spending 4 hours in the hospital cafeteria, waiting for permission to see my own grandmother. I had driven hours after receiving word about grandmother's surgery, bringing flowers and a card with a check to help with expenses, and instead of being welcomed, I was turned away like a stranger. When I finally got 5 minutes with her, she was groggy and barely acknowledged my presence. I left the check with Laura, who never mentioned whether grandmother even knew about it. Grandmother Margaret's face was white as a sheet. The reality of how they treated me was laid out in detail, and there was no way to spin it. So no, I responded, settling back down. We haven't been as close as we should have been. You completely shut me out of this family, and now that you know I am more successful than all of you together, you want to be family again. That is not family. That is a transaction. Leonard's wife, who had been quiet, decided to speak out. Look, Albert, she said, standing up with a confident tilt to her chin. I'm not sure what occurred between you guys in the past. And frankly, I don't care. What I care about is that Leonard has been struggling financially since his divorce. But you clearly have more money than you know what to do with. Family helps family. Period. I mean, look at this place. She motioned around the room. You're definitely loaded. Leonard is your brother, and he needs help. It's not like you earned it all on your own. You were fortunate to secure several construction contracts during the boom. The least you could do is support the family that reared you. I stared at her for a long time, contemplating the utter boldness of what she had just said, before breaking into a deep, real chuckle that made everyone in the room shift. What makes it so funny? She questioned, her cheeks burning. You, I murmured, wiping my eyes, are exactly what I was expecting. Leonard always had a type. Pretty, entitled, and entirely oblivious of how the real world operates. Albert, Grandmother Margaret snapped. I ignored her and concentrated on the blonde. What's your name again? Vanessa, she said, lifting her chin. Brittany, can you tell me what you do for work? I'm a social media influencer, she explained. Of course she was. How many followers? 12,000 on one platform, 8,000 on another. I nodded sincerely. And how much money does that generate monthly? Her confidence dipped slightly. Well, it's building up. So, nothing. You make nothing. I looked to Leonard. Brother, you divorced one rich digger and married another. That is either extremely awful luck or lousy judgment. Leonard's cheeks turned hot. Don't talk to my wife that way. Your wife just told me I should give you my money because family helps family, while admitting she has no idea or cares about our history. She referred to my accomplishment as luck and stated that I had not worked hard for it. But I'm the bad guy since I pointed out that she's a social media influencer with no salary instructing me how to spend my money. Vanessa crossed her arms. I'm just saying, if I had millions and my family needed help. You'd do what? I interrupted. You'd give it away to people who treated you like garbage for 10 years? Vanessa, tell me how much money you've given Leonard since you married him. That's different. What is the difference? You married him knowing he was struggling financially after his divorce. What have you done to help solve such problems besides telling others to pay? The quiet was deafening. Vanessa had no response because there was none, but she was not finished. Do you know what your problem is, Albert? You are selfish. You have a lot of money and are hoarding it instead of assisting your family. Leonard told me you were close when you were youngsters. Did Leonard tell you we used to be close? I looked at my brother. Is that the tale you've been telling people? That we grew up together yet eventually drifted apart? Leonard could not meet my gaze. Albert, we were close when we were kids. We weren't close, Leonard. You were the golden boy who did everything correctly. And I was the letdown who took the wrong way. That has been the dynamic since day one. And you never did anything to change this. Even when we were youngsters, you agreed with everyone else and treated me as if I were somehow inferior to you. The figures don't lie. I took out my phone and scanned through my contacts. Vanessa, you said I was lucky with building projects. Allow me to show you what luck looks like. I opened my banking app and pointed the screen to them. This is my business account. Current balance is in the millions. That's only the checking account. Does not include investments, retirement funds, or property values. Their eyes widened as they looked at the number on the screen. I spent a lot of money to build this house. I paid with cash. The workshop is outfitted with equipment worth hundreds of thousands. The trucks outside, the F-350 dually, were quite expensive. When I complete restoring the old car, it will be worth 6 figures, and that is just the toys. My investing portfolio is excellent. I have numerous rental homes with substantial equity. Last year, my company achieved multi-million-dollar revenue, and I personally earned a significant income after taxes. The silence was tremendous. They knew I was succeeding, but witnessing the actual extent stunned them. So when you say I got lucky, Vanessa, you mean that I worked long hours for 15 years, established a reputation for quality that demanded a premium price, and made prudent financial choices. But fine. We'll call it luck. Leonard stared at his hands as he delivered the final truth bomb. Albert, I had no idea. I have no idea what? Was your brother successful? That I had accomplished something substantial while you were playing office politics and getting taken to the cleaners. I've attempted to tell you about my success for years. You just weren't listening. I returned to the window and looked out at my land. You know what the saddest part is? I would have discussed anything with family members who genuinely cared for me. When I was building this house, I had visions of hosting family cookouts, having nieces and nephews visit for the summer, and being the successful uncle who helped with school funding. Turning back to face them, I said, but that needed having a family who recognized me as more than a disappointment. Instead, I developed relationships with people who valued what I was creating. I assisted my foreman in purchasing his own home. My office manager. I'm paying for her daughter's schooling. My concrete crew leader. I co-signed his company loan when the bank refused to approve him. Grandmother Margaret dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Albert, we made mistakes. Mistakes? I laughed briefly. Grandmother, you told people you were embarrassed to have a grandson who worked with his hands like an ordinary laborer. Laura informed her neighbors that I was the family failure who would never amount to anything. Leonard didn't even ask me to his first wedding, so I took out my phone again. You want to know about mistakes? Let me show you what you truly lost. I scrolled through my photos and found the ones I was looking for. This is the children's hospital wing I donated to build last year. It's named after our great-grandfather, who worked in construction his entire life to support his family. Their faces turned pale as they comprehended the ramifications. This is the scholarship fund I established at the community college each year for students who wish to learn a skill rather than go to four-year colleges. And this, I showed them another photo, is the shelter I helped build and furnish. I provided all labor and supplies. I was especially proud of the hospital's children's wing, which had been operating in a converted basement for years with poor lighting and outdated equipment. My donation helped fund a complete renovation that included child-friendly design, natural lighting, and a place for families to stay during treatment. Every year, I selected students who wanted to learn a craft but couldn't afford the necessary tools and materials. The scholarship covered everything, including tuition, books, tools, work boots, and safety equipment, and some of my winners now work full-time for my company. Aunt Laura was in tears now. Albert, we didn't know. You had no idea since you had never asked. You were too busy looking down at me to realize what I was actually doing. I placed my phone away and looked at each of them individually. But here's the point. I did not perform those things to gain notoriety or to prove anything to you. I did them because it was the correct thing to do. Lucas, who had been quiet, eventually spoke up. Albert, is there any way we can make this right? I understand we messed up, but family should mean something. I watched his expression for a long time. He appeared to realize the gravity of what they'd done more than anyone else. Lucas, family means something. It entails being there for one another during good times and bad. It entails praising each other's accomplishments without jealousy. It means having each other's backs when the world attempts to tear you down. I paused, letting that sink in. Tell me, when did any of you ever do that for me? He couldn't respond because the answer was never. Do you want to know what family means to me now? When the flood struck East Texas last month, I took 6 of my employees and 4 vehicles to assist with cleanup and repairs. We worked for free for 2 weeks to help people restore their homes. Those people are now my family. We support each other because we want to, not because we share DNA. We helped over 50 families get back on their feet by clearing debris, tarping roofs, and assisting families in salvaging what they could from flood-damaged homes. My crew volunteered their time, and I covered all of the expenses, including fuel, equipment, meals, and hotel rooms. I walked up to the front door and opened it wide. That's what family looks like. Now go out of my house. Leonard came to a halt and turned around as they passed me, each looking defeated and humiliated. Albert, I know I don't deserve it, but if you ever change your mind about giving us another chance. I looked at my brother. Really looked at him. The golden kid who had had everything handed to him and squandered it through stupid judgments and bad taste in companions. The man who had stood by while his family treated me like nothing for a decade. Leonard, do you want another chance? Here's what it looks like. You solve your own problems without seeking assistance from others. You demonstrate your ability to be self-sufficient. Most importantly, you learn to treat people with dignity, rather than viewing them as either useful or disposable. He gave a slow nod, his eyes wet. What if I do all that? Then maybe we can talk about being brothers. But not until then. As they drove away, I stood in my doorway, watching their taillights vanish down my private road. For the first time in 10 years, I felt fully free of their expectations and judgments. My phone vibrated with a text from my foreman. Boss, we have a poker game tonight. Are you in? I smiled and replied back. Absolutely. Family supper, correct? You know it, boss. I secured the door and walked back to my garage where the Chevelle was waiting. Some things are worth preserving, while others are better left in the past. My brother forged documents, claiming he owned 50% of my company. When I found out, I decided to destroy him with evidence he couldn't escape. I, 35, own a profitable chain of fitness clubs in North Texas. There are 4 locations now, with 2 more planned for next year. We generate roughly $1.2 million in sales each year, and I employ approximately 50 individuals, including trainers, front desk staff, maintenance crews, and administrative professionals. Not bad for a guy who started with nothing but a GI Bill and an ambition after leaving the Marine Corps at the age of 23. However, this is not a story about my business success or how I built my empire from nothing. It's about how my poisonous, dysfunctional family tried to drain me dry for years, and what occurred when I eventually resolved to fully destroy them, rather than simply walking away, as a decent person would do. Growing up in suburban Dallas, my family dynamic was quite evident from the start. We had 2 children in our household. Me and my younger brother Lysander. He's 32 now. Lysander was always the golden boy who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, whereas I was forever presented as the responsible one who never required attention, assistance, or acknowledgement. You are familiar with the type of family arrangement. Lysander was applauded heartily for properly tying his shoes, whereas I had to earn everything via blood, sweat, tears, and flawless behavior. When I was 17, a senior in high school, I worked 2 part-time jobs after school every day to accumulate enough money for a quality used automobile. I worked in a small grocery store, bagging goods and collecting shopping carts. I also worked weekends for a landscaping company, performing manual labor in the Texas heat. Meanwhile, Lysander was caught for shoplifting video games from the local mall. Instead of suffering any serious penalties for his criminal activity, my parents purchased a brand new Honda Civic to boost his confidence and self-esteem. When I asked where my car was after 8 months of saving every penny I earned, my father looked at me and said, "You're more responsible and mature, you'll figure it out yourself, as you always do." After graduating from high school, I immediately joined the Marines because college was out of reach for me financially. Our family was purportedly struggling financially and unable to pay tuition. Meanwhile, Lysander had a full college experience thanks to mom and dad's mysterious secret stockpile of money, which came out of thin air whenever their beautiful baby boy needed something vital. I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps, served 2 deployments overseas, and returned home with discipline, work ethic, and real-world experience. I used my GI Bill benefits to acquire a business degree while working full-time at a local gym chain, where I learned everything about the fitness industry from the ground up. I lived in a studio apartment that was essentially a glorified closet for 3 years, eating nothing but cheap pasta, canned tuna, and peanut butter sandwiches, and saving every dime I could to start my first gym. Lysander? He dropped out of college after 3 years of relentless partying, 4 changed majors, and barely passing grades. But according to my parents, he was simply discovering his true path in life and exploring his creative alternatives. By the age of 30, I had 2 highly successful gyms, a nice house in a decent neighborhood, and was working hard to build true generational wealth. Lysander was 27 years old and had never kept a job for longer than 8 months. His routine was predictable. He'd acquire an entry-level job, work just long enough to qualify for unemployment benefits, then purposely dismiss himself and live on government aid while waiting for the proper career opportunity. But guess who was still the family's favorite? He had never done anything substantial or constructive in his adult life. Then Lysander met Ophelia. And that's when our family situation shifted from annoying to completely ridiculous. Ophelia represented every terrible cliché about materialistic, superficial women in one irritating person. She got phony chest implants, lip injections, eyelash extensions, and acrylic nails that were so long and intricate that she couldn't do basic activities like type or unlock car doors. She'd never worked a genuine job in her life, yet she always had the latest iPhone model, designer purses worth hundreds of dollars, and outfits that cost more than most people's monthly mortgage payments. She hooked herself to Lysander like a parasitic leech because he was ignorant and naive enough to believe he could finance her absurdly extravagant lifestyle with his unemployment checks. And what about my parents? They adored her because she was meant to inspire Lysander to be more ambitious and help him evolve into a responsible adult. Yeah, he was inspired to discover increasingly inventive methods to spend money he didn't have and would never get. The girl also had the cognitive abilities of a houseplant. I recall one particularly terrible family dinner when she inquired if my fitness centers were similar to Planet Fitness but more expensive, and then proceeded to confidently describe to me how the fitness industry operated based solely on what she'd seen in romantic films and reality TV shows. This amazing explanation came from someone who truly felt that cardiac activity was bad for your health since it made you too thin and feeble. About 2.5 years ago, my parents' phone calls were much more regular and urgent. These weren't casual, "Hey, how's business going?" social calls, but rather direct, "Lysander needs help with his electricity bill," emergency calls. Or, "Lysander's car needs expensive repairs," crisis calls. Or, my personal favorite, "Lysander and Ophelia are having an unexpectedly difficult month financially." Calls for bailouts. Initially, the requested amounts appeared to be little and reasonable, $400 for utilities and $600 for car troubles. I'm not gonna lie, I helped out because I assumed that's what family members do for one another at difficult times, right? But every time I wired money to aid them, Lysander never called to thank me or explain the issue. Mom was always the one to make the initial request on his behalf, followed by a thank you call, as if he were still a helpless child incapable of handling his own communications. The demanded amounts gradually increased, and the supporting excuses became more inventive and complicated. $1,200 for a deposit on a much nicer apartment because their existing one was allegedly causing Ophelia's bad allergies. She wanted to live somewhere more Instagrammable. $2,800 when Lysander was purportedly laid off unexpectedly, which I later discovered meant he was dismissed for arriving 2 hours late 3 days in a row while intoxicated. $3,500 for Ophelia's alleged emergency dental work, which turned out to be solely cosmetic veneers since she wanted to become a social media influencer. The breaking point should have come last Christmas, when Ophelia posted elaborate Instagram stories documenting her week-long luxury spa retreat in Scottsdale, complete with expensive treatments and designer shopping, the same week that Lysander called me crying and demanding $2,200 for urgent car repairs that couldn't wait. But I was still playing the good brother character like a total idiot. The true wake-up call occurred 8 months ago, when I went to Mom and Dad's house for our weekly Sunday family dinners. When I entered through the front door, Ophelia was virtually throwing her left hand in everyone's faces, displaying this unbelievably massive engagement ring that had to cost at least $20,000. "Look what my amazing Lysander surprised me with," she exclaimed like a giddy teenager. "Isn't it absolutely perfect? I've been wanting something exactly like this for months and months." I looked right at Lysander, who was desperately avoiding eye contact as if his life depended on it. 4 weeks ago, he called me, in tears, to say he needed $3,800 for unforeseen medical expenditures because he didn't have health insurance. "That's quite an impressive ring," I said, attempting to keep my tone neutral. "Must have been a very significant purchase." Ophelia laughed and did this goofy little hair flip gesture. "Oh, Lysander always finds a way to give me exactly what I deserve. He's so generous and thoughtful about showing his love. Yeah, generous with my hard-earned money and attentive in keeping it hidden from me." During the same uncomfortable dinner, Ophelia made multiple passive-aggressive remarks about how some people are simply not relationship material, all while staring directly at me with apparent judgment. I was 35 and single by choice. I had been too preoccupied with expanding my business empire and safeguarding my financial future to consider dating or marriage. But she made me feel like a pitiful failure because I wasn't married to someone who continuously squandered my money. "Maybe you should focus less on those gym things and more on finding a wife," she suggested with a patronizing sneer. "I mean, what's the point of making all that money if you don't have anyone special to spend it on?" My mother actually nodded in perfect agreement, as if Ophelia were imparting deep insight. "She makes a really good point, Silas. You can't work every single day forever." That night, while laying in my own bed in my own home, which I had paid for with my own money, I made a clear decision. I was finished being their personal bank account. Things became unusually quiet for a few months after I stopped responding to their increasingly urgent money solicitations. I honestly thought they'd learnt their lesson about financial responsibility, or had found another stupid victim to fund their absurd dream lifestyle. I was completely wrong about both scenarios. Then Mom called 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, and I should have realized something was wrong based on her tone alone. "Silas, sweetheart," she said in that unnaturally sweet, unduly joyful tone she saves for when she wants something incredibly vital. "Are you planning to come for Thanksgiving dinner this year?" To be honest, I had considered skipping the entire affair. Every family reunion felt like an exhaustive theatrical production, in which I was compelled to play the role of the successful son, who should be eternally grateful for the opportunity to address everyone else's financial and personal difficulties. But I made a critical mistake by saying, "Sure, I will come." "That's absolutely wonderful," Mom said, far too relieved and delighted for a simple Christmas dinner invitation. "It'll be so nice to have the entire family together for such a special occasion." The overwhelming joy and obvious relief in her voice should have been my first significant red flag. Mom was never actually enthused about holiday dinners, unless there was a huge underlying motive. When I arrived to their house on Thanksgiving morning, Ophelia answered the door in what appeared to be a whole new dress from head to toe, perhaps costing more than most people earn in a week. Her artificial nails were freshly painted with an exquisite crystal and glitter pattern that must have taken hours at an expensive salon. "Silas," she said with the most obvious phony smile I'd ever seen. "Oh my goodness, thank God you're finally here. We've been waiting and waiting for you to arrive." Red flag number 1 was literally waving madly in my face. Lysander stood in the living room, looking more scared and agitated than I had ever seen him in our entire life together. When I stepped into the room, he could barely look up from his phone screen, and his leg was hopping rapidly, as if he was genuinely concerned about something significant happening. "Hey there, bro," he muttered without making any eye contact. Red flag number 2 has now joined red flag number 1 in a developing line of evident warning indications. Dad was acting normally, asking his typical surface-level questions about how things were doing at the fitness centers, while Mom rushed around the kitchen making unnecessary dramatic gestures and movements. Everything looked typical and ordinary until we sat down at the dinner table, plates full. Mom cleared her throat in that very specific manner, and gave me that particular look, the very same expression she used to give me when I was a kid. As if she were ready to ask me to undertake extra household chores that Lysander always managed to get excused from. "So, Silas," she explained, carving her turkey with almost surgical accuracy and methodical movements. "Lysander and Ophelia have some really exciting news they want to share with the entire family. Here we go with whatever sophisticated plan they've devised this time." Lysander squirmed uncomfortably in his chair, as if he were sitting on something sharp and uncomfortable. "We're getting married next month." "Congratulations," I responded. But something felt odd about the rushed timing and haste. Why the sudden need to get married so quickly? "It's going to be absolutely beautiful and perfect," Ophelia exclaimed excitedly, clearly excited. "Small ceremony, just immediate family members, very intimate and romantic." Mom grinned, clearly proud and satisfied. "They found the most perfect venue possible, very elegant and sophisticated." I waited patiently because after years of experience, I knew there was always a catch with these people. "The only thing is," Lysander finally remarked, looking squarely at his plate rather than at me, "we're running a little short on the venue deposit and all the catering expenses." And there it was. The true reason for the mandatory family dinner meeting. "How short are we talking exactly?" I inquired, knowing full well that this would be absolutely absurd and outrageous. Lysander and Ophelia exchanged one of those meaningful stares that couples have before tagging someone for money. Then Ophelia leaned forward across the table, wearing an outrageously entitled smile that made my skin crawl with revulsion. "It's honestly not that much money when you think about it," she answered dismissively, waving her hand as if she were talking about change. "Just $22,000. I actually almost choked on the food in my mouth. $22,000? "Well," Mom replied right away, clearly having practiced this speech, "when you actually break it down properly, it's really quite reasonable for a quality wedding. The venue rental is $6,000. Professional catering is $10,000. Floral arrangements are $3,000. And then there's the photographer, the musicians, the cake, and all the other essentials." "Hold on just a minute," I said firmly. "You haven't actually paid for any of this stuff yet?" Ophelia's phony smile became substantially tighter around the edges. "We put down small deposits to hold everything, but all the full payments are due next Friday." I scanned the table slowly and deliberately. Everyone was looking at me expectantly, as if this intricate setup had previously been planned and I was simply going through the motions before opening my wallet and fixing their issues. "And you want me to pay for your entire wedding?" "Not pay for it exactly," Lysander replied hastily, attempting to sound fair. "Just help out significantly, as a generous wedding gift from my successful big brother." Ophelia laughed aloud, and it was the most condescending sound I had ever heard in my life. "I mean, what else would you spend your money on anyway? You don't have a wife or children or any real family responsibilities. Your parents only love you when you pay their bills." The entire room became utterly silent. Even my parents seemed uneasy about how blatantly and viciously she had just insulted me. I carefully put down my fork and leaned back in my chair, glancing at my mother. "Is that true, Mom?" Rather than refute it, Mom smiled and nodded. "Well, if you're not willing to help family, then you can't come to family events anymore. You can't come unless you pay off your brother's credit card." The words struck me like a physical blow. After everything I'd done and all the money I'd given them over the years, they saw me as a wallet rather than a son or brother. I got up slowly, grabbed my jacket, and smiled back at her. You know what? You're absolutely right. And that's why you'll never see me again. The transformation in the room was sudden and dramatic. Mom's confident smile disappeared instantly. Dad's face turned white. Lysander appeared to have been smacked. Ophelia's arrogant face faded as she realized what had just occurred. Their faces fell as they knew they had lost me forever. Wait, Silas. I didn't mean. Mom began, but I had already moved toward the door. Yes, you did mean it. And now you get to live with it. I walked straight out the front door, not looking back. For 3 weeks following the Thanksgiving incident, my phone was continuously vibrating with incoming messages from every family member. Mom sent long, guilt-tripping text messages about how upset and wounded she was by my selfish actions over dinner. Dad left me several voicemails lecturing me on family loyalty and standing up when it really matters. Lysander sent several sad messages, usually complaining about how I was ruining his special day and hurting his happiness. But the greatest and most entertaining messages came straight from Ophelia herself. This woman gave me genuine multi-paragraph essays about how I was a greedy, bitter person who was clearly envious of Lysander's happiness and success in life. She branded me sad for being alone at my age, strongly implied that I was probably gay, and concluded with increasingly vague warnings about how I would absolutely regret this decision if Lysander became phenomenally popular. The irony was really stunning. She was calling me envious and literally begging for my money to support her extravagant lifestyle and fantasy wedding. I meticulously screenshotted each message she sent me and saved them in a separate folder. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, all of the messages came to a halt. I honestly assumed they'd either found another naive victim to fund their crazy wedding, or that they'd finally chosen to have a much smaller ceremony that they could actually afford with their own limited resources. As always, I was utterly wrong about both possibilities. 4 weeks later, my acquaintance, a loan officer at a major regional bank, contacted to provide some very fascinating and troubling information. Hey, weird thing happened at work today, he nonchalantly stated. I saw your brother and his fiancée at our main branch earlier this afternoon. My gut plummeted with fear. What were they doing there? They were asking about substantial business loans. But here's the strange part. They were using your fitness centers as collateral and financial references. My blood became very cold. What exactly do you mean by that? They had official-looking paperwork claiming Lysander was a 50% business partner in your company. The loan officer who met with them was immediately suspicious because the documents looked potentially fraudulent, so they didn't approve anything. But I thought you should definitely know about this situation. I quickly hung up and contacted my business counsel. After considerable investigation and research, we learned that Lysander and Ophelia had been actively seeking to obtain large loans around the Dallas metropolitan area by using wholly falsified documents saying Lysander was a major owner of my fitness center business. They'd even prepared complex bogus employment records identifying Lysander as my director of operations, making $85,000 per year. They were aggressively seeking to conduct major fraud on my business reputation, credit history, and financial status. That's when I understood these people had passed a boundary they could never recover from, and I wanted to utterly destroy them rather than simply walking away and ignoring the problem. I spent the next 6 weeks systematically gathering all available information on their situation. I did not employ private investigators or do anything unduly spectacular. I recently began paying close attention to details and asking the correct questions of the right people in my network. First, I realized that the wedding was still taking place, despite their apparent financial issues. They'd managed to save enough money for a little ceremony at a low-cost site outside of the municipal limits. But here's what was particularly interesting. Ophelia was informing everyone on her social media sites that they'd decided on an intimate wedding, and that certain people who weren't supportive of their love were not invited. She was actually portraying my unwillingness to support their wedding as an intentional exclusion from their big day. Then I discovered something quite interesting about Ophelia's background. My banker friend recalled that Ophelia had visited his branch several months before, when she and Lysander began dating seriously. She'd tried to register a business account for a multi-level marketing scheme, but during the routine credit check, numerous huge red flags showed on her financial background. I requested him to go a little more into her background. Banks exchanged data, and he owed me a big favor after I helped him get a great bargain on gym equipment for his home training space. What we discovered was very amazing and eye-opening. Ophelia had quite a recorded financial history with men. She'd been married twice before. Both times to men with significant wealth and holdings. Both marriages lasted only long enough for her to obtain legal access to their financial accounts and possessions. Both ended in bitter divorce processes in which she walked away with a sizable chunk of their assets while claiming various sorts of emotional and physical abuse. Lysander was going to be the third spouse, and he had no idea about the previous two. However, that was hardly the most interesting discovery I found. The most fascinating element was what I discovered about their present financial status from numerous sources. Remember all of the emergencies and unforeseen expenses that Lysander had asked me to assist with over the previous 2 years? In some ways, those were actual emergencies. Lysander had been spiraling into considerable debt while attempting to maintain Ophelia's exorbitant lifestyle and spending habits. But instead of cutting back on expenses or having honest conversations about money, they'd been taking out payday loans at exorbitant interest rates, continuously creating new credit cards, and borrowing money from anyone who would lend it to them. They weren't simply plain broke. They were catastrophically, devastatingly broke. The type of financial scenario in which one missed payment could mean losing everything. What about Ophelia? She had no idea about their true predicament. Lysander had been desperately concealing their true financial situation from her while feverishly attempting to find new ways to keep the money flowing and maintain the appearance of financial success and stability. That's when I knew Lysander was no longer the spoilt golden child. He was absolutely trapped, perhaps afraid, and undoubtedly in over his head with a lady who would destroy him the moment she realized he couldn't afford her lifestyle any longer. So I decided to hasten the eventual discovery process. The wedding was planned for a Saturday afternoon in February. I obviously did not attend the ceremony, but I had more significant and strategic plans for the weekend. You see, I'd spent several weeks meticulously assembling a complete information bundle that would transform everything. Screenshots of Ophelia's abusive text messages, which called me pitiful and envious. Complete copies of all false loan documents they attempted to use, with my company details fabricated on them. And the absolute crown treasure of evidence, a lengthy background study on Ophelia's 2 past marriages, her well-documented history of financial manipulation and gold mining, as well as comprehensive proof of their present dire debt predicament. However, I did not convey any of this negative material to Lysander directly. That approach would have been too easy and predictable, and given our family dynamics, he was unlikely to believe anything I said. Instead, I delivered the complete comprehensive package directly to Ophelia's mother, along with lengthy explanations. Here's what my extensive research found regarding Ophelia's family history and circumstances. They were legitimately affluent, but they were completely consumed with their social standing, public appearances, and family reputation. Her father was a successful investment banker at a famous business, and her mother was one of those high society country club women who prioritized their family's social standing above all else. They had been financially supporting Ophelia for years without question, but they assumed she was in a serious relationship with someone financially successful and secure with promising prospects. They had no notion Lysander was bankrupt and in debt, and they certainly had no idea about their daughter's well-documented history of systematically marrying men for their money and assets. I sent the entire information packet to her mother with a short, clear note. I felt you should know who your daughter married and what kind of financial predicament she's gotten herself into. The wedding ceremony took place on Saturday afternoon. By Monday morning, 8 a.m., my phone was ringing insistently. It was Lysander, and he sounded more destroyed than any other human being I'd ever heard in my life. "Silas," he whispered, his voice quivering from sheer passion. "I desperately need to talk to you about something extremely important." "What's going on, Lysander? Can you possibly meet me somewhere today, please? I'll pay for coffee or lunch or whatever you want." He sounded completely shattered and defeated, and I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop near my primary gym site. When Lysander arrived 30 minutes later, he appeared to have not slept adequately in several days. His eyes were extremely bloodshot, his hands were visibly shaking, and he kept looking around nervously, as if he was worried someone bad might follow him. "She's completely gone," he stated without preamble or salutation. "Who's gone?" "Ophelia. She left me permanently, took absolutely everything valuable, and just disappeared." I raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. "Everything?" Lysander nodded miserably. "All the wedding gifts we received, the money her parents had given us for the honeymoon, even our security deposit for the apartment. She cleaned out our joint bank account down to the very last penny and vanished completely." "What exactly happened over the weekend?" "Her parents called her early Sunday morning while we were still at the hotel. They'd somehow gotten incredibly detailed information about our real financial situation, about my actual employment situation, and our debts. They flew down here immediately and had this massive screaming confrontation with her in the hotel lobby." Lysander ran his hands through his hair feverishly and repetitively. She tried desperately telling them it was all lies and misinformation from jealous people. But then they started asking very specific questions. About money. About my employment history. About all our credit card debts and loans. And she suddenly realized the complete truth about everything. She realized you're completely broke and have been lying to her. Worse than just broke. We owe over $50,000 in credit cards, payday loans and personal debt from friends. Her parents immediately cut her off financially and told her she was completely on her own from now on. And Ophelia, he laughed with absolutely no humor whatsoever. She looked directly at me and said, I definitely didn't sign up to be poor and struggle, and just walked out of my life forever. I sipped my coffee calmly and waited for him to resume his narrative. Silas. I'm completely screwed beyond repair. Like absolutely and totally ruined beyond any hope of recovery. The apartment rent is due this week. All the credit card minimum payments are due, and I literally cannot make any of them. I'm going to lose everything I have left. What about mom and dad? Can't they help you out? Lysander's face was utterly crushed with humiliation and disgrace. They don't know how catastrophically bad the real situation actually is. They think I just need help with a few monthly bills and regular expenses. If they knew the actual truth about everything. He ran off helplessly. They'd be disappointed in you. They'd completely disown me forever and never speak to me again. You know exactly how Dad feels about financial irresponsibility and poor life choices. I almost burst out laughing at the tremendous absurdity of the scenario. Dad claimed to despise financial recklessness above all else, yet he had been personally encouraging Lysander's bad actions for years without even recognizing it. Lysander gazed up at me with the most pitiful, begging eyes I'd ever seen on another person. I know I've completely messed up everything in my life. I know I've been a terrible brother to you for years, but I'm literally begging you, Silas. Please help me one more time. I need your help more than I've ever needed anything in my entire life. How much help are we talking about exactly? $50,000 minimum. Maybe 60 to get completely clear of everything and start over with a totally clean slate. I leaned back in my chair and watched his desperate expression. $60,000 to clean up a situation that could have been avoided if he had made even one decent decision. You know what, Lysander? You're absolutely right about some things. You did completely mess up everything, and you have been a terrible brother to me for most of our adult lives. His face dropped with terrible disappointment and anguish. But more importantly than any of that, you've been a user and a parasite for your entire adult life. For years and years you've treated me like your personal ATM machine that exists solely for your benefit. You've never once asked how I'm doing personally or professionally, never offered to help me with anything whatsoever, never even bothered to say thank you when I bailed you out of your various messes and crises. Silas, please, I'm literally begging you on my knees. I'm not done talking yet. My voice was now ice cold. You married a gold-digging manipulator who insulted me repeatedly in our parents' house and then tried to commit serious fraud using my business reputation and credit. You've spent years systematically taking advantage of my success while contributing absolutely nothing to this family except constant problems, drama, and financial emergencies. Lysander was openly crying now, real tears flowing down his cheeks. I know. I know everything you're saying is completely true. I'll change totally. I swear on everything holy. I'll get a real job immediately. I'll pay you back every single penny with interest. I'll do whatever you want me to do. No. You won't change. I stood up and carefully put on my jacket. You know why you won't actually change? Because you've never actually had to face real consequences. Every single time you've screwed up your life completely, someone has been there to fix it for you without question. Mom, Dad, me. We've all been enabling your pathetic, irresponsible behavior for decades. I gazed down at him, sad and broken in his chair like a defeated child. So, here's exactly what's going to happen moving forward. You're going to go home and figure this entire mess out completely by yourself. You're going to get any job you can possibly find and work your way out of this financial hole, $1 at a time, over many years. And maybe if you actually learn something meaningful from this experience and demonstrate real change in a few years, we can discuss having some kind of genuine relationship. Silas, please don't do this. I'm your brother. No. I firmly said, marching toward the door without looking back. You're my parents' son. There's a significant difference between those two things. I went away from him forever. 6 months later, I learned from Mom that Lysander had filed for bankruptcy and was living in a tiny studio apartment across town while working double shifts at a warehouse loading trucks for minimum wage. Ophelia had married a corporate lawyer she met on a dating service just 2 months after leaving Lysander. Mom and Dad were constantly urging me to help him financially, to be the larger person, and to forgive family since blood is thicker than water. I told them exactly what I told Lysander. Certain important life lessons can only be learnt by first-hand experience and consequences. Lysander still contacts me on occasion, maybe every few weeks. He no longer asks for money. He learned his lesson the hard way. He's just trying to check in and gradually rebuild a friendship from the ground up. The conversations are really awkward and stilted. But perhaps it is exactly how genuine change and growth should begin. For 24 months my dad sent $600 from the desert, but my husband gambled it away, so I froze the accounts and took him to court. For 2 years I thought our struggles were because life was hard. Low paychecks, high bills, birthdays we celebrated with dollar store decorations. But the truth was far darker. Every missing field trip, every skipped meal, every late-night delivery shift wasn't fate. It was theft. And the thief was sleeping in my bed. I froze, putting up the phone to show him Maren playing with her pals. What? $600, Dad? My husband's eyes bulged, and his coffee mug almost fell from his grasp. My father's expression quickly became anxious. The birthday money, sweetheart. I send it every month like always. I giggled nervously and bewildered. Dad? I think you're confused. You haven't sent anything. I would have thanked you. Dad's expression darkened on the screen. Mixed up? Alara, I've been sending $600 every single month for 2 years, for the kids, for birthdays, for clothes, and everything you need. He vanished from the frame, reappearing with a big folder. 24 transfers per year, October, November, and December. He displayed printout after printout to the camera. $600 per month, routing number ends in 4782. My heart stopped. Silas had a separate account for his work expenses. For my grandkids, Dad said, his voice breaking. So you wouldn't have to struggle while I'm stationed here, so they could have birthday parties and Christmas presents, and you could go grocery shopping without stress. Each statement struck me like a physical blow. I remembered Maren's dollar store birthday decorations and her regretful face when I said we'd do something special next year. The nights I skipped dinner so the kids could eat enough. We had 2 ramen experiences per week. They missed the field trips. I'm sleeping in a barracks in Kuwait, Dad said gently, sending half my contractor pay so you don't struggle. I looked at Silas. He stood there, face pale, hands trembling. Coffee spilled at his feet, like a confession. 24 months, I said quietly, my mind calculating despite the shock. $600 each month. The room began to spin. $12,000. While I sold my grandmother's ring to pay for Maren's school supplies, while I drove for DoorDash after bedtime to cover groceries, while I told the kids that homemade birthdays are more special, while Silas came home late from overtime, with dilated pupils and new excuses. You've been stealing my father's money while our kids went without. The quiet was oppressive, save for Maren's laughing from the backyard. I was going to tell you, Silas began. Tell me what? I exclaimed. That you've been collecting $600 a month while I worked 3 jobs, while I told Maren we couldn't afford a birthday cake from the store. Then where is it? I took his phone. Show me where the $12,000 went. He opened it with trembling hands. I viewed the account. Deposits from Kuwait and then withdrawals. ATM in the casino costs $200. ATM in the casino costs $300. I have a problem. He murmured. You had $600 coming in every month from my father while I skipped meals, I remarked quietly. You held me while I sobbed about failing our kids. You said we needed to budget better while you were stealing. Dad's voice was icy and steady. Silas, did my granddaughter eat ramen for dinner on her birthday while you had my money in your pocket? Silas could not look at the television. I'm 7,000 miles away, in the desert, Dad said, his voice breaking. You made my daughter believe I had forgotten them. I grabbed Silas's phone again and scrolled through the transactions. These casino withdrawals, I explained, my voice quivering. July 15th, that was Maren's first soccer game. August 3rd, her first dance recital. You weren't stuck in traffic. You weren't at work. You were gambling while I sat alone at our child's biggest moments, making excuses for why Daddy couldn't make it. He glanced at the floor, embarrassed. Then the Christmas memory struck me like a sledgehammer. Last year, I informed the kids that Santa was having a terrible year. Maren cried. She felt like she had done something wrong. My voice cracked. She came home after seeing all the other kids' presents and asked what she did wrong. She made a list of ways to be better so Santa would love her next time. My emotions were boiling over. You had $600 in December, another $600 in November, $1,000, while I wrapped dollar store toys in newspaper, while our perfect daughter spent a year trying to be better because you made her believe she wasn't good enough for Christmas. Marin dashed inside, her handmade paper crown sliding. "Mommy, can we have cake now?" I said, gazing at her adorable face and the homemade cake I decorated at 2 a.m., following my DoorDash shift. "Yes, baby. Go get your friends." When she went, I turned around. $600 a month for 2 years while your daughter wore shoes with holes, while your son couldn't play soccer. While I skipped lunch every day to save $5. Dad's voice pierced through like a dagger. "I'm on the next flight home. Emergency family leave. 24 months of wire fraud, Silas." Silas's face became gray. "Corin, please pack the kids' things tonight," Dad added, his tone kinder now. "You're done struggling alone. I'll be there in 18 hours. I stared at Marin's birthday crown on the counter, which was composed of paper plates and aluminum foil. She had no idea her grandfather had given money for a real one. "You didn't just steal money," I explained calmly. "You stole their relationship with him. Marin thinks her grandpa doesn't care. You stole that from her." Dad was putting on his uniform jacket behind him. Mom was using another phone. I overheard forensic accountant. 18 hours, Dad said. "And Silas, you better not be there when I arrive." He hung up the phone, and when I turned to face Silas, he had a look on his face that indicated he was willing to do anything then go peacefully. My fingers grasped the counter edge so tightly that my knuckles turned white as Silas took a stride towards me, his jaw gritted and fists stiff at his sides. The birthday guests were still laughing in the backyard, and my husband stood there, looking like he was about to hurt me for the first time in our marriage. I slid my phone under the counter and typed a brief message to Dad without looking down. Just 3 words spoke it all. Marin ran through the rear door, asking for juice boxes, and I faked a smile that felt like breaking glass. Silas went back into the corner as I took the beverages from the fridge and presented them to her, shaking hands. She bounced back outdoors, oblivious that her entire world was about to change forever. My thumb discovered my neighbor's phone number, so I texted her to see if she was home, just in case I needed to get the kids out quickly. She quickly responded that her door was open if we needed anything, and I felt a little less alone. Silas looked at me with those calculating eyes that said he knew precisely what I was doing. Parents began arriving to pick up their children, and I accompanied each one to the door with fake cheerfulness while Silas remained in the kitchen. The last mother had finally taken her son, and I locked the door behind them with deliberate slowness, knowing what was coming next. Silas instantly began ranting about how I didn't understand and how he was going to repay it, but I held out my hand to stop him. I took out my phone and pressed the record button, placing it on the counter between us, where the red light flashed as a warning. He began pacing the kitchen, alternately blaming his work stress and pledging to get assistance tomorrow if I gave him another chance. I let him talk while the phone captured every excuse and justification he gave. When he finally acknowledged to stealing the money but claimed it was only borrowed, I felt my stomach turn but kept my face totally neutral. When the kids walked in and asked about dinner, I told them we were having a special sleepover in Mom's room tonight, which sounded like an adventure. They were delighted about camping in my bedroom, so I helped them assemble their stuffed animals and blankets while Silas observed from the doorway. After they were finished watching a movie on my laptop, I locked my bedroom door and heard Silas's footsteps in the corridor. He knocked once, hard enough to rattle the frame, but stopped when I told him that the children were listening and did not need to hear this. I contacted the non-emergency police line from the bathroom, using the running water to conceal my voice. The operator listened as I described the event and provided me a report number, stating that an officer might conduct a drive-by if I felt unsafe. Her soothing voice helped to soothe my nerves, even though my hands shook as I scribbled down the case number. My phone rang with a text from Dad, displaying his flight information and stating that he'd arrive at 2 p.m. Tomorrow. A rental automobile has already been reserved. Mom messaged separately, saying she'd found a forensic accountant who specializes in financial abuse cases and could begin documenting everything right away. Knowing that they were both mobilizing in different directions, let me feel less trapped in this nightmare. I hardly slept that night, getting up every hour to check the door locks and look at the kids sleeping soundly in my bed. Around 3 a.m., I heard Silas moving around in the garage, so I grabbed my phone to record the time and what I heard. The garage door opened and closed twice. Then his pickup began, and idled for 20 minutes before he returned inside. I typed everything into my phone notes, producing a history of his actions that would be useful later as evidence. By sunrise, I had typed down a complete timeline of the previous 2 years, including every late night, missed event, and reason for overtime. The kids awoke at their usual hour, and I got them ready for school as if nothing had happened, keeping their pattern intact. Marin inquired why we had a sleepover, and I explained that it was simply for fun. While I braided her hair with shaky fingers, I packed their lunches and checked their backpacks as Silas snored on the living room couch. When I walked by to retrieve the kids' shoes, I noticed him splayed down, surrounded by empty beer bottles and cigarette butts. The time of this video call appears weirdly perfect, doesn't it? 2 years of monthly payments, and it just happens to come up at the birthday party, while Silas is sitting there with his coffee. I took photos from 3 different perspectives, making careful to capture the chaos around him while he pretended to want to solve things. The rising sun illuminated the evidence of his priorities perfectly. This dad stole from his own children and drowned his remorse in drink. Marin inquired whether Daddy was unwell, and I assured her he was simply sleepy while I assisted her with her jacket. My son grabbed his backpack without asking any questions, but I noticed him glancing at his father with a puzzled expression. We stepped outside to wait for the school bus, and I gripped their hands tighter than normal, wondering how I'd shield them from everything. The bus arrived, and I watched them mount the steps before driving directly to the bank. My hands shook as I completed the paperwork for my personal bank account. The banker assisted me in switching my job direct deposit, and demonstrated how to transfer exactly half of our joint account balance. I took screenshots of the balance before doing anything, and Silas's half remained undisturbed. Back at home, his car remained in the driveway, and I could hear him snoozing upstairs. I retrieved our vital documents from the filing cabinet in the hallway closet. Birth certificates were placed in a manila folder among social security cards and insurance documentation. His desk drawer was unlocked, and I discovered his separate account statements hidden behind old tax returns. The casino withdrawals dated back 3 years, not 2. Page after page revealed the same pattern, with the amounts increasing over time. I documented each statement with my phone, and then locked everything in my car trunk. My phone began to vibrate with fraud notifications while I was still in the driveway. Silas was using an ATM downtown, emptying our joint bank account. I phoned the bank immediately, but he had already stolen $400. The woman on the phone helped me freeze the account, but the harm had already been done. I took screenshots of each alert and saved them in my expanding evidence folder. At school pickup, I went straight to the main office and stated that there was a family emergency. The secretary noted in their computer system that only I may pick up the children. Marin's teacher stopped me in the hallway and noted that Marin appeared frightened today. Throughout story time, she kept asking if everything was well at home. I assured her we were going through some changes, but the kids were safe. Back in my car, I composed an email to the principal, explaining the custody issue. I requested her to chronicle any attempts by Silas to remove the children from school. Her response arrived within minutes, stating that they would follow protocol and only release them to me. While I was waiting for the kids to come out, another safety net clicked into place. Silas's texts began to arrive quickly while I was preparing dinner. First, he apologized and begged me to discuss. Then he became enraged, stating I was overreacting to certain mistakes. Within an hour, he was threatening to take the kids unless I stopped being dramatic. I screenshotted every conversation, including those in which he used the word take. In 60 minutes, his messages ranged from apologizing to blaming me to issuing threats. I called legal aid and scheduled an appointment with Rose Donnelly for the following morning. She listened to my entire story and promptly began filling out papers for an emergency protective order. She told me the process might take a few days, but I was doing everything correctly. She'd seen this pattern before: theft, gambling, and threats. I spent the rest of the afternoon writing down every detail I could recall, every birthday he missed by claiming overtime while he was actually at the casino, every night I went to bed hungry so the kids could eat while he had money in his pocket, and every field trip they couldn't attend because we couldn't afford the fee. My hand cramped from writing, but putting it all down on paper was like releasing poison from my body. Rose read it and said it was compelling evidence in the custody dispute. Silas realized I had stopped the joint account about dinner time and texted me, accusing me of financial abuse. 20 minutes later, I received notification that he'd gotten a $2,000 cash advance on our credit card. The transaction showed that it took place at the casino ATM, as it always does. I also called to freeze the card, but the funds were already gone. That upped his steal total to $14,000, including my father's money, and now this. Dad called during the children's bath time during his layover in Germany. His voice was fatigued but attentive as he requested updates on everything. When he described Marin's birthday party, his voice cracked slightly. I could hear Mom in the background making lists of what to bring and who to call. They were both in full defense mode, ready to help us reconstruct everything Silas had destroyed. The next morning seemed to drag on forever until, at 2:15 p.m., the doorbell rang, and there was Dad standing on the porch in his dusty contractor clothes with his duffel bag. My legs buckled, and I grasped the doorframe as the children shrieked and dashed past me into his arms. He dropped his bag and grabbed them both, pulling them up and peering over their heads at me with a ferocious expression that indicated no one was going to touch us again. Silas heard the disturbance in the bedroom, and I saw him peek over the corner before slinking back when Dad noticed him. Dad put the kids down and instructed them to go play in the backyard for a while. Then he came directly to the kitchen table and began taking documents from his backpack. He spread bank statements, wire transfer receipts, and printed emails on the table, and Silas eventually came out and sat across from us. Dad's voice remained low and controlled, but there was something menacing beneath as he went through each payment one by one, pointing to dates and amounts. October 15th, $600, while Marin wore shoes with holes. November 3rd, $600, while they ate ramen for dinner. December 1st, $600, while the kids thought Santa forgot them. Silas kept his eyes on the table and mumbled something about addiction being a disease, but Dad cut him off with a look that could have melted steel. After going through all 26 transactions, Dad instructed Silas to pack his luggage and go. But Silas crossed his arms and replied, "This is also my house." Dad took out his phone and called the police, explaining that we needed a civil standby for a domestic crisis. Within 20 minutes, 2 cops arrived and calmly explained to Silas that, while they couldn't force him out permanently tonight, they strongly advised him to pack his belongings and find another place to stay to give everyone time to settle down. Silas grabbed a rubbish bag and began throwing clothes into it, shouting about his rights and how illegal this was. But the officers simply remained there, watching him walk out the door. After they went, I couldn't sit still and certainly couldn't sleep. So I gathered all of the bank statements and began creating a chronology on poster board with 2 columns. On the left I wrote up every challenge we had, every missed opportunity, and every time I had to tell the kids no. On the right, I typed down every casino withdrawal Silas made using Dad's money. Seeing Marin's missing field trip next to a $200 ATM transaction at the casino made me rush to the restroom and vomit. Dad stayed up with me, preparing pot after pot of coffee and letting me work things out without trying to solve anything. Around 3 a.m., my phone rang, and it was the forensic accountant Mom had hired, phoning from the East Coast, where it was already 6 a.m. She had been working through the night and discovered that the trend was far worse than we had suspected, with Silas's withdrawals occurring within hours of Dad's payments most of the time. She'd also discovered 2 more transactions that we'd overlooked, bringing the total to 26 payments and $13,000 stolen. The theft began 2 months before Dad informed us, implying Silas had been lying and stealing for much longer. The following morning, I traveled to the police station with my poster board chronology and 3 folders of evidence to file a report of theft by fraud. Detective Dorian Vera reviewed my statement thoroughly, asking questions regarding dates and amounts. He provided a case number and said he'd contact me about the following steps, but warned me that these situations take time to develop properly. 2 days later, Detective Vera called again to set realistic expectations, stating that while criminal charges were possible, the prosecutor would have to assess if they could prove intent to deceive because Silas and I were married. He suggested that I prioritize protecting myself and the children in family court first, and then use the criminal case as leverage if necessary. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I appreciated him being honest rather than giving me false hope. That afternoon, I called the school and made an appointment for Marin to meet with Genevieve Duval, a counselor who specializes in assisting children who have experienced familial trauma. She had an opening the next day and informed me that she was trained in age-appropriate techniques for assisting youngsters in processing stressful events. I didn't tell Marin why she was going. All I said was, she'd be talking to a wonderful lady at school who helps youngsters deal with their emotions. The next morning, I walked Marin to the counselor's office and waited outside while they spoke, my stomach in knots, wondering what my baby girl would say. After 45 minutes, Genevieve emerged with a portrait of herself, created by Marin, complete with a large X over her body, and the word bad underneath. She stated that Marin had absorbed blame for adult problems, believing she was terrible, which is why Santa did not deliver presents, and Daddy was no longer home. The counselor gave me tools to help reassure Marin without overwhelming her with adult details, suggesting simple phrases like, Mommy and daddy's problems are never your fault, and you are loved no matter what. Silas's timing with that ATM withdrawal right when fraud alerts went off appears too convenient. Was he watching the account the entire time? The way he went from regretful to angry to threatening in less than an hour makes me wonder if this is a practiced routine he has used before. That night, as the kids slept, Silas texted me, offering to go to rehab and family therapy if I withdrew all legal processes and let him come home right away. The deception was so evident that it made me sick, as he used recovery as a bargaining chip rather than accepting responsibility for his actions. I forwarded the text to Rose at Legal Aid, who responded within minutes, stating that this was normal conduct for someone attempting to dodge punishment, and that I should avoid direct communication going ahead. Dad sat at my kitchen table that evening, his laptop open, reading custody laws while I served the kids mac and cheese. He continued shaking his head and moaning about how the system supported abusers, rather than victims. When the kids left to watch cartoons, he turned the TV toward me and showed case after instance in which gambling addicts were still granted visitation rights. He tightened his jaw when reading about monitored visits and progressive reunion schemes. I knew he wanted Silas completely gone, but courts seldom removed parental rights unless there were serious circumstances. We spent 2 hours going over various situations and safety procedures, marking emergency contacts on my phone, and simulating what to do if Silas arrived. Dad installed recording applications on my phone and demonstrated how to tape everything. The following morning, Rose from Legal Aid called to say she had applied for temporary sole custody and exclusive use of the residence. She sent me an email with 20 pages of forms to examine before our hearing next week. Each page asked for information about our money, housing circumstances, and Silas's conduct. The section on domestic issues made me realize how many warning signs I had overlooked over the years. Rose informed me that despite everything Silas had done, he would eventually face some type of visitation. The idea of giving over my children to him made my stomach turn, but she explained judges nearly always maintain some parental contact. She advised keeping a notebook to record everything that happened from now on. 3 nights later, at 10:15 p.m., a banging on the front door awoke the entire house. Silas's voice resonated across the woods, begging to see his children while slurring slightly. Dad sprang up from the couch where he had been resting and stood by the door, while I grabbed my phone to dial 911. The operator remained on the line as Silas continued to pound and rant about his rights as a father. Marin came downstairs, crying, and I carried her back to her room, telling her everything was fine as my pulse raced. The police arrived in 8 minutes, but it felt like hours. 2 officers spoke with Silas outside, while another collected my statement inside. They informed him of Rose's protective order and cautioned him that coming back would result in immediate arrest. Silas battled with them for another 10 minutes before ultimately departing. The officer gave me a case number and instructed me to call immediately if he returned. Dad stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in a chair facing the front entrance. At 7 a.m., a locksmith arrived and changed all of the locks in the house. Dad supervised while I prepared breakfast, attempting to make things normal for the children. After lunch, we set up a video doorbell and motion sensor lights throughout the property. Dad showed me how to check my phone's camera feed and set alerts for any movement near the doors. That afternoon, we sat the kids down for a safety discussion that was easy and non-threatening. Marin asked why Daddy couldn't use his key anymore, and I simply explained that he was staying somewhere else for a time. We followed our safety guidelines, such as not opening the door for anyone and staying where Mommy could see us. Detective Vera contacted 2 days later, requesting permission to subpoena Silas's bank records and obtain surveillance footage from 3 casinos. He stated that they were putting together a fraud case, but that it would take months to work through the system. I signed every paper he sent over within an hour, hoping for some sort of justice, even if it came slowly. He described uncovering proof of Silas's gambling dating back 5 years, long before Dad began sending money. While sorting through our accumulated mail, I came across 3 notices that I did not identify. They were from several payday lending companies and thanked me for my recent applications. My palms shook when I dialed the numbers and realized Silas had borrowed $5,000 using my social security number. Each company said that the loans were taken out online using my information, but from IP addresses I did not recognize. The fury was so great that I had to sit down before passing out. I spent the next 6 hours on hold with credit bureaus and filed reports for everybody who would listen. Experian came first, followed by TransUnion and Equifax, each of which required the entire tale. The woman at Experian stated that she handles 5 identical situations every week and went me through the process of completely freezing my credit. I filed files with the FTC and the local police, adding to my expanding list of Silas's offenses. Each phone call involved detailing how my spouse stole from my father and using my identity to pay his gambling. The operator from the third payday lending company stated that they would require a police report to investigate the fraud. That afternoon I drove to the station and filled out another report, this time including identity theft. The next day, Genevieve from Child Services called with advice on how to keep the kids stable amidst all of the upheaval. She suggested keeping their routines consistent, with regular bedtimes, meals and timetables. It was impossible to act normally while everything was falling apart, but she insisted that children needed structure more than ever during times of turmoil. She suggested me specific options, such as stockpiling their favorite foods and continuing our Friday movie night ritual. We would go to the park every afternoon and read the same bedtime stories. 4 days later, I received a call from someone named David Ditt, who claimed to be Silas's new addiction counselor. They added that Silas had enrolled in an outpatient gambling addiction program, and wished to discuss appropriate boundaries during his treatment. According to David, recovery is a difficult process that might take years, and most people relapse several times before obtaining stability. They appreciated that I kept my distance and claimed it was the best option for everyone involved. David confirmed that family counseling was not acceptable until Silas demonstrated persistent improvement, and I felt comfortable participating. They agreed with my decision to keep the kids apart during his initial treatment phase. David would submit monthly attendance updates, but meaningful change required time and continuous work, which Silas had only recently begun. 2 weeks later, I sat in the courtroom, watching the judge go through the stack of evidence Rose had prepared. The interim custody hearing had finally arrived, after what seemed like an eternity. Silas sat at the other table with his court-appointed attorney, his hands folded as if he were praying. The judge looked up from the financial documents containing the stolen funds and gambling records. She asked Silas directly about the $12,000, and he stuttered through an explanation about having a problem and seeking assistance. When she inquired about payday loans in my name, his lawyer objected, but she overturned it. After 40 minutes of testimony and evidence review, she granted me primary custody, with Silas receiving supervised visits every other Saturday pending further evaluation. It wasn't the entire protection I desired for the children, but at least someone would be watching him alongside them. The judge notably emphasized the financial abuse evidence that troubled her and ordered Silas to continue receiving therapy. Rose told me as we walked out of the courthouse that this would just be temporary until the full hearing in 3 months. The next morning, I met with the district attorney's office to discuss the criminal accusations. The prosecutor, a tired-looking lady with stacks of paperwork on her desk, stated that proving intent to commit wire fraud was nearly impossible because we were married at the time. She stated that courts often interpret marital assets as common property, even when one spouse conceals money from the other. However, the identity theft with payday loans was unique in that he forged my signature and utilized my social security number without permission. She would proceed with the charges, but warned me that it could take months and might simply result in probation if he had no prior record. I left feeling irritated because stealing from family was somehow less important than stealing from strangers. That weekend, Dad sat me down at the kitchen table, holding a binder of paperwork. His emergency leave was up in 3 days, and he had to return to Kuwait. He'd set up a trust account for the kids that only I could access using 2 forms of identification and a notarized signature. Silas couldn't touch it, even if he had gotten my information again. Mom would stay for another week to help with logistics and getting the kids used to their new schedule. Dad had me pledge to call him if something happened, no matter how minor. The monitored visitation center was a converted office building that had toys and cameras in every room. Silas's first visit was set for Saturday morning, and Marin had been asking about Daddy all week. When we arrived, she ran to him, but stopped short when she noticed the supervisor sitting in the corner with a clipboard. Silas attempted to be normal, but Marin kept staring at the stranger and questioning why she was there. He claimed it was only someone to help him play, but Marin wasn't fooled. She clung to him for a few minutes before pulling away, perplexed by the whole situation. When I picked her up 2 hours later, she had a total tantrum in the car. Silas's sudden interest in treatment, just when legal problems arises, makes me wonder if he's done this dance before with other people. How fortuitous that he learns the route to rehabilitation, right when the consequences arrive at his door. She sobbed because she missed Daddy and didn't understand why someone had to babysit them. I held her in the back seat while she grieved herself to exhaustion, my heart hurting for her bewilderment about why her world had changed. That night, my email inbox was flooded with messages from Silas. Long, rambling walls of text that alternated between accepting responsibility and blaming me for tearing up our family. He said that his counselor encouraged him to chronicle his sentiments, but instead of keeping them secret, he sent me every thought. One paragraph would reveal that he had a problem. The next person would accuse me of overreacting. I forwarded everything to Rose without reading more than the first few lines. She advised to continue documenting everything for the permanent custody hearing. Monday presented a fresh dilemma when I discovered an eviction notice pinned to our door. The landlord had been attempting to contact us for weeks regarding late rent payments. Silas had not paid rent in October or November, and he had pocketed the money while I was preoccupied about purchasing groceries. We were 2 months behind and owed $3,600 plus late fees. I phoned the landlord right away, describing the issue while pacing the empty apartment. He agreed to a payment plan in which I could pay half now and the balance over 3 months. Dad wired the funds that afternoon, adding to my sense of humiliation and gratitude. That night, I spent hours debating whether to move in with my parents on the East Coast, or keep the kids in their school district for stability. Maren had already lost so much, and changing schools in the middle of the year seemed harsh. Her teacher explained that she was struggling with the changes at home and needed constancy. So I signed up for 3 grocery delivery apps and began driving every night after the kids went to bed. When Dad discovered out, he complained. But I needed to be independent in some way. The exhaustion was worth keeping Maren in her comfortable classroom with her classmates. Detective Vera called Wednesday with an update that made me physically ill. He had obtained CCTV footage from the casino for the dates I had specified. On October 15th, the timestamp showed Silas at a poker table during Maren's first dancing presentation. I recall being alone in that auditorium, explaining to other parents why her daddy couldn't make it. The footage from November 3rd was worse, showing him smiling with other players at her first soccer game while I cheered alone from the sidelines. Seeing him enjoying fun while I held back tears at her activities broke something within me that I had no idea could still break. The following week, David called with some disturbing news about Silas's treatment compliance. He had missed 2 group meetings, and when he did go, he downplayed his addiction and blamed external circumstances. The supervised visitation center also stated that he appeared anxious and distracted during visits, continually checking his phone and cutting them short. David claimed that his behavior indicated that he was still not totally devoted to his rehabilitation. Saturday morning during Maren's soccer practice, I was assisting her in tying her cleats when another parent grabbed my arm. She pointed across the field to where Silas was standing by the fence, watching. My protective order clearly forbade him from coming within 500 feet of the children's activities. I kept Maren distracted with stretches while nervously dialing 911. Other parents created a slight barrier between him and the field. He had already fled by the time police came 15 minutes later, but I filed another report to document the infraction. The officer stated that these reports would be used at the next hearing to demonstrate a pattern of violating court orders. 2 days later, I sat in Rose's office, filling out paperwork for a comprehensive protective order, as she explained how Silas's frequent infractions would help our case. My wife and her family planned, Operation Divorce, for 6 months, to evict me on our 10th anniversary. Instead, I flipped their plan in one night. After 10 years of marriage with Lydia, I believed we had something substantial. We met in college, married young, and created what I thought was a good life together. She works in marketing. I'm a software developer. We have some decent money between us. Her family was constantly active, perhaps too involved, but I assumed it came with marrying into a close-knit bunch. Her sisters, Marissa and Talia, as well as her mother Vivian, are constantly bothering us, but I put up with it because I loved Lydia. What I didn't realize was how much they all disliked me. I helped Lydia set up her new iPhone 3 weeks ago. She had been moaning about how slow her old one was, so she finally updated. While importing her apps and data, I logged into her iCloud to ensure that everything was correctly synced. She was in the shower when her laptop screen filled up with notifications. I believed it was work-related because she was constantly besieged with mails. But then I noticed a WhatsApp notification from Operation Divorce Dan. My name is Daniel. I opened WhatsApp in the browser and discovered a group chat with Lydia, Marissa, Talia and Vivian. The messages made my blood run cold, but I continued reading because I wanted to know what I was dealing with. Marissa wrote, "He is so foolish." Talia replied, "I already called the moving company. We can clear his stuff while he's at work Thursday. Everything goes to storage unit 247 on 5th Street. Mom got the key yesterday." Vivian chimed in, "My lawyer friend has the divorce papers ready. Dan will be served right at the party. He'll be homeless by 6 p.m. Can't wait to see his face." Lydia had sent a laughing emoji and added, "We should film it for TikTok. Watch this loser get what he deserves. 10 years of pretending to love this pathetic man, and I can finally be free." I screenshotted everything, every message dated back months. They'd been planning this for half a year, and it was perfectly timed for our anniversary, which I believed we were celebrating on Saturday. Lydia's surprise party turned out to be my own eviction and divorce ambush. The mails showed a lot more. They discussed how they had always regarded me as beneath their family. Lydia only married me because she was pregnant her senior year, which I had no idea about because she miscarried early and never discussed the reason for our short engagement. How they had been waiting for the proper time to fully ruin me. Marissa suggested that I was very comfortable and needed to be brought down a few pegs. Talia mentioned how they wanted me to lose everything so that I would understand my station. Vivian started calling me worthless and saying her daughter deserved more than any unknown programmer. They had everything planned out. Lydia planned to appear normal all week and then invite me to what I assumed was our anniversary dinner on Saturday evening. Instead, I'd walk into a room filled with divorce papers and moving boxes, and they'd all be filming my reaction for social media. They intended to thoroughly humiliate me. What they don't realize is that I've been expecting something like this for a while. Not exactly, but I've noticed the coldness, the way people look at me during family gatherings, and the pause and hushed talks when I enter a room. I've been quietly preparing for years to ensure that I was financially and legally secured if Lydia ever tried to leave me with nothing. See, I'm not the stupid nothing coder people believe I am. I've been building fortune through investments and side projects that they have no idea about. I only have assets in my name. They have never considered backup plans and are utterly unaware of links. While they have been planning for 6 months, I have been deliberately placing myself for 4 years. I've spent the last 3 weeks pretending normal and taking screenshots of every new communication they send. They keep adding elements to their plan, getting more enthusiastic for Saturday. Lydia even asked me what time I wanted to depart for our special dinner yesterday, and I couldn't keep a straight face when I realized what she meant. Which storage unit did they rent? I know just where it is. Who is the lawyer that Vivian mentioned? I've already completed my research. What about the moving company Talia hired? They're going to face some unexpected challenges tomorrow. Tonight is Friday. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., I meant to stroll into my own surprise party, but I have some surprises of my own that they won't expect. I've been preparing for this moment for longer than they have planned to destroy me. And by Sunday night, all 3 of these women will know precisely what happens when you underestimate the wrong person. Update 1. Holy crap, Reddit. Yesterday was completely chaotic, and I'm still processing everything that happened. Thank you to everyone who commented on my initial post. Some of you predicted precisely what was going to happen. Saturday morning began normally enough. Lydia was acting especially kind, possibly thinking she was being clever. She served me breakfast and kept mentioning how eager she was for our special evening. She even brought up particular memories from our wedding, telling me how much she loved me and how excited she was to commemorate our 10th anniversary. The entire time, I'm watching her execute this act, knowing exactly what she expects to happen in a few hours. Every smile was artificial. Every kiss felt like betrayal. And every nice word was only part of her elaborate deceit. It took everything I had not to confront her right there and then. Around 2 p.m., she mentioned that she wanted to run errands to prepare for tonight. She claimed she needed to pick up flowers and visit the restaurant to confirm our reservation. Perfect timing. As soon as she went, I made my first move. Here's what I didn't say in the original post. Which storage unit did they rent? It's under my name. Talia utilized my credit card information from the time I helped her move last year. She still had my information preserved and assumed I'd never notice a storage rental charge, but I watch every transaction on every account I own. And I've been watching that unit for weeks. What made this even better was that over my 3 weeks of monitoring their chat, I discovered they had been relocating my belongings gradually, not all at once, but piece by piece while I was at work. They believed they were being clever by stealing stuff I wouldn't notice straight away. My old college textbooks, some tools from the garage, and winter gear I won't need for months. They had the entire system worked out. Talia would text when all was clear. Marissa would bring her SUV, and they'd load whatever they could fit. They photographed everything and kept notes of what they had taken and what was still to be grabbed. I drove directly there and cleared it out. Every box and piece of furniture had previously been moved. I had my own truck and relocated everything to a place across town that they will never discover. I changed the locks on their unit and prepaid for 6 months in my name solely. But this is where things become interesting. I didn't just shift my belongings. I replaced them. I packed their storage unit with everything from my home office that I'd been meaning to get rid of for years. Old broken devices, out-of-date computer equipment, and mountains of useless documents. It appeared as if someone had been there and cleared out valuable objects, leaving behind evident garbage. Then I went home to wait. Lydia returned around 5 p.m. with Marissa and Talia. They were all giggly and thrilled, as if they were about to pull off the ideal ambush. Vivian arrived at 6:30 with a manila packet, which I assumed contained the divorce papers. Lydia told me around 7 p.m. that it was time to leave for our anniversary dinner. We got into my car, and she told me to drive to Marissa's place. When we pulled up, I noticed movement through the windows and knew this was it. Lydia stated that she wanted to pop over briefly to pick up something. When we stepped in the door, they were all standing there with huge grins on their faces. Vivian stepped forward with the packet, and Marissa pulled out her phone, evidently ready to record. That's when I spoke the words I'd been practicing for 3 weeks. Before you start filming, you might want to check storage unit 247. Lydia turned absolutely white. Talia truly dropped her phone. Marissa began to inquire what I meant, but I could see the panic rising. I told them about Operation Divorce Dan. I was aware of every message, plan, and detail that they had spent months putting together. I took out my phone and began reading their own statements back to them. The room exploded. Lydia instantly began yelling that I had breached her privacy and that I was insane for spying on her intimate discussions. Vivian demanded to know how I had gained access to sensitive family chats. Marissa started calling me ill and manipulating. But here's what made the entire event so amazing. They could not deny what they had stated. Every hateful word, every plan to embarrass me, and every insult they'd hurled at me for months was right there in black and white. Lydia tried to say that they were simply venting and that they never intended to carry out any of it. But I had screenshots from yesterday of Talia confirming the moving truck rental and Vivian discussing serving me papers tonight. The disagreement lasted over an hour and turned heated. Talia insisted that I deserved everything they had planned because I had been a slacker for years, holding Lydia back. She said I was dead weight, and Lydia could have married someone successful if she hadn't been stuck with me. Marissa told me I was pathetic and that their family had never wanted me there, that they had been hoping Lydia would wake up for years. But Vivian, she became really angry. She began telling me that I had no idea who I was dealing with, that her family had connections and resources I couldn't fathom, and that I'd made a tremendous mistake believing I could outwit them. She kept talking about how they might ruin my life, how they had means of punishing anyone who crossed them. Lydia was torn between trying to deny everything and being upset that I'd invaded her private. She claimed at first that the messages were simply harmless venting between family members. The next minute, she was shouting that I was a controlling freak with no right to listen in on her private talks. That's when I informed them that the storage container had been cleared out, that the moving firm they had engaged would arrive Monday to an empty space, and that every aspect of their ideal plan had already come apart. I also revealed a few other information I'd kept private, such as how I'd been recording our chats for the past 2 weeks, using an app on my phone. How I documented each time Lydia lied to me about her plans. How I had been constructing a case demonstrating their conspiracy to cheat me. The screaming match that ensued was spectacular. Lydia accused me of stealing from them, despite the fact that it was my own possessions. Talia began demanding that I tell them where I had relocated everything. Marissa threatened to contact the cops. Vivian escalated, claiming she was going to ruin my career and that she had people who could ensure I never worked in technology again. She was raving about how her late husband had amassed a tremendous network and how she could financially and professionally destroy me. So I called their bluff. I took out my phone and called 911 right in front of them. When the operator answered, I explained that I wanted to report identity theft and credit card fraud, and that I had evidence proving that someone had used my financial information to rent storage space without my knowledge. They shut up quickly. I assured the operator that I had fixed the immediate situation, so the police did not come out. But the point has been made. They were aware that everything they had done may be used against them legally. I drove home, leaving them standing there. Lydia rode back in utter silence, likely attempting to think out her next move. When we arrived inside, Mother walked straight to our bedroom and closed the door. I could hear her on the phone with someone, most likely one of her sisters, but couldn't understand what she was saying. About an hour later, she returned and attempted an entirely different technique. She suddenly apologized, stating the group conversation was merely family drama and she never meant any of it. She claimed her sisters had pressed her into agreeing to their plan, and she had been trying to find a way out. She stated she loved me and wanted to work things out, and that we could go to counseling to repair our marriage. She even proposed that we repeat our vows and have a proper celebration of our 10 years together. I listened to every word but did not believe a single one. This woman had spent months preparing to publicly humiliate me. She had described me as miserable and worthless to her family. They had planned to have me served with divorce papers as entertainment for their social media. But here's the thing, Reddit. This was only the introductory shot. They believe that losing storage access and having their plot exposed is the worst I can do to them. They believe Lydia can sweet-talk her way out of this, and things will return to normal. They have no notion what happens next. See, while they spent months arranging Operation Divorce Dan, I spent years preparing for something similar. I have financial tactics they are unaware of, legal protections they have never considered, and contingency plans for events they cannot even envision. Remember how I indicated in my first post that I was accumulating wealth through investments and side projects? There's a lot more to the story. For the past 4 years, I have been actively defending myself from this type of family manipulation. Every asset, account, and legal document has been constructed to prevent them from destroying my finances. The storage unit switch was simply me letting them know I wasn't the stupid, defenseless victim they assumed I was. The real pressure hasn't even begun yet. Monday morning will be pretty intriguing for all 3 of these women. Let's just say Vivian's claims about having connections and riches are going to be challenged in ways she never expected. Update 2. I promised you that these women would have an exciting Monday morning. That was an understatement. First, let me address some of the criticisms from my previous update. Yes, some of you say I should have just walked away and started over, but that would have meant allowing them to continue believing they could ruin people without consequences. These women spent months plotting to publicly humiliate me and render me homeless for their pleasure. Monday began early. Lydia departed for work about 7:30 a.m., still trying to pretend that everything was normal between us. She even kissed me goodbye and expressed her desire that when she returned home, we might chat further about mending our marriage. I simply nodded and encouraged her to have a good day. At 8 a.m. sharp, I made my initial move. See, during my 4 years of preparation, I wasn't just accumulating wealth and protecting assets. I'd been studying everything I could about each member of this family, including their employment, finances, responsibilities, and stress areas. Information is power, and I had been gathering it meticulously. These women thought they knew everything about me, but they had never taken the time to learn about my abilities. They observed a quiet coder who didn't create a fuss at family events, so they felt I was weak and controllable. Lydia works for a small marketing firm that runs social media campaigns for local businesses. What she doesn't realize is that I've been providing web development services to 3 of their largest clients for the past 2 years, not through her company, but directly with the business owners. At 8 a.m., I emailed detailed offers to all 3 clients, proposing to manage their whole digital presence in-house for substantially less than they are presently paying her company. By 9:15 a.m., I'd signed contracts with 2 of them and received verbal commitments from the 3rd. Lydia's firm lost 60% of their income in 90 minutes. Marissa works as a rental property manager for a company that manages approximately 40 apartment units throughout town. What she doesn't realize is that I knew her supervisor Brandon from college. We weren't close friends, but we maintained loose contact via LinkedIn. At 10 a.m., I called Brandon and informed him that I needed to discuss a severe issue with one of his employees. I outlined how Marissa had been exploiting company resources for personal vendettas, notably her access to tenant information and management systems to orchestrate harassment campaigns against family members. I never accused her of anything criminal. I only presented the facts. Marissa had used her work computer to look at storage options for their Operation Divorce Dan. She had planned personal activities during working hours, including moving truck coordination. She'd even utilized the business vehicle for several of their relocation excursions. Brandon took this extremely seriously. By noon, Marissa was in a meeting with HR to discuss her inappropriate use of company resources and violation of privacy policies. Talia came next, and she was the easiest target. Talia works part-time in a dentist office and relies on weekend catering engagements to make ends meet. She's established a solid reputation for hosting small events and parties around town. What makes this excellent is that the majority of her clients book her based on social media recommendations and word-of-mouth referrals. I spent Monday afternoon writing elaborate social media postings about my recent anniversary celebrations. Nothing malicious, nothing that may land me in legal trouble. Just candid accounts of how specific local service providers let me down at what should have been a special occasion. I detailed how a food organizer I'd hired for a family function was surreptitiously conspiring with relatives to ruin the event. I sent copies of her own messages describing her efforts to disrupt our celebration. I marked every local event planning organization, wedding venue, and party supply store in town. I posted to all of the community Facebook groups where people frequently inquired for catering recommendations. By Tuesday morning, Talia had lost 3 future weekend engagements and received several communications from potential clients indicating that they had decided to use alternative caterers. But Vivian was the major attraction. Remember how she repeatedly threatened me with her connections and resources? How did she imply that her late husband had established a network of strong people capable of destroying me financially and professionally? So I decided to test those connections. See, Vivian's husband used to own a small construction company before passing away 5 years ago. She maintained the business name and license valid after his death, despite the fact that she no longer undertakes construction work. She occasionally utilizes it for tax considerations and to retain corporate credibility in social situations. What she does not realize is that having an active business license entails specific legal obligations and reporting requirements. And if you are not actually executing commercial operations, there may be issues with licensing boards and regulatory organizations. On Tuesday afternoon, I filed formal complaints with both the state contractor licensing board and the local business regulatory office. I recorded how the company appears to be idle despite having active licensing, expressed concerns about potential misrepresentation to regulatory organizations, and demanded official investigations into its operations. Again, nothing unlawful on my part, just a concerned citizen with reasonable queries about business compliance and licensing procedures. But this is when things become really fascinating. By Wednesday morning, all 3 ladies had begun to panic. Lydia returned home on Tuesday night, upset, because her supervisor had called an emergency meeting to discuss their client losses. Marissa was facing a formal investigation at work and probable dismissal. Talia was desperately trying to repair her reputation while her weekend earnings vanished. And Vivian had received official notices from 2 distinct regulatory bodies demanding information about her business operations and informing her of upcoming compliance checks. On Wednesday evening, they all arrived at my place together. This time, there was no faking sweetness or pretending everything was all right. They were enraged and desperate for answers. Lydia screamed that I was destroying innocent people's livelihoods because of a petty family squabble. She insisted that her co-workers would lose their employment as a result of my vengeful behavior. Marissa insisted that I call Brandon and inform him that everything I had reported was false. She was worrying since she needed her job to pay for her car and housing, and she couldn't afford to be jobless. Talia cried and begged me to remove the social media posts because she couldn't afford to lose her catering income. She stated that her rent was due next week and that she planned to pay it with weekend bookings. But Vivian was different. She stopped begging and threatening. She was calculating, attempting to determine how much I knew and what I was going to do next. She asked me clearly what I wanted and what it would take for me to quit. She claimed they had learned their lesson and would leave me alone if I stopped targeting their employment and businesses. That's when I revealed the truth. This was not about teaching them a lesson or convincing them to leave me alone. This was about teaching them what happens when you try to destroy someone who has spent years training to protect himself. I informed them that what they had lost so far was only the beginning. That I'd spent 4 years gathering the tools and connections to defend myself against exactly what they'd attempted to do to me. And now they'd know directly what it's like to have someone ruin the life they've made. Vivian asked what I wanted, what they could do to put an end to this. I informed her that there was nothing they could do. They had made their decision to plan Operation Divorce Dan. They would now have to face the consequences. That's when she said something that helped things fall into place. She told me I had no clue what I was up against, that their family had been dealing with troublemakers like me for decades, and that I was about to find out why people in this town knew not to cross them. She claimed that they'd been sheltering Lydia from making mistakes her entire life, and that marrying me was the biggest mistake she'd ever done. They'd spent 10 years watching me keep their daughter from reaching her full potential, and they weren't about to let me ruin her future. Finally, I realized why they disliked me so much. It was more than just feeling inferior to them. They truly believed that by simply existing in Lydia's life, I was ruining it. From their perspective, I was the impediment to their kid reaching her full potential. They considered me as a burden, preventing her from having the prosperous husband she deserved. In their minds, Operation Divorce Dan was not cruelty, but rather an intervention. However, recognizing their motivation did not change anything. If anything, it made me more determined to demonstrate them how mistaken they had been about who was truly in charge here. I informed them that everything they'd seen so far was only a preview of what the full consequences would be like. That every step I'd made had been thoughtful and intentional, with the goal of addressing the exact issues that each of them was most concerned about. Friday morning, they'll all receive a very special delivery that will make everything I've done thus far appear like practice rounds. Because they still don't realize that I'm not attempting to teach them a lesson or get them to apologize. I'm gradually undermining the cushy life they've established while preparing to destroy mine. And we are just getting started. Final update. This is my final update. What transpired over the weekend was exactly what I had been working toward for 4 years. Friday morning arrived, and my promised special delivery was exactly on time. At 9 a.m., suddenly, 3 different process servers appeared at 3 distinct addresses. Lydia was served at her office, in front of her coworkers. Marissa was in her apartment building, where all her neighbors could see. Talia is at the dental office where she works part-time. Vivian received her package at home. The documents were eviction notices, but not the ones you'd expect. See, here's something I never told any of them during our 10 years together. Lydia and I reside in the same house, which she believes we both own, and I bought it outright 3 years ago with revenues from my side businesses. Her name never appeared on the deed, the mortgage, or any other official documents. She has been living there as my guest the entire time, ignorant that she has no legal title to the property. The eviction notice gave her 30 days to evacuate the premises, claiming irreconcilable disagreements and a breakdown in their domestic partnership. Completely legal and completely enforceable. But it was not all. Marissa's apartment? It turns out that the building is owned by a property investment business with whom I have been doing web development work for the past 18 months. When I expressed my worries about their property manager's misuse of corporate resources and potential liability issues, they took it seriously. Her lease termination notice mentioned infractions of building policies and possible conflicts of interest with the management business. Talia rents a little house from an elderly couple living out of state. She has no idea that for the past year, I have been in charge of their property management website and online rent collection system. When I notified them about their tenants' involvement in harassment campaigns and the potential reputational damage to their property, they declined to extend her month-to-month lease. And Vivian. Her scenario was the most complicated, and also the most satisfying. The regulatory inquiries I initiated revealed some noteworthy anomalies in her corporate records. Nothing unlawful, but enough to cause major issues with her property taxes and homeowners insurance. It turns out that having an inactive company license while claiming residential property exemptions creates some complicated legal gray areas. Her notice was not an eviction, but a foreclosure warning. The issues with her business status prompted a review of her mortgage terms, and minor technical infractions gave the bank grounds to cancel the loan. By Friday afternoon, all 3 women had phoned me, not together this time, but individually, each attempting a different strategy. Lydia came home distraught and begged me to reconsider. She stated she'd do anything to save our marriage, including break off communication with her family, if I only let her stay. She agreed to go to counseling and change everything about herself to compensate for the Operation Divorce Dan plan. She even offered to sign a postnuptial agreement, granting me ultimate authority over our finances. I listened carefully and informed her that her 30-day period began today. Marissa called me at 6 p.m., completely frantic. She claimed that losing her job and apartment in the same week would wreck her finances. She offered to compensate me or to work for me for free. Anything to persuade me to cancel the property managers. She kept insisting that she had learned her lesson and would never intervene in my life again. I informed her that the ramifications of her actions were only beginning to unravel. Talia arrived at my house Saturday morning, sobbing uncontrollably. She claimed she had already lost the majority of her catering business and was about to become homeless. She continued asking what she could do to put an end to this, what she could provide me to make things right. She said she had some savings and would pay me every penny if I could help her keep her rental home. I reminded her that she was delighted to capture my reaction for TikTok when they thought they were ruining my life. I asked her how it felt to be on the other side of the equation. However, Vivian responded differently. She did not beg, cry, or offer me anything. She arrived at my house on Saturday evening with a cold, calculated expression on her face and told me that I had made the biggest mistake of my life. She stated her family had connections I couldn't comprehend, resources I didn't understand, and problem-solving strategies I wasn't expecting. She explained that she had spent the previous 2 days making phone calls and that I was about to discover why people in this town know better than to cross her family. I inquired about how those connections were working out for her foreclosure concern. That's when she began to break. She revealed that most of her husband's former business acquaintances had moved away or retired in the previous 5 years. That the formidable network she had been frightening me with consisted primarily of recollections and old business cards. She claimed she had been attempting to project an image of influence and control in order to safeguard her family's reputation, but the reality was far from that. Her husband's death had left her with more obligations than assets, and she'd been struggling financially for years, pretending everything was okay. The company license issues were not simply bureaucratic. They were the final blow, revealing how perilous her situation truly was. By Sunday morning, the reality had set in for all of them. Lydia had spent the weekend frantically calling family and friends, attempting to locate somewhere to stay. However, word had spread about our marital issues, and most people were unwilling to become involved in what appeared to be a complicated divorce situation. Marissa had been rejected emergency housing aid because her income loss was too recent to qualify for the programs. Her savings account couldn't pay a security deposit and the first month's rent for a new place. Talia had attempted to stay with friends, but with her image ruined in the local catering community, she was unable to provide any services in exchange for lodging. She had spent Saturday night in her car in a Walmart parking lot. And Vivian, the foreclosure process was hastened due to corporate compliance concerns. She had fewer than 2 weeks to make a big payment or locate alternative housing. On Sunday evening, they all arrived at my place for the final time. This was not the heated exchange from earlier in the week. This was sheer desperation. They stood on my porch, appearing fatigued, defeated, and terrified. Lydia had clearly been crying for hours. Marissa kept checking her phone, as if she were waiting for a miracle call. Talia appeared to have not slept. Vivian appeared to have aged 10 years in the last week. Lydia spoke first, stating they were sorry for everything and that they had never intended for things to escalate this far. That Operation Divorce Dan was just ridiculous family drama that spiraled out of control. Marissa stated that they recognized they'd made a tremendous mistake, had learnt their lesson, and would never do anything like this again. Talia was crying as she spoke, claiming she was sorry for wanting to capture my humiliation and that she realized how cruel and thoughtless it was. Vivian said they begged me for forgiveness, that they'd all learnt their lesson and simply wanted a chance to restore their lives. I listened to every word and then told them exactly what I had planned to say for 4 years. I explained that everything that happened to them was a direct result of their own choices. Operation Divorce. Dan was not a light-hearted family drama, it was a determined attempt to wreck my life for their pleasure. I reminded them that they had planned to record my reaction after losing my home, marriage, and dignity, that they were thrilled to watch me suffer while celebrating my demise. I explained that the only difference between their strategy and my response was that I had actually succeeded. They kept begging, offering to do anything, and pledging to make amends in any way they could. I told them that nothing they could offer me would change the outcome of their actions. That they had taught me how much their family valued loyalty and respect, and that they were now experiencing what it was like to be the recipient of that lesson. As I closed the door, I heard them outside talking about where they were going to sleep that night. It's been 3 days since then. I've seen Lydia's car parked behind the grocery store, where she appears to spend her nights. Marissa has been residing in the parking lot of a 24-hour laundromat. Talia and Vivian have been using Vivian's automobile to travel between venues in order to avoid detection by security or police. They've been texting, calling, and leaving voicemails with the same message. We apologize. We did not mean it. Please. The desperation in their voices becomes more apparent with each communication. Lydia left me a 40-minute voicemail yesterday, crying and apologizing over and over. But I am not answering. 4 years ago, when I first sensed their scorn and began preparing for the prospect, I promised myself that if they ever sought to destroy me, I would be ready to destroy them in kind. I spent those years expanding my resources, making relationships, and portraying myself as untouchable. They wanted to watch me lose everything while laughing and recording it for social media. Instead, they are sleeping in their cars, whereas I am living happily in my home, with my thriving business and financial security intact. The operation was named Divorce Dan. I suppose you could say the operation was a total success, just not in the way they had anticipated. My sister moved in to help after my surgery, but slept with my husband instead. After hiring an investigator, I exposed their affair to my family. My 28-year-old female world has been turned upside down over the last few months, and I'm still trying to understand all that has transpired. My husband Brian, 31, is a male, and my younger sister Sabrina, 25, is female. Brian and I have been married for 4 years. We met in college and I always believed we had a good relationship. We purchased our first home 2 years ago in a quiet community outside of the city. Brian works in IT, and I am a nurse at the local hospital. Sabrina has always been our family's golden child. She is the youngest of 3 children, and our parents, Helen, 55 female, and Noah, 58 male, have always treated her differently. Sabrina got away with everything while we were growing up. If something went missing, she was never to blame. Someone else must have caused the mess. Our eldest brother Isaac, 32, moved to another state after graduation and now rarely comes, which I better understand. The problem began 3 months ago, when I had to have emergency gallbladder surgery. The rehabilitation was expected to last a few weeks, but complications kept me bedridden for about 6 weeks. I couldn't lift large objects, couldn't drive, and required assistance with basic domestic duties. Brian originally took time off from work, but after a week, his employer began urging him to return. That's when our parents suggested Sabrina come stay with us and help out. She had recently finished her marketing degree and was between jobs, so the timing looked ideal. I was concerned at first because Sabrina and I had never been close, but Brian felt it was a fantastic idea. He explained that it would relieve him of stress and provide me with someone to chat to during the day. Sabrina arrived carrying 2 enormous luggage and quickly took over our guest room. She transformed it with her own images and plants, making herself entirely at home. At first, I felt grateful. She prepared meals, did laundry, and kept me company while Brian was at work. She would sit on my bed and tell me about her college pals and her dreams for a career in marketing. After the second week, however, things began to seem strange. Sabrina started wearing my clothes without asking. She'd shower with my costly shampoo and skincare goods. When I addressed it, she smiled and said, "What's the big deal? We're sisters." She also began rearranging items in the kitchen and living area, stating she was simply attempting to make things more orderly for me. Brian appeared to like her company more than I expected. He would come home from work and immediately start talking to Sabrina about his day. They would cook dinner together while I rested upstairs, and I could hear them laughing and conversing. When I joined them for meals, the discussion seemed awkward, like if I was interrupting something. One evening, around 3 weeks into Sabrina's visit, I went downstairs to get some water and discovered them watching a movie together on the couch. They were sitting closer than was necessary, with Brian's arm spread across the back of the couch behind Sabrina. When Brian noticed me, he hastily moved his arm, and Sabrina scooted to the opposite end of the couch. They both pretended nothing had happened, but the discomfort in the atmosphere was undeniable. I began to pay greater attention after that. Sabrina would always volunteer to deliver Brian's coffee in the morning before he left for work. She would text him throughout the day, ostensibly to keep him up to date on my condition, but their conversations seemed to go on for much too long. She began washing his laundry alongside mine, and I saw she was handling his things with apparent care, folding everything properly. The breaking point occurred during my 5th week of rehabilitation. I was now feeling better and began to move around the home more. One afternoon I decided to snooze and walked upstairs at 2 p.m. I couldn't sleep, so I came down an hour later for tea. As I entered the kitchen, I could hear conversations coming from the laundry room. I paused in the hall and listened. Sabrina said quietly, commenting on how difficult it must be for Brian to deal with everything. Then I heard Brian's voice speak quietly, emphasizing how much he loved everything she was doing, and how she made things simpler. There was a long silence, followed by what sounded like movement, as if someone was approaching someone else. I entered the kitchen and shouted out to see if anyone wanted tea. They both emerged from the washing room quickly, but Sabrina's face was flushed, and Brian appeared guilty about something. Sabrina claimed she was merely assisting Brian in troubleshooting a washing machine, but when I examined, it was functioning normally. That evening, Brian was especially attentive to me, bringing me food in bed and repeatedly asking if I needed anything. It felt forced, like he was trying to make up for something. Sabrina stayed in her room for most of the night, which was uncommon given that she usually spent her evenings in the living room watching TV. I started feeling like a stranger in my own home. Brian and Sabrina had created inside jokes and shared illusions that I wasn't aware of. They would start talking and then abruptly stop as I entered the room. Sabrina started cleaning the house incessantly, reorganizing everything to her liking and acting as if she was doing me a tremendous service. The final straw occurred on a Thursday evening during my 6th week of rehabilitation. I was feeling considerably better, and I proposed that Sabrina return to our parents' place soon, as I was almost back to normal. Brian and Sabrina quickly objected, claiming that I still needed assistance and that it was too soon for her to depart. Later that night, I awoke about midnight and discovered Brian was not in bed. I got up to look for him, assuming he couldn't sleep and was watching television. I searched the living room and kitchen but couldn't find him. Then I observed that the guest room door was locked, which was unusual because Sabrina generally slept with it slightly open due to her concern about being in strange locations. I remained in the corridor for a few minutes, listening. I could hear low voices behind the door, followed by what I recognized as Brian's laugh. My stomach sank. I returned to our bedroom and claimed to be asleep when Brian arrived about an hour later. He crept gingerly into bed, hoping not to wake me. The next morning, I told Sabrina that I felt much better and that she should probably go home for the weekend. She appeared worried and stated that she believed I still required additional assistance. Brian agreed with her, stating that we should not rush my recovery, but I persisted, and they both grudgingly agreed that she would leave on Sunday. That's when I decided to check Brian's phone. I'd never done anything like that before. But something told me I wanted to understand what was going on. On Saturday morning, as Brian was showering, I checked his messages. What I discovered made me sick to my stomach. Brian and Sabrina exchanged dozens of text messages within a few days of her arrival. They started out innocently enough, but rapidly became increasingly personal. Sabrina had been sending Brian photos of herself all day, not inappropriate ones, but selfies and shots of her cooking or cleaning. Brian had been complimenting her on how beautiful she looked and how much he valued everything she did. The messages increased from there. Sabrina wrote about how she had always thought Brian was too good for me, and she could see he wasn't happy in our marriage. Brian answered by claiming Sabrina understood him in ways I never did. They discussed how natural it felt to spend time together and how they wished things were different. The most recent messages came from the night prior. After I went to bed, they exchanged texts about how much they would miss each other when Sabrina left. Brian had wrote that the previous several weeks had been the happiest he had felt in years. Sabrina responded that she had been preparing to tell him how she felt for a long time, and that my operation provided the perfect occasion. I took screenshots of everything and emailed them to my phone. Then I sat on our bed, trying to decide what to do next. My sister had planned to seduce my husband and took advantage of my medical issue. Brian had betrayed me with my own sister while I was recovering from surgery at our home. I chose not to address them immediately. Instead, I pretended that everything was fine for the rest of Saturday. I helped Sabrina pack her belongings and thanked her for all she had done. She hugged me farewell on Sunday morning and promised to see me again soon. Brian drove her to our parents' place, and when he returned, he appeared calm and distracted. It's been a week since Sabrina departed, and I'm trying to determine what to do with the knowledge I have. Brian has been seeming guilty and distant, and he is always messaging someone, but he is being more careful to hide his phone. I'm sure they are still in touch. I haven't informed anyone what I discovered since I am unsure who I can trust. Our parents adore Sabrina, and have always supported her in every argument. My brother lives too far away to be of any assistance. I feel absolutely alone in this position. I'm not sure if I should face Brian directly, speak with Sabrina first, or tell our parents what occurred. Part of me wants to pretend I never read those messages and attempt to preserve my marriage, but I don't think I can live with the truth. I kept thinking about how they continued their emotional affair although I was bedridden and reliant on their assistance. Has anyone else faced a similar situation? I'm not sure what my next moves should be. Update 1. I never expected such a large response to my original post. Thank you to everyone who provided advice and support. A lot has transpired since my first post, and I wanted to give you all an update. After I first blogged, I spent approximately a week gathering additional proof. I realized that simply having screenshots of text exchanges wouldn't be enough, especially because Sabrina has always been adept at manipulating events to make herself appear innocent. I needed to be totally certain of what was going on before making any judgments. I began by generating a Google Voice number and a false social media profile. I utilized this to contact some of Sabrina's college pals and seemed to be organizing a surprise for her. These chats taught me a lot about my sister's history. Apparently, this wasn't her first time pursuing another person's partner or husband. One girl told me how Sabrina systematically ruined her relationship with her long-term boyfriend during their junior year by continually contacting him and showing up at his apartment with food and academic help. I also decided to conduct a more thorough inspection of our home security system. We have cameras at both the front and back entrances that record footage for 30 days. I reviewed the recordings from Sabrina's time with us. What I discovered was disturbing. On several times, I noticed Brian and Sabrina standing close together on our back patio, talking in an intimate manner. In one late-night video, I could plainly see them hugging for far longer than is suitable for a brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Brian's actions became increasingly clear. He was continually checking his phone and smiling at the texts. He began working late more frequently, stating that his supervisor was assigning him extra projects. He also started criticizing me in ways he hadn't previously, commenting on my cooking, attractiveness, and energy level. It seemed like he was attempting to justify something to himself. 2 weeks after my original article, I decided to drive past our parents' house to see if Brian's car was still there. I had told him I was going to see a business acquaintance, but I ended myself parking down the street from my boyhood home. Sure enough, Brian's car was in the driveway. I waited for 2 hours, and when he eventually emerged, Sabrina led him to his car. They stood there conversing for a few minutes before she hugged him farewell. It was not a casual family hug. She placed her arms around his neck and hugged for at least 30 seconds. I confronted Brian that evening when he returned home. I informed him I knew he had been at our parents' place and questioned why he had lied about working late. He quickly grew defensive, accusing me of being paranoid and controlling. He explained that Sabrina had phoned him because she was having problems with her automobile, and he had come over to assist her with some technical concerns. When I mentioned that our father is fully capable of assisting with automotive problems, Brian stated that Noah was preoccupied with work, and Sabrina had explicitly requested his help. I knew he was lying, but I didn't admit I had read the text messages yet. Instead, I informed him that his conduct had altered during Sabrina's time with us, and I was concerned about our relationship. Brian became enraged and claimed that I was being unreasonable, and that my recovery from surgery had made me wary of everybody. He said Sabrina had been nothing but helpful, and I was ungrateful and anxious. The debate became heated, and Brian ended up staying in the guest room that night. He apologized the next morning, saying he was worried about work and didn't want to lose his temper, but his explanation about helping Sabrina with her car didn't make sense, especially since I knew from the camera tape that they had been spending time together on a daily basis. I've decided to hire a private investigator. I understand that sounds excessive, but I needed to know the entire extent of what was going on. I hired a PI that specializes in marriage investigations and comes highly recommended. I provided him all of the information I had and requested him to record Brian and Sabrina's actions for 2 weeks. The results were disastrous. The PI furnished me with images and comprehensive reports from Brian and Sabrina's meetings at several sites throughout town. They ate lunch together at restaurants, met at a park near our parents' house, and spent hours at a downtown coffee shop. The photographs show them holding hands, kissing, and acting like a couple. The most devastating evidence came from a motel parking lot. The PI had followed them there on a Tuesday afternoon, when I assumed Brian was at work. He had images of them entering the hotel together and exiting 3 hours later. In the images from their departure, they appeared relaxed and cheerful, walking close together with Brian's arm around Sabrina's waist. I also noticed that Brian was lying about his job schedule. The PI contacted his office and confirmed that Brian had been taking half-days and long lunch breaks on a regular basis over the previous month. His boss had expressed worry about his performance and spoken with him about his attendance concerns. When I received the PI's report, I spent an hour crying in my car in the hospital parking lot during my lunch break. For more than a month, my 4-year-old husband and my sister had been having an open affair. They had used my medical emergency and recovery to cover up their connection, and they had been lying to me every day. I resolved to inform our parents before facing Brian and Sabrina. I drove to their house on a Saturday morning, knowing Sabrina would be there. I brought printed copies of the PI's photographs and thorough report. When I stepped into our parents' living room, Sabrina was sitting on the couch in her pajamas, watching television. Our mother was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while our father read the newspaper. It appeared to be a normal family situation, which made what I was about to do feel much worse. I asked everyone to sit down because I had something important to say. I began by recounting how I found Brian and Sabrina were having an affair. Sabrina instantly began crying and denied everything, claiming I was insane and paranoid. Our parents appeared bewildered and concerned. Then I showed them the photographs. The evidence was undeniable. Pictures showed Brian and Sabrina holding hands, kissing, and entering the hotel together. Sabrina's denials got increasingly frenzied, but the images spoke for themselves. Our father grew enraged, not at Sabrina, but at me for having them followed. He accused me of violating their privacy and claimed that hiring a private investigator was an extreme and unacceptable solution to marital issues. Our mother began crying, claiming that there must have been a misunderstanding. The most unexpected reaction came from Sabrina herself. After approximately 10 minutes of denying everything, she stopped crying and looked straight at me. She claimed Brian told her that our marriage had been finished for years and that he was going to divorce me anyhow. She stated that Brian had described me as frigid and unapproachable, and that he had never been truly satisfied with me. She went on to claim that she and Brian had a genuine connection and understood one another in ways that he and I couldn't. She stated that Brian had confided in her about how lonely he felt in our marriage and had considered leaving me long before my surgery. Our parents sat in startled silence as Sabrina continued to speak. She stated that she would not apologize for finding happiness with someone who genuinely liked her. She stated that Brian was the one who started their relationship and she attempted to resist at first, but their love for each other were too powerful. In that moment, I realized I'd never seen this side of my sister before. The sweet, innocent younger sister I thought I knew was vanished, replaced by someone who could betray her own family without remorse. Our folks weren't sure what to say. Our mother started crying, claiming she couldn't believe what was occurring. Our father appeared more concerned about the family's reputation than with the real betrayal. Neither of them protected me nor criticized Sabrina's actions. I left their place and headed home to wait for Brian. I had resolved to face him with everything I knew, and inform him that I wanted a divorce. I was tired of trying to rescue a marriage that he had already shattered. Update 2. The confrontation with Brian did not go as intended, and what occurred next made me doubt all I thought I knew about my family. Brian went into the house that Saturday evening, after I had shown my parents the evidence, as if nothing had occurred. I was seated at our kitchen table, with all of the pie images spread out in front of me. When he saw them, his face turned absolutely white. I told him I knew everything and asked him to go. Brian stood there for a long time staring at the photographs. Then he sat down across from me and began speaking. What he told me altered everything. According to Brian, the affair did not begin as I expected. He said that Sabrina had been contacting and texting him for months prior to my operation, frequently when she knew I wouldn't be present. She would interrogate him about our connection and make comments about how I didn't seem to value him enough. He said he initially thought she was just a concerned sister, but her texts became more intimate and sexual over time. Brian stated that he should have warned me about Sabrina's actions, but he didn't want to cause difficulties for me or my family. He understood how difficult my relationship with my parents might be, and he didn't want to further matters by whining about their favorite daughter. When my operation was set, Brian stated that Sabrina quickly offered to come stay with us. She told our parents that she was concerned about my rehabilitation and wanted to assist, but she had been privately texting Brian about how this would be an excellent opportunity for them to spend more time together. Brian claimed that he tried to make things proper while Sabrina was staying with us, but she was always looking for chances to be alone with him. She'd wait until I was napping or resting to start talking about how miserable she felt I was, and how she believed Brian deserved someone who valued him more. According to Brian, Sabrina initiated their first kiss. He claimed it happened in the laundry room the day I overheard them conversing. Sabrina had approached him and informed him she had been in love with him when they first met. Brian admitted that he didn't stop her from kissing him, which is when their physical relationship began. Brian stated he never told Sabrina that our marriage had ended, or that he intended to leave me. He claimed those were lies she told to excuse her actions to my parents. He stated that her attention had puzzled and impressed him, particularly during a tough period when I was healing and our house was chaotic. I asked Brian why he continued the affair after Sabrina left our home if he truly wanted to save our marriage. He claimed Sabrina had threatened to tell me that he had seduced her if he attempted to terminate things. She also threatened to inform our parents that Brian had taken advantage of her while she was staying at our house to assist with my rehabilitation. Brian gave me texts from Sabrina that corroborated his account of events. Sabrina was definitely the one seeking the relationship and making plans to meet. There were further messages in which she expressed how she had always wanted Brian for herself, and how she deserved to be happy even if it meant hurting me. However, the most disturbing messages were those in which Sabrina outlined her long-term ambitions. She had written to Brian about how she believed they should wait until after the holidays to tell everyone about their relationship, allowing people to adjust to the concept. She had also sent him texts on how she believed they should divide our assets and whether Brian thought I would agree to let them take the house. Brian told me that he had begun to suspect Sabrina had been arranging the situation for far longer than he had previously believed. He stated that some of her comments during her visit to our house made more sense now, such as when she mentioned that our guest room would make an excellent office space or advised improvements to our kitchen arrangement. I wasn't sure whether to believe Brian's version of events. On the one hand, the text messages he showed me corroborated his story. On the other hand, he had continued to participate in the affair and lied to me for weeks. I told him I needed some time to consider and requested him to wait someplace else while I determined what to do. Brian left to stay with his brother, and I spent the next week mentally reviewing our entire relationship. I recognized there were symptoms of Sabrina's inappropriate interest in Brian that I had overlooked or rejected. She insisted on sitting close to him during family dinners. She would make excuses to touch him while talking, placing her hand on his arm or shoulder. She always inquired about his profession and interests in greater detail than one might expect from a sister-in-law. I also remembered Sabrina making subtle comments about our relationship that I assumed were merely sisterly worry. She'd inquire if Brian and I were pleased or comment that Brian was worried. She had also made various comments over the years about how she believed Brian was too good for me, which I had taken as compliments but suddenly appeared menacing. While Brian was staying with his brother, I decided to conduct my own investigation. I contacted Sabrina's college roommate, whose name I discovered in some old social media posts. What this woman said disturbed me. Sabrina's roommate claimed she had a tendency to become enamored with other people's guys. She would investigate their relationships, learn about their interests, and then find ways to involve herself in their life. The roommate told me about at least 3 cases in which Sabrina successfully ended relationships by convincing the man that his partner did not appreciate him enough. The roommate also informed me that Sabrina had explicitly addressed me and Brian in college. She had shown her roommate images of Brian and discussed how she thought he was ideal for her rather than for me. The roommate stated that she had always found Sabrina's statements regarding my relationship disturbing, but she didn't know how to respond at the time. I also discovered that Sabrina had been questioning our parents about my marriage for years. She would express concern about Brian's happiness, or say she thought I took him for granted. Our parents had rejected Sabrina's comments as a concerned sister, but now I could see that she had been sowing seeds of doubt about my relationship for a long time. Armed with this new information, I resolved to address Sabrina directly. I drove to our parents' house on a Thursday evening, knowing she would be there. Sabrina was in her former bedroom, where she had been living since we moved out. I told Sabrina that I was aware of her history of targeting other people's relationships and had spoken with her college roommate. Sabrina initially tried to deny everything, but when I showed her the text conversations Brian had shared with me, her tone changed dramatically. Sabrina gave up pretending to be the innocent victim and became aggressive and defensive. She told me she had never understood what Brian saw in me, but she had always knew she was better for him. She explained that Brian had been unhappy in our marriage for years, and she had just recently given him the guts to admit it. Most shockingly, Sabrina said that she had been preparing to pursue Brian for a long time. She claimed my operation had been an excellent chance, but she would have found another way soon. She said that Brian had suppressed affections for her and that she had simply helped him recognize what he actually wanted. Our parents walked in during this talk and overheard Sabrina's confessions. Our father quickly began making excuses for her actions, claiming that she was young and made a mistake. Our mother began crying again, pleading with both of us to find a way to work things out as a family. But I was tired of preserving unhealthy family relationships. I informed my parents that Sabrina had purposefully targeted my marriage, and that Brian and I were divorcing as a result of her actions. I stated that I would not be attending any family parties or gatherings where Sabrina was present. Our father became unhappy with me for issuing ultimatums, accusing me of being dramatic. Our mother accused me of attempting to break the family over a mistake that could be forgiven. Neither of them appeared to see that this wasn't a mistake or a lapse in judgment, but a deliberate attempt to destroy my marriage. I left my parents' house that night, knowing that my connection with them was definitely ended. Sabrina had taken not only my husband, but also my parents and my sense of belonging within my own family. Update 3. I'm posting this final update because several individuals have asked about my divorce and family status. The last 2 months have been rough, but I wanted to relate how things ended. Brian and I went through with our divorce. Despite his assertions that Sabrina had manipulated him, I couldn't get over the fact that he had deceived me at one of my most vulnerable moments. Our divorce was finalized last week, and Brian has already moved in with Sabrina at our parents' home. While I was at work, our father helped him move his possessions out of our house, which I thought was cowardly but not unusual. We had been married for less than 5 years and did not have children, so the property division was uncomplicated. I kept the house since I could afford the mortgage payments on my own, while Brian stole the majority of our savings. He also accepted responsibility for his school loan and credit card problems. What struck me was how rapidly Brian and Sabrina's relationship deteriorated once they no longer needed to sneak around. Brian and Sabrina have been fighting continuously since he moved into our parents' house, according to my brother Isaac, who still speaks with our parents on occasion. Apparently, the reality of their situation differs significantly from the ideal they built throughout their romance. Sabrina expected Brian to be thankful and romantic, but he appears disgruntled of how the scenario happened. Brian appears to blame Sabrina for driving him into a relationship he wasn't ready for and for losing his marriage before he knew what he really wanted. Sabrina, on the other hand, expected Brian to be entirely committed to her, but he has been reclusive and grumpy since moving in. Our parents are struggling with having both Brian and Sabrina residing in their home. Our father has been moaning to Isaac about the tension and drama, and our mother is fatigued from attempting to maintain the peace. What they assumed would be a temporary arrangement until Brian and Sabrina found their own homes lasted weeks with no end in sight. I've had no contact with Sabrina or our parents, and my interactions with Brian have been limited to divorce paperwork. Brian has attempted to contact me several times, stating he wants to apologize and explain his behavior, but I have not responded to his messages. I've also blocked Sabrina from all social media platforms and altered my phone number. The most difficult thing has been losing contact with our parents. My mother periodically calls my new number, but I do not answer. She leaves voicemails begging me to come home for supper or to call her back, but I am not prepared to have that talk. Our father has made no attempt to contact me, which both hurts and does not surprise me. I've been working on restoring my life and job. The hospital where I work has been really supportive throughout this scenario, and my boss even helped me switch to a different shift so I wouldn't have to worry about running into Brian while he was picking up Sabrina from somewhere. I've also been working to enhance my relationship with Isaac. He and his wife Camilla have been quite supportive, and they have invited me to join them for the holidays. Isaac acknowledged that he relocated across the nation to get away from our family's dysfunction, and he's been instrumental in validating my decision to cut off communication with our parents and Sabrina. I learnt from Isaac that Sabrina had lost the marketing job she had finally acquired. Apparently, her employer learned about her role in breaking up my marriage through mutual contacts, and they determined she wasn't a suitable fit for their workplace culture. Our parents are currently financially supporting her while she hunts for a new job. I've also learnt that numerous members of our extended family have taken sides in the situation. The majority of our aunts and uncles have been supportive of me, particularly after understanding the circumstances of what transpired. Our grandma on our mother's side has been particularly vocal about her dissatisfaction with Sabrina's behavior and our parents' reaction to the matter. Brian is no longer present in the house, therefore it feels more tranquil. I redecorated numerous rooms and converted Brian's office into a reading space for myself. I've also started asking friends around more frequently, which I rarely did when Brian and I were married. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready to reconcile with either our parents or Sabrina. The betrayal feels too deep, and their reaction to the circumstance demonstrated how little they valued me in comparison to Sabrina. Our father's instant support of Sabrina, as well as our mother's attempts to minimize what happened, demonstrated that they will always place Sabrina's comfort over my well-being. Some have urged that I contemplate forgiveness for my own peace of mind, but I'm not ready just yet. Right now, I'm focusing on creating a life that does not revolve around attempting to gain acceptance from individuals who have never truly valued me. I have been dating someone new for the past month. Lucas is an instructor whom I met through a mutual buddy at work. He is aware of my divorce and family situation, and he has been patient and compassionate regarding my trust difficulties. It's good to be with someone that values me without any games or manipulation. Looking back, I can see that my marriage to Brian would not have survived even without Sabrina's intervention. We had drifted apart over the years, and neither of us had made an effort to continue our relationship, but I'll always be bitter about how it ended and the role my own sister played in destroying everything we'd worked for together. I have no regrets about hiring a private investigator or addressing everyone with the evidence I acquired. Some may think it was extreme, but I needed to know the truth and have proof that couldn't be disputed or manipulated. Without that evidence, Sabrina would have continued to play the victim, and our parents would have made excuses for her actions. I'm sharing this tale to let other individuals who may be in similar situations realize that they're not crazy to suspect betrayal, especially if it includes family members. Trust your instincts and don't allow others tell you that you're being paranoid when something feels strange. I also want people to understand that cutting off communication with toxic family members is sometimes the healthiest option, even if it is painful and lonely. I'd rather be alone than spend my life attempting to gain love and respect from individuals who would never offer it to me. That is where things stand right now. I'm going on in my life, and I'm finally beginning to feel optimistic about the future. My brother's girlfriend planted drugs in my room and framed me. I was arrested and kicked out by my own mother. I, a 21-year-old male, need to get this off my chest because my life has entirely fallen apart over the last month. My younger brother, Patrick, a 19-year-old male, has always been the golden kid in our family. But what he did to me was beyond what I could have anticipated. Let us first examine our family dynamics. Our parents split when I was 12 and Patrick was 10. Our father relocated across the nation for work, so we only see him on holidays. Our mother, Rosa, 45, works 2 jobs to support us. She works during the day as a nurse at the local hospital and at night as an office cleaner. She is usually fatigued, so Patrick and I had to rely on each other growing up. Our mother has always been really strict with both of us in terms of academic performance. She came here from Colombia when she was young and never finished college since she had me so early. She is always teaching us that education is the only way to make something of ourselves. Patrick has always been a naturally bright student who excels in her role. I had to work twice as hard to achieve good grades. Even then, I usually got B's and C's. As a result, Patrick became Mom's clear favorite. She would brag about him to her friends, display his report cards on the refrigerator, and always use him as an example when lecturing me on my grades. It ached. But I understood. Patrick was actually clever, and his mother was proud. I assumed that was just the way things were. Despite this preference, Patrick and I were actually quite close. We shared a room until I was 18. And we had an underlying agreement that we were a team against the world. When Mom was working late, we'd order pizza and stay up late playing video games. When she was concerned about money, we would both contribute from our part-time jobs without her asking. Patrick would assist me with my homework, and I would drive him around because he didn't have a license yet. The situation started approximately 6 months ago, when Patrick began seeing Linda, an 18-year-old girl from his high school. She's one of those popular attractive girls who is accustomed to receiving attention. Patrick was utterly smitten with her from the beginning. He'd spend hours on the phone with her, skip our regular hangouts, and basically base his entire schedule on her availability. I did not mind at first. Patrick had never had a significant girlfriend before, so I assumed he was just going through the honeymoon phase. But Linda started visiting our house more frequently, and I began to notice some things about her that disturbed me. She had a habit of talking down to those she thought were beneath her. She'd make passing remarks about how small our house was, or how weary Mom always looked. She would roll her eyes when her mother tried to converse with her in broken English. Patrick never seemed to notice these details, or perhaps he decided to overlook them. The true problem occurred when Linda started spending time at our house when Patrick was at work. He worked at the local grocery shop 3 afternoons a week, and she would occasionally pop up while just I was home. She used to wait in Patrick's room, but she eventually started hanging out with me in the living room. Linda is gorgeous, and she was well aware of this. She wore low-cut blouses and short shorts and sat very close to me on the couch while we watched TV. She would laugh at everything I said, even when I wasn't attempting to be amusing. She'd stroke my arm while she spoke to me and grumble about Patrick's constant work or school commitments. I was aware of what was happening, but I attempted to maintain my distance. Patrick was my brother, and I wasn't about to jeopardize that for any female, no matter how lovely she was. But Linda persisted. She started texting me to see whether I was home before she came over. She would bring me food from the areas she visited with Patrick. She'd asked me for advice on their relationship, which seemed like a trap. The breaking point happened roughly 2 months ago. Patrick was working a double shift at the store, and Linda arrived at our home at 8 p.m. Mom was working a night job, so it was just me and her. She mentioned that she was bored and wanted to hang out. We ended up watching a movie, and she kept moving closer to me on the couch. Near the end of the film, she asked me directly if I considered her beautiful. I told her she was beautiful, but she was my brother's girlfriend, and I was not interested in going down that road. She laughed and said Patrick did not need to know everything. She then kissed me. I pulled her away instantly and urged her to leave. She became agitated and claimed I was rejecting her because I thought I was too good for her. I said it had nothing to do with that. I wasn't going to betray my brother. She departed angrily, and I hoped that was the end of the matter. But Linda began acting strangely around me after that. When she came over with Patrick, she barely noticed me. She'd mutter things to Patrick, which made him look at me oddly. She began posting cryptic messages on social media about people not being who they appear, and how some people cannot be trusted. Patrick started treating me differently too. He stopped inviting me to hang out. When I tried to converse to him, he just gave me short answers. When I asked him what was wrong, he didn't say anything, but I could tell he was upset. 3 weeks ago, everything detonated. I was at my part-time work at the auto shop when my phone began to ring with calls and texts. My mother was anxiously contacting me and Patrick had sent me several nasty texts. Mom texted me that I needed to get home immediately since the cops were at our house. I went home as quickly as possible, and when I came into our house, there were 2 police cars parked outside. My mother was crying on the front porch and Patrick stood next to her, arms crossed. The officers were walking out of our house with many plastic bags. One of the officers approached me and asked for my identification. He informed me that they had gotten an anonymous tip that I was selling drugs from our home, and that they had discovered marijuana and prescription pills in my bedroom. I was extremely shocked. I told them I had no idea how those narcotics got there, but they insisted on taking me in for interrogation. At the police station, they informed me that someone had called in a tip alleging that they had purchased drugs from me several times. The caller gave specifics about our house layout and that I kept my stockpile in a shoebox under my bed. When they checked the specific spot, they discovered a bag of marijuana and approximately 20 tablets, which turned out to be stolen prescription medications. I kept saying that I'd never seen those medicines before in my life. I don't even smoke marijuana. I've always been concerned that it might jeopardize my ability to keep my job at the auto shop. But the proof was right where the anonymous caller claimed it would be. The worst part was that my mother and Patrick came to pick me up after I was freed on bond. Mom would not look at me. Patrick sat in the back car, staring out the window the entire way home. When we went to the house, Mom told me I had 24 hours to find another somewhere to live. I tried to explain to both of them that I was innocent, but Mom said the narcotics were discovered in my room, which was sufficient for her. Patrick only shook his head and expressed his disappointment in me for lying about it. He stated Linda had warned him that I had been acting strangely lately and that she feared I was doing drugs. That's when something clicked. Linda had been in our home alone several times. She knew the arrangement. She had access to my room and was now easily commenting on my odd conduct. I confronted Patrick about Linda, and he became enraged. He claimed I was attempting to blame his girlfriend for my own mistakes. He said Linda had been nothing but kind to me, and that I was ungrateful. Mom agreed with him, saying I was manipulative by attempting to shift blame to an innocent girl. I packed my belongings and left that night. I've been staying at my friend Gavin's apartment and sleeping on his couch. The criminal accusations remain unresolved, and I had to utilize my money to hire a lawyer. My mother hasn't returned my calls, and Patrick has blocked me on all social media. It pains me that I can't prove Linda planted the medicines. I can't verify she made the anonymous call. I only had my suspicions and the fact that she had access to my room. But Patrick is so consumed by his affections for her that he refuses to even contemplate the prospect. I learned from Gavin, who still speaks with Patrick on occasion, that Linda has moved on to console Patrick about having such a disappointing brother. She's been staying at our house more frequently, assisting Mom with domestic duties, and generally presenting herself as the ideal girlfriend who is supporting the family during this tough time. Meanwhile, my life is utterly shattered. I might go to jail. I have lost my family. My reputation in our small community has been shattered. And the guy I believe is to blame for everything is being honored as if he were a saint. I do not know what to do. Part of me wants to keep battling to establish my innocence, but another part of me believes I should give up and start over somewhere else. Have you ever been in a situation where someone close to you was exploited by a toxic individual? How can you prove something if you don't have any evidence? Update 1. I can't believe I'm back with an update, but something happened to change everything. For those who haven't read my initial story, Linda, my brother Patrick's girlfriend, basically destroyed my life by hiding narcotics in my room and called the police with an anonymous tip. I've been staying on my friend Gavin's couch since my mother kicked me out. The last 3 weeks have been horrible. My lawyer stated the case against me is solid because the pills were discovered exactly where the anonymous caller predicted they would be. The prosecutor has offered me a plea agreement. Admit guilt and receive probation instead of probable jail time. My lawyer recommended me to accept it, but I refused because I am innocent. Gavin has been kind about allowing me to stay with him, but I could tell it was straining his relationship with his girlfriend, Jenna. They'd have these whispered discussions in the kitchen that would end when I walked in. Jenna ultimately told me last week that I could stay for no more than 2 weeks since they needed their space back. I understood, but that meant I was running out of options quickly. I began looking for apartments that I could afford with my auto shop wages, but most places required the first month, last month, and a security deposit up front. With my legal bills, I barely had enough to cover 1 month's rent, let alone 3. I actually considered packing my car and driving to another state to start fresh. However, something unexpected occurred. Last Tuesday, I was working late at the car business when my phone called. I didn't recognize the number, yet something compelled me to answer it. Linda's voice came through on the other end. She sounded different, unsteady and frightened. She asked if we could meet somewhere and speak. I told her I had nothing to say to her, especially after she convinced my brother and mother that I was a drug dealer. She said she needed to tell me something crucial about what had happened. My first instinct was to hang up, but curiosity got the best of me. I promised to meet her in a 24-hour diner across town where no one would recognize us. She said she will be there in an hour. When I arrived at the diner, Linda was already seated in a rear booth with a cup of coffee she hadn't touched. She looked awful. Her hair was a disaster. She had black circles under her eyes and her hands were trembling. This was not the confident, manipulative girl I recall. She began talking before I even sat down. She explained that Patrick had proposed to her the night before. He didn't just propose. He devised an elaborate plan to propose at graduation in front of both families. He had spent all of his savings on a ring, and was discussing moving in together after high school. Linda claimed she panicked when he proposed. She realized she didn't want to marry Patrick and live in our small town. She had only been dating him because he was intelligent, and she thought it made her appear attractive. But the thought of being bound to him indefinitely scared her. She then began crying and stated that she needed to tell me the truth about what had transpired. She admits to planting the narcotics in my room. She claimed she stole them from her mother's medication cabinet and acquired the marijuana from a student at school. She placed the anonymous call to the police because she wanted me out of the situation. I questioned her why she would go to such extremes to get rid of me. She claimed it wasn't actually about me at all. She understood that if Patrick's family came apart, he'd have to prioritize taking care of his mother before planning their future together. She reasoned that if I was arrested and booted out, it would cause enough family upheaval to keep Patrick from considering marriage. She also admitted lying to Patrick about my coming on to her. She claimed she told him I had tried to kiss her and that I was constantly making indecent comments when he was not present. She wanted him to distrust me so that when the drug incident occurred, he would not question it. I sat there in full disbelief as I heard this revelation. This girl had ruined my life as part of a grand scheme to avoid marrying my brother. I inquired why she was telling me this now. She claimed Patrick had been talking about the wedding nonstop since he proposed, and the guilt was eating her alive. She also stated that her mother had spotted the missing pills and threatened to contact the police if Linda did not admit to taking them. She was afraid she'd get arrested herself. I asked her whether she was willing to tell the truth to Patrick and my mother. She said she would, but she expected something in exchange. She wanted me to assist convince Patrick not to hate her when the truth was revealed. She said she genuinely cared about him and didn't want him to believe she was a monster. I almost laughed at her plea. She had literally tried to put me in prison, ruined my connection with my family, and cost me thousands of dollars in legal bills. And now she wants me to help her deal with her breakup with my brother. But then I realized, this was my chance to reclaim my life. I promised her I'd think about helping her work things out with Patrick. But first, she had to go to the police and admit to planting the pills. I also wanted her to tell my mother and Patrick the truth in person, not over the phone. She offered to meet me at the police station the next day. I didn't trust her, so I insisted on picking her up myself to ensure she showed up. The following morning, I traveled to Linda's residence. She was waiting outside with a small luggage, and she appeared to have not slept all night. On the way to the police station, she kept asking me what I expected Patrick to do when he found out. I told her honestly that he would probably never forgive her, but that was the result of her actions. Linda went to the police station and wanted to speak with the investigator who had handled my case. She confessed to planting the narcotics and filing a fraudulent report. The detective asked her to write and sign a thorough statement. He said the charges against me will be dropped within a few days. Linda asked if we might meet with my mother and Patrick after we left the police station. I contacted my mother and informed her that I was coming over with Linda and that she needed to hear something important. Mom seemed perplexed, but decided to let us come over. When we arrived at my house, Patrick and Mom were both sitting at the kitchen table waiting for us. Patrick seemed angry to see me, and Mom appeared fatigued. Linda sat across from them and explained everything. The drugs, the anonymous call, and the lies about my sexual advances on her. All of it. Patrick's face went through around 5 different emotions as Linda spoke. First came confusion, then amazement, rage, hurt, and ultimately a blank expression as if he was shutting down. Mom merely kept shaking her head and saying, "I can't believe it." Patrick asked Linda why she would do such a terrible thing to his family once she had finished talking. She tried to explain that she felt stuck and didn't want to marry, but he cut her off. He told her to go and not contact him again. After Linda had departed, Mom hugged me and apologized for not believing me. She claimed she felt bad about kicking me out and that I could move back home immediately. Patrick apologized too, but I could tell he was more upset with himself for being duped than sorry for doubting me. I returned home that weekend. The accusations were officially dismissed, and my lawyer indicated that I might be able to collect part of my legal bills from Linda's family. Patrick had definitely broken up with Linda, and he buried himself in his schoolwork to avoid dealing with his emotions. But, here's the deal. Even if the truth has been revealed and my name has been cleared, things are not back to normal. Patrick seldom speaks to me, he seems cordial but aloof, as if he is embarrassed by the entire event. Mom tries to pretend as if everything is fine, but there is an uneasiness between us that was not present before. I believe Patrick feels dumb for being duped by Linda, and seeing me reminds him of how terribly he misread the situation. I also believe he is processing the idea that his girlfriend was willing to destroy his family in order to avoid marrying him, which must have been quite damaging to his self-esteem. Linda has obviously left town. Patrick learned from someone at school that she had moved in with relatives in another state. I hope I never see her again, but a part of me wonders whether she may try to cause more difficulties in the future. For the time being, all I'm focusing on is rebuilding my life and ties with family. It will take time, but at least the truth is now out there. Update 2. Another update because the matter has somehow become much more convoluted. Linda, my brother's ex-girlfriend, falsely accused me of drug peddling. I was arrested. My family has disowned me. She eventually admitted the truth. I assumed that was the end of it, but I was mistaken. Things were slowly returning to normal at home. Patrick was still acting strangely around me, but Mom and I were repairing our connection. After being home for approximately a month, something happened that changed everything again. On a Saturday morning, I was working at the auto shop when an elderly woman came in and specifically asked for me. She introduced herself as Olivia, Linda's mother. I'd never met her before, but I knew her from the images Linda had given us. Olivia seemed quite unhappy and requested if we could speak privately. My supervisor allowed me to take a break and we sat in her car outside the business. She informed me that Linda had been lying about far more than simply the pills. Olivia claims Linda had been stealing from her for months before the event with me occurred. Olivia's purse money, prescriptions, and even some of her jewelry had gone missing. Olivia suspected Linda but couldn't prove it until Linda admitted to the police that she had framed me. However, that wasn't the worst part. Olivia claimed that once Linda moved up with her relatives in Nevada, she began phoning Olivia wanting money. Linda claimed she was pregnant with Patrick's baby and required financial assistance. Olivia sent her $2,000 before becoming suspicious and contacting the relatives Linda was allegedly residing with. Linda had never been pregnant. She had been spending the money on parties with new acquaintances in Las Vegas. When Olivia confronted her about it, Linda admitted the pregnancy was bogus but claimed she deserved the money as restitution for having to leave her community due to the mess I had caused. Olivia called because she thought I should know Linda was continuing lying about our family and attempting to obtain money by using Patrick's name. She also wanted to tell me that Linda had been posting messages on social media about how she was the true victim in our scenario. I checked Linda's social media profiles that night, and Olivia was correct. Linda had rewritten the entire narrative online. According to her writings, I had been bothering her for months, making unwelcome advances and threatening her when she turned me down. She stated she only lied to the police because she was afraid of what I would do to her. She presented herself as a valiant victim who had finally escaped an oppressive situation. The post received dozens of comments from people I didn't know, calling me various names and suggesting I should be imprisoned. Linda also shared images of herself looking sad and vulnerable, with words about starting afresh after overcoming tragedy. I screenshotted everything and showed it to Patrick. He was furious when he realized what Linda had posted. He hadn't used social media since their breakup, so he had no idea she was still spreading lies about our family. Patrick decided to phone Linda and tell her about the bogus pregnancy narrative and social media posts. I was present when he made the call, and he turned it on speaker so that I could hear. Linda answered the first ring, and her voice became beautiful and heartfelt when she learned it was Patrick. She informed him she had been missing him tremendously and regretted leaving town. She expressed a desire to return and resolve their differences. Patrick interrupted her and asked about the pregnancy claim and the money she had taken from her mother. Linda became defensive, claiming Olivia was lying because she was furious about Linda moving out. She insisted the pregnancy was real, but she miscarried soon after moving to Nevada. Then Patrick questioned her about the social media posts. Linda's tone abruptly shifted. She became hostile and claimed she had every right to explain her side of the tale. She claimed I had made her feel unsafe, and she was simply alerting other girls about my actions. Patrick informed her she was delusional, and that he did not want to hear from her again. Linda began crying and begged him not to hang up. She promised to stop blogging about me if he would talk to her about getting back together. Patrick informed her that she was unwell and hung up, but the harm had already been done. Linda's social media posts were shared by people in our town, and the story spread. I began receiving strange looks at work and throughout town from folks who believed Linda's version of events. My employer at the car shop summoned me to his office the following week. He stated some customers had inquired about me, and he was concerned about the shop's reputation. He did not fire me, but he made it obvious that if the drama continued to disrupt his business, he would have to let me go. That's when I knew I couldn't keep ignoring Linda's falsehoods. I had remained silent when she first confessed because I believed the truth would be sufficient, but she was still out there attempting to harm my reputation. I gathered all of my proof, including screenshots of her tweets, the police report in which she confessed, Olivia's testimony regarding the stolen money and fake pregnancy, and I made my own social media reaction describing what truly happened. I did not insult Linda personally or call her names, I simply presented the facts with documentation to back them up. I said that she admitted to placing narcotics in my room, lied to the police, and was now spreading false information online. The response was quick. People who knew me and my family began to share my post and defend me in the comments. Linda's school friends came up with their own stories of how she lied or manipulated circumstances to gain attention. Linda, however, took things to the next level. She created a new social media account and began messaging my friends and coworkers directly, sending them bogus images of text conversations in which I allegedly threatened her. The screenshots were clearly doctored. They had uneven formatting, and several of the messages used lingo that I never use. Linda's false screenshot was emailed to my mother's office. A coworker showed it to Mom, who brought it home and asked me about it. According to the phony message, I threatened Linda with violence if she returned to town. I demonstrated to Mom how the screenshot was a forgery by comparing it to real text chats on my phone. The fonts were different, and the message timestamps did not correspond with when Linda and I had actually texted. Mom believed me, but she was concerned about how far Linda was ready to go with her falsehoods. Patrick suggested we talk to a lawyer regarding Linda's harassment accusations. He felt guilty that his ex-girlfriend was still attempting to harm our family, even after the truth was revealed. Last week we spoke with a lawyer who specializes in internet harassment claims. She analyzed all of the data, and concluded that we had a strong case against Linda for defamation and cyberstalking. She further stated that Olivia may file charges for theft and fraud in connection with the phony pregnancy money. Linda received a cease and desist letter from the lawyer, requesting that she stop posting false material about me and remove all existing posts. Linda has yet to answer, although her social media profiles were made private shortly after she would have received the message. I'm hoping that this is the end of Linda's crusade against me, but I'm not holding my breath. She appears determined to present herself as the victim, regardless of the evidence to the contrary. The good news is that Patrick and I can finally talk regularly again. Working together to deal with Linda's harassment has helped us rebuild our relationship. He apologized for ever doubting me and said he felt silly for being duped by someone so manipulative. Mom has been fantastic during all of this. She feels bad about how she treated me when I was first arrested, and she has been going out of her way to make amends. She also offered to cover my legal bills in the harassment case. I'm simply tired of dealing with Linda's drama. All I want is for her to leave me and my family alone so that we can get on with our lives, but it seems like every time I think it's finished, she finds another way to cause trouble. Update 3. This is my final update because I believe the situation has reached a resolution. Linda, my brother's ex-girlfriend, falsely accused me of drug peddling. I got arrested. My family has disowned me. She eventually confessed. And then she kept bothering me online with false stories. We retained a lawyer and gave her a cease and desist letter. The cease and desist letter was effective, but not in the way we planned. Instead of just ceasing her pestering, Linda decided to push matters one last time before vanishing totally from our life. Olivia, Linda's mother, called me back about 2 weeks after the lawyer submitted the letter. She sounded worried, saying Linda had returned to our town without informing anyone. Olivia discovered out when Linda's relatives in Nevada contacted looking for her. She had allegedly stolen money and items from them before departing. Olivia was concerned about Linda's potential actions, as she appeared to be becoming increasingly desperate and reckless. She warned me to be cautious and said she was heading to our town to attempt to locate Linda and bring her home. That day, Patrick called me at work. He seemed shaken and informed me Linda had popped up on his college campus. She had managed to figure out his class schedule and was waiting for him outside his chemistry lecture. When he attempted to ignore her and go away, she began ranting at him in front of the other pupils. Linda was complaining to Patrick about how I had turned everyone against her and ruined her life. She blamed me for her family cutting her off, forcing her to leave town, and preventing her from returning. She insisted that Patrick chose between supporting her and supporting me. Patrick said he would never select her after what she had done to her family. Linda took out her phone and began recording, claiming loudly that Patrick was harassing her and that she felt unsafe. Other students gathered around to see what was going on. Linda was eventually escorted off campus by security. They told Patrick that he could make a report if he wanted, but he declined because all he wanted was for her to leave him alone. But Linda wasn't finished. That evening she shared the video she had taken on social media, claiming Patrick was part of a plan with me to silence her. The video was modified to remove the context for what she was ranting about. So it just showed Patrick appearing irritated and begging her to leave him alone. This was Linda's biggest error yet. Several kids who observed the actual fight read the post and left comments detailing what transpired. They depicted Linda as the aggressor, ranting about how I had ruined her life. One student even had their own video of the incident from a different perspective, demonstrating Linda's strange conduct. When this video was shared, it entirely contradicted Linda's story and made her appear unstable. That night, Olivia discovered Linda in a small motel on the outskirts of town. Linda had been using bogus social media accounts to watch what was said about her, and she was outraged that her plan to make Patrick appear bad had failed. Olivia persuaded Linda to meet with our lawyer to discuss resolving the matter without taking further legal action. I was suspicious, but the lawyer thought it was worth investigating because Linda was definitely spiraling and might agree to terms that would stop this forever. The meeting was held a few days later in the lawyer's office. Linda looked dreadful. She had lost weight, her hair was greasy, and she was always fidgeting with her hands. Olivia sat next to her and did the majority of the talking at first. Our lawyer presented Linda with two possibilities. She could agree to sign a legally enforceable agreement, agreeing to never contact me, Patrick, or anybody in our family again, as well as to delete all false posts about me on social media. In exchange, we agreed not to seek criminal charges for her recent harassment. If she refused, we would file charges for cyberstalking, defamation, and harassment, while Olivia would seek charges for theft and fraud relating to the phony pregnancy money. Linda originally claimed that she was the true victim, and that we were bullying her. But when the lawyer showed her all of the evidence we had gathered, including the false screenshots, conflicting social media posts, and witness testimonies from Patrick campus incident, she suddenly realized how much danger she was in. Olivia cried for most of the meeting. She kept apologizing to us, claiming she didn't know how to help her kid anymore. She claimed Linda had been engaging in manipulative conduct since she was a teenager, but it had gotten considerably worse in the last year. After approximately an hour of conversation, Linda agreed to sign the contract. She would delete all of my social media posts, stop using fake identities to track or contact anyone in our family, and leave town forever. She also had to agree to receive mental health treatment, which Olivia insisted on. Linda was required by the lawyer to write and sign a public apology post, which she had to leave on her social media platforms for 30 days before deleting them. The apology acknowledged that she had lied about me, and that all of her earlier posts were fake. Linda was plainly ashamed by having to post an apology, yet she did so. The message drew a lot of interest from people in our town who were following the situation. Many people left comments expressing their support for me and my family. Olivia returned Linda to Nevada the same day. Olivia gave me her phone number and told me to call her if Linda contacted us again. She also volunteered to pay for some of my legal fees, which was thoughtful of her. That was 2 months ago, and I have not heard from Linda since. Her social media accounts have been erased, and Patrick claims none of his pals have seen or heard from her. I occasionally check to see whether she has formed new accounts to post about me, but so far everything has been silent. My life has mostly gone back to normal. I'm still working at the car business, and my boss seems relieved that the turmoil has ended. My relationship with Patrick is the best it's been in years. Going through this experience together drew us closer. Mom has also been great. She still feels horrible about how she treated me when I was first arrested, but we've moved on. This event taught her a lesson about online abuse, and she is now more skeptical of everything she sees on social media. The only long-term effect is that I'm much more cautious about who I trust. Linda taught me that some people are willing to wreck innocent people's lives for just selfish reasons. I'm not bitter about it, but I'm more conscious of warning signs in people's conduct. I've also realized that sometimes the truth isn't enough. Even after Linda admitted to framing me, she continued to influence others online with false stories. It took legal action and enough evidence to eventually stop her. Patrick is currently dating a new girl named Lily, who appears to be truly kind and drama-free. He's taking it much slower this time and is being more cautious in introducing her to the family. I believe his experience with Linda taught him to look for character and integrity rather than being impressed by someone's appearance or popularity. Linda, on the other hand, I hope she receives the assistance she requires and ceases to cause harm. But I also want to never have to deal with her again. Some individuals are simply poisonous, and the best thing you can do is remove them from your life and keep them away. I'm thankful that my family stayed together in the end and that the truth came out. It was a horrific experience, but it might have been much worse if Linda had been more cautious about covering her tracks, or if my family had refused to listen when the evidence became evident. This entire incident taught me that while family relationships can be fragile, they can also be stronger than you realize if everyone is prepared to fight for them. Patrick and I went through hell, but we emerged stronger on the other side. In-laws screamed, my job was a joke, tried to evict me, after 14-hour workdays, learned the hard way. My name alone was on the deed and mortgage. I'm Oliver, a 35-year-old male software developer at a cybersecurity firm that specializes in banking system security. For the past decade, I've been slogging, working 60-plus hour weeks and sacrificing my 20s. Despite the majority of my college friends were out partying, I saved every dime I could despite living in a tiny apartment with two roommates whose basic cleanliness was questionable at best. One of them practically never did his dishes. They soaked for weeks. But I persevered because I had a goal. Finally, at 28, I purchased my ideal home. Not a palace, but a lovely 3-bedroom ranch on a quiet neighborhood with mature trees and good neighbors. It had a finished basement where I set up my gaming station and home office, a backyard large enough for her, a dog, as was always planned, and a kitchen that did not make me cry every time I cooked. I put down the $80,000 I had saved since graduating from college. My parents contributed $20,000, but I paid them back within 2 years because I didn't want to owe anyone. I was extremely proud of that house and what it represented, attaining something meaningful via hard effort and delayed satisfaction. I met Vanessa, a 34-year-old woman, on Bumble roughly 5 years ago. She appeared calm at first, professing to enjoy hiking and video games and presenting herself as low maintenance on her profile. She had a unique chuckle that I found endearing, and could talk for hours about true crime documentaries, which I was interested in at the time. We dated for a year, relocated swiftly, and married in a courthouse with a little reception at my home. She moved into my house, which I had already owned for 2 years. There were red indicators that I overlooked since I was, frankly, relieved to no longer be single. She worked as an executive assistant, but was frequently absent due to illness. She expected expensive birthday, Christmas, Valentine's and anniversary gifts, but gave me items from the sale rack. Her parents treated her as if she were still 16, and she let them. She had anxiousness, which conveniently flared up whenever there was a duty to be done. She never volunteered to split any household bills and had a strange buying habit that never harmed her limited bank account. I eventually discovered that my credit card was funding it. I arrived home about 6:30 p.m. after meeting a tight deadline. After coding for 14 hours straight to debug a vital security fix, my brain was absolutely fried, and my eyes were burning from gazing at screens all day. Dreaming of resting on my couch and maybe playing some Xbox to unwind, I came into my driveway and had to slam on the brakes due to a pile of junk on my front lawn. This is my stuff. My faded State University hoodie lay in the grass, becoming soaked. My $4,000 vinyl collection, which I had methodically built since high school, was overflowing out of a box, with some albums exposed to the elements. My gaming gadgets, books, clothes, and that silly ceramic owl Vanessa got me on our anniversary. I later realized that the item I purchased with my credit card was resting crookedly on top of the pile. There they were, the in-laws from hell. Linda, 62, and Robert, 65, stood there with smug grins on their faces, as if they had just won the lottery. These people have never worked a real job in their privileged life. Robert handles some family property that he inherited from his father, whereas Linda's entire identity focuses around being Vanessa's mother and shopping at Nordstrom. Both were dressed in luxury clothes and were on my lawn, throwing my belongings around. Vanessa was lingering near the porch, arms crossed, and looking away as if she couldn't meet my gaze. Her body language was a strange combination of defiant and anxious, as if she knew she was doing something wrong but had convinced herself she was justified. Linda started on with her screeching voice, which sounded like a nail gun hitting sheet metal, before I could even open my car door. There he is. Finally, the worthless bum. This from a woman who previously told me at Thanksgiving that true men buy their spouses Tiffany bracelets just because, and that my career in computer stuff wasn't noteworthy because anyone can do it now. I felt a strange calm wash over me, like deep sea pressure or something. A peculiar clarity occurs when everything suddenly makes perfect sense. I exited carefully, not rushing. Robert puffed up his chest, like he often does when he wants to frighten someone. He's been living off his father's money his entire life, yet he acts like he's a self-made industrial titan. He has business cards that read entrepreneur investor, yet I've never seen him accomplish any of those things. "Okay, Oliver, this isn't working," he shouted at me in his, "I'm talking to the waitstaff who brought me the wrong appetizer" tone. "Get out, we're changing the locks tomorrow, and this is now Vanessa's house. Our daughter deserves stability and security, not you," he said dismissively. "The guy who works 60 or more hours per week to pay for everything is the problem." Vanessa finally spoke up, her voice low and thin in that baby girl tone she uses when she wants something expensive. "Oliver, it is over. I told you things weren't right, and Mom and Dad agree. It's best if you leave my house." My house? The one I purchased with a down payment 5 years before I swiped right on her profile. The one where solely my name appears on the deed, mortgage, and everything. The one I had spent thousands of dollars refurbishing piece by piece. New water heater, deck repair, and dishwasher replacement, all while she complained that we weren't prioritizing cosmetic repairs for her Instagram images. Her parents had probably paid me a visit 4 times before she moved in, always acting as if they were doing me a tremendous favor by honoring me with their presence and making comments about how I should really upgrade. The countertops are asking, "When are you getting a pool put in?" Never offering to chip in, of course. One time, Robert actually said, "When Vanessa fully moves in, we should talk about proper window treatments for this place." It was as if I was living in an unfinished construction site rather than a perfectly nice home. And suddenly, it's Vanessa's house. The mental gymnastics were Olympic level. Linda charged at me, finger slashing the air, her expensive manicure gleaming in the evening sun. She had a self-righteous expression on her face, as if she were passing heavenly judgment. "You heard her. Get out. You aren't welcome here, you worthless bum. This is our daughter's house now." She then kicked one of my boxes for emphasis. My ancient Psychology 101 textbook skidded over the moist grass and landed in a puddle from the morning rain. That's when the insanity struck me. I began laughing, not just a chuckle, but a full-throated, slightly insane laugh that astonished even me. It resonated around the peaceful street. Here was this 62-year-old woman, who I'd seen spend $600 on lunch without blinking, throwing my college textbook around like a tough enforcer in a lousy gangster movie. Linda's jaw literally fell. Robert blinked stupidly. Vanessa flinched as though I had screamed at her. "My house?" I blurted out, wiping my tears. "Vanessa's house. Wow. Did I miss the closing? Was there a memo? Because last I checked, I'm the only one who's paid a single penny toward this mortgage. I'm the only name on the deed. I've never seen any of you write a check for property taxes, insurance, or repairs." The neighbors across the street had come out onto their porch, watching the show. "Don't you dare mock us," Robert exclaimed, puffing up again. His actual Rolex tragically glinted as he gesticulated frantically. "This is only fair. Vanessa dedicated years to you. She deserves this house for everything she's put up with." "Put up with what?" I replied, my face burning but my voice steady. "My stable job, paying all the bills, the vacations I've funded, the $4,000 handbag I bought her for her birthday that she used twice before deciding it was last season?" Linda exclaimed, her voice rising to a pitch that most likely disturbed satellite signals. "You clearly don't appreciate her. You work constantly. You're never home. We're stepping in to ensure she has what she deserves." "Right?" I asked, the laughter gone and replaced by frost in my veins. I took out my phone. "What are you doing?" Vanessa inquired, panic in her eyes. For the first time she appeared unsure of herself. "Call the people who handle property disputes," I said calmly. "Trespassing specifically. You know, the police." I'd never contacted the cops in my life, but this was crazy. "Don't you dare," Linda screamed, her voice striking a note that likely disturbed bats in the neighboring county. "This is a family matter. We don't need to involve outsiders." "Not when you're on my property throwing my stuff around," I said, calling 911. "Not when you're trying to illegally evict me from a house that I own, outright, with no legal claim whatsoever. That's actually a crime, by the way." Vanessa started crying. Those practicing tears that emerged whenever she didn't obtain what she wanted. The same tears that flowed when I told her we couldn't afford a $3,000 purse or recommended she contribute to our joint savings account on sometimes. "Oliver, please don't do this. We can talk about it. I just need some space right now." "And Mom and Dad thought they could steal my house," I said for her. "Yeah. I gathered that part." As I described the issue to the dispatcher, I noticed Robert whispering quickly to Linda, whose face was turning an alarming shade of crimson. Vanessa merely stood there, perhaps understanding that her great plan was unraveling before her eyes. The neighbors were staring now. Mrs. Collins from next door had come out with her phone, possibly recording. Great. By the morning, this would have spread throughout the neighborhood Facebook group. I gently supplied my address and indicated that 3 people were trespassing, refusing to leave, moving my stuff onto the lawn, and claiming ownership of my home. Linda could be heard in the background, virtually gargling with wrath, yelling at me to go. "My name is on the deed and mortgage. I've lived here for 7 years. They're trying to illegally evict me," I stated to the dispatcher, who appeared to have heard it all before. Robert approached me, his face going scarlet from his pricey haircut. He was muttering something about talking reason into me. "Robert, I wouldn't," I said, raising my free hand. "Stay there. Adding assault to the mix won't look good for you." He paused, then stopped. Robert's entire tough guy persona breaks apart the moment there are genuine consequences. He's used to bullying people with his money and connections while avoiding actual consequences. Vanessa appeared to be in a panic. Not unhappy or upset, but terrified, as if someone's plan was about to fail. Oliver, please hang up. Just go stay with your brother Michael for a few days. We can talk later. I promise we'll work something out. Talk about what, Vanessa? My voice wasn't strong. The betrayal felt like someone punching me in the stomach. After 3 years of marriage, this is what it boiled down to. The part where you conspired with your parents to illegally force me out of the house I own, or the part where you stood by as they threw my life on the lawn? Which part deserves clarification? She grimaced. Physically winced. Mom, Dad, maybe we should go. We can come back tomorrow with... We're not going anywhere, Linda said, adjusting her fashionable sunglasses despite the fact that the sun had almost set. This is your house, Vanessa. Don't be weak now. He's bluffing about the police. I wasn't kidding. The flashing lights appeared soon. 2 autos and 4 officers. Our neighborhood isn't exactly high crime, so I'm guessing they were bored. They took in the scene, me beside my car, my belongings spread across the lawn, and the trio on the porch. They separated us. 2 cops spoke with Linda, Robert and Vanessa, while the remaining 2 spoke with me. I described the case, displayed my license with the correct location, pulled up photographs of the deed from my phone, and stated that it was exclusively my premarital. I showed them my key in the lock and years of mortgage statements from my banking app. The senior officer listened and nodded, his expression unreadable. He eventually rejoined the other gang. I couldn't hear everything, but I did catch parts. Legal resident, civil matter for the courts. Must vacate the premises immediately. Vanessa was crying again, this time wrapped in Linda's arms. Robert was puffing up his chest, discussing misconceptions and how I was psychologically disturbed. Classic Robert, attempting to change reality when things do not go his way. I've seen him do this several times at family gatherings, rewriting the story so that he appears to be the hero. Not this time, Robert. Not at my residence. Mrs. Collins was clearly recording now, and she wasn't attempting to be subtle about it. The neighbors across the way had taken out their lawn chairs. Great supper and show. The senior officer, a man with salt and pepper hair and the calm expression of someone who has witnessed every type of human foolishness, eventually returned to me. Sir, we've explained the situation to them. This is clearly your residence and they have no legal right to remove you or your belongings. They need to leave immediately. I nodded, relieved. Thank you, officer. However, he replied, I should note that this is ultimately a civil matter. If there are disputes about property ownership, those need to be settled in court. I understand, you replied, but there's no dispute. The house is solely in my name, purchased before marriage. He nodded. That seems straightforward. Then what happened next will always be one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. Linda went completely nuts when the officers informed them they had to leave. Her complexion turned a strange shade of purple, which contrasted severely with her clearly dyed blonde hair. It's her marital home, he can't just kick her out. We're not leaving, she said, gesturing frantically. Do you know who we are in this community? Robert puffed up again, adjusting his Rolex as if it granted him superpowers. We're staying to protect our daughter. This man is unstable. Rich, coming from the guy who once told me at Christmas that prenuptial agreements are for men without balls after I casually mentioned a friend having one. The officer's patience rapidly dwindled. Ma'am, sir, this isn't optional. This is his property according to the ID provided and his legal statement. You are trespassing. You need to leave now. Linda put her luxury shoes on my yard and simply stated, no. Then she continued, do you know who my husband is? We have connections in this town. We play golf with Judge Reynolds. They do not. They live 45 minutes away in a McMansion, which is probably underwater. And Judge Reynolds resigned 3 years ago. That was it. One officer forcibly grabbed Linda's arm. She screamed like she was being murdered and tried to flee, yelling, how dare you touch me? I'll have your badge. Another officer firmly directed Robert to the pavement. It was not hard, but it was decisive. Robert kept stating, this is outrageous, in a phony dignified tone, while threatening to terminate my career and dismiss the officers. They were physically taken off my property, making threats and slurs all the way. You'll regret this. We'll see you in court. Vanessa deserves everything. You're nothing without her. Your job is a joke. Your family is trash. Vanessa trailed behind them, head down, crying those precisely timed tears she usually uses when she doesn't get what she wants. The same tears she shed when I refused to spend my 401k on the ideal European vacation her parents told her she deserved. She didn't look at me once, instead following her parents like a trained robot. The officers made sure they got into their car, a BMW X5, which Robert likes to highlight is always fully loaded, which was parked suspiciously down the street, as if they knew they were up to something. As they drove away, one officer turned to me and said, "Sir, I'd recommend changing your locks as soon as possible and documenting everything if there are further incidents." I nodded and thanked them greatly for their assistance. As they walked away, my phone burst with texts, missed calls and voicemails. Linda's involuntary outburst. "You pathetic excuse for a man. My daughter deserves your house and everything in it. You will pay for humiliating us. I thought you were a better man than this, Oliver. After everything our daughter did for you. After we welcomed you into our family." Translation: after I paid for their anniversary meal last year and repaired Robert's laptop for free several times. Vanessa's groaning messages. "Oliver, please call me. It's not what it looks like. My parents were just worried about me. We can fix this. I'm at the Marriott and it's so uncomfortable. I miss our bed." I disregarded them all. I carefully retrieved every object from the lawn, checking for damage. I discovered a unique first pressing of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon that has water damage on the cover. I noticed her Instagram open on our shared iPad. She'd already shared a tearful selfie with the statement, "Sometimes the people you trust the most betray you." And her parents had commented with encouraging platitudes. There are already more than 40 likes. I hauled everything back inside, locked the door and searched each room for anything else missing or damaged. My first call the following morning was to a locksmith. It cost $450 to change each lock. My second stop was to the meanest divorce lawyer in town, who directed me to Mr. Turner. They truly believed this would work, that I'd simply hand over a $520,000 property I purchased with my own money to their beloved princess. Incredibly unbelievable. It has been 3 weeks since the yard incident, and things have become nasty. First and foremost, thank you for all of your comments and support on my last article. RIP, inbox. But seriously, it's comforting to know I'm not the only one who has dealt with psychotic in-laws attempting to claim stuff that isn't theirs. I met with my lawyer, Mr. Turner, a smart, focused ex-military man who doesn't take crap from anyone. His workspace exudes a minimalist aura that says, "I will destroy your enemies without using a single threatening word." I laid out the entire story. Documentation in hand, deed, mortgage, and tax bills, all predate Vanessa, and are wholly mine. I've been paying $2,250 each month for the mortgage for years, while she has contributed exactly zero. She never offered to help pay for property taxes or home insurance. He reaffirmed my position with kick-ass confidence. The home is a distinct property. This concludes the conversation. Legally, Vanessa could have a theoretical claim to a small slice of appreciation if she could demonstrate significant direct contribution, which Turner claimed was about as possible as me becoming the next Batman. Based on the information I gave, I paid for everything significant. Mortgage, property taxes, homeowner's insurance, and any repairs. When the water heater failed, I lost $1,300. When we needed a new refrigerator, I paid $2,200. It cost me a $5,000 fee, but seeing Turner organize the legal smackdown was well worth it. The man literally took notes in what appeared to be military shorthand, nodding sometimes with a little predatory smirk. He began drafting the divorce petition immediately, alleging irreconcilable differences, but providing a factual narrative of the lawn event to contextualize her behavior. "We are identifying a pattern of entitlement and attempted property theft," he explained with a small smile, which gave me chills. Judges dislike seeing this type of behavior. The harassment did not end. It simply mutated into a multi-headed hydra of gibberish. Continuous calls at all hours. Caller ID is my pal. I'd wake up with 17 missed calls from various numbers, all of which turned out to be them. Text messages ranged from Linda's all-caps threats. "No one treats my daughter this way. We have friends in this town." To Robert's attempts at manipulation. "Think of the good times. Oliver, don't throw it all away. We can work something out where everyone wins." Translation: where they win. Vanessa's pitiful plea. "Oliver, please talk to me. I miss you. I didn't mean for it to go this far. Mom and Dad just want what's best for me. I need some of my things." Then Julia, Vanessa's 38-year-old sister, joined the fray. For context, Julia has always considered herself the family fixer. But she is actually the family bully. She was the one who informed me at Thanksgiving that I shouldn't expect to be treated like family until I proved myself worthy, whatever that meant. She began by sending false lovely texts. "Oliver, honey, you need to talk to Sophie. This is tearing her apart. She's lost 5 pounds from stress." Meanwhile, Vanessa's Instagram showed her out for brunch with pals, looking good, sipping mimosas and smiling. When I ignored those, the claws emerged. Angry greetings. "You gutless coward. Answer the phone, who do you think you are? Do you know what this is doing to my parents? They're devastated. Vanessa is a wreck. You always were selfish. But this is a new low even for you." The doorbell began ringing one evening while I was on a work call regarding a key security patch. Non-stop. Ding dong, ding dong. I checked the video doorbell. Julia was furious. "She is carrying an expensive purse on her arm. I wonder who paid for that." I ignored it. Then the banging began, loud enough to vibrate the door frames. I had to mute myself during my call. "Oliver, open this damn door, you pathetic coward. You think you can just kick her out after everything? After all my family has done for you." They once brought a $7 bottle of wine to dinner and pretended they paid for my college degree. The projection was fantastic. I saved the video, called the non-emergency line, referred to the previous incident, and emailed the footage. The cops paid a visit. Officer Martinez, who deserves a medal for his patience, subsequently told me that Julia tried to convince him that I was mentally disturbed and was holding Vanessa's family antiques hostage. Julia's blatant harassment ended after what I assumed was a come-to-Jesus lecture from Officer Martinez. But I knew she wasn't done. These folks are like termites. They simply find a new way in. Psychological warfare became more nuanced. I received a fraud warning on my AMX for a $3,900 Louis Vuitton purchase that I did not make. I caught it and canceled the card. My bank sent me an alert about a stopped suspicious login attempt to my retirement accounts. I updated the passwords everywhere and used double authentication. These vultures were attempting to drain my finances. Then came a barrage of junk mail for Vanessa at my address. Bridal magazines, "We are getting divorced," parenting catalogs, "We have no children." She constantly said she wasn't prepared. Credit card offers abound. Turner added that this was most likely an attempt to establish residency or build a paper trail, making it appear as if she still lived here. I marked everything, "Return to sender." Address no longer resides here, and threw it away. Robert and Linda began with slow, frightening drive-bys of the house in their BMW X5, financed according to my neighbor who works at the dealership. Then Robert escalated, slowing down while I was mowing the lawn and shouted, "Enjoy it while you can. You'll be in an apartment soon." Before rushing away, it felt like something from a horrible movie. I invested $1,200 on a full security system that included 4 high-definition cameras monitoring every angle of my property. Best investment ever. The disinformation campaign became nuclear. My brother Michael called, claiming Julia had attacked him at work, launching into a diatribe about how I was unstable, abusive, controlling, and had dumped Vanessa destitute after allegedly having an affair with a coworker. Michael not only knows me, but he has witnessed Vanessa draining my accounts for girls' excursions to Vegas, only to cry when I requested receipts. He vented to Julia. "I've watched your sister spend his money for years while contributing nothing, so forgive me if I don't believe a word you're saying. They're clearly trying to poison anyone who might support me." I received a text from Claire, Vanessa's cousin, who is quietly sympathetic because Vanessa once took her lover. That blew my head. Linda was surrounding relatives at a family meal 3 weeks before the yard incident, bragging about how they were handling things and getting Vanessa the house she deserved. Oliver doesn't realize it yet, but that house will be Vanessa's by summer. Robert has everything planned out. The pre-planning was confirmed. This was a premeditated attack from the start. Vanessa engaged the most ambulance-chasing divorce lawyer in town. Her internet evaluations contain complaints about exaggerated bills. She sent Turner a formal demand letter requesting 80% of the house's current value, $520,000, so $416,000 to her, $7,800 per month in spousal support, more than I actually make after taxes, all furniture in the house, including items I owned before marriage, my car, which is paid off, unlike hers, my retirement account's worth approximately $180,000, which I've been building since before I met her, and my payment of her legal fees, apparently already at $15,000. The balls are on these individuals. Simply incredible amounts of entitlement. Turner's response was very cold. He did not simply send a letter. He convened a conference with her lawyer, filmed it with her agreement, and meticulously deconstructed each claim while citing pertinent case law. He repeated the house's non-negotiable separate property status. CC'd the deed again, cited the police records on the eviction attempt and Julia's harassment, and declared that spousal support was out of the question given her behavior and our brief marriage. The best part, Turner had completed his homework. He obtained Vanessa's credit report, legal during divorce procedures, and discovered that she had acquired 3 new credit cards in the 2 months preceding the lawn incident, maxed them all out. $37,000 total, and made minimal payments from our joint account. He showed proof that she had been preparing this for months, gradually depleting common resources while plotting to seize my separate property. This pattern of financial behavior, Turner told her lawyer, will be presented to the court as evidence of premeditated attempts to defraud Mr. My last name, prior to a planned attempt to seize his separate property. The lawyer's face appeared to become white. Turner agreed to consider the split of actual marital assets, such as joint funds, but only once the housing issue was officially resolved and we got a complete accounting of where the $37,000 credit card debt went. I blocked all of their numbers. Lawyers handle all communication these days. This is stressful, I won't lie. Some nights I don't sleep well, staring at the ceiling and wondering how someone I've shared a bed with for 3 years could do this. But every outrageous demand, every botched stunt only strengthens my resolve. They expected me to crumble. A big mistake. They assumed they were dealing with a pushover who would abandon his home to avoid conflict. Instead, they discovered I'm the type of guy who will spend his last dollar to ensure justice is served. Guys, it's about to be served hot. Get some popcorn for this one. It's finished. Finally, everything is completed and officially done. The divorce is finalized. The penalties for Team Gold Digger are biblical. The last few months have been a legal circus, but Turner, my lawyer, was well worth his $375 hourly charge. Julia, Vanessa's sister, tried one final stunt after being shut down by my workplace's HR for sending harassing letters claiming I was emotionally abusive, which Turner documented. She created a false Instagram profile using my name and images, posted racist content, and DM'd our mutual acquaintances saying I was on drugs. It resulted in a temporary headache. When a screenshot was shared, I had to explain it to my employer, but it was awkward and evident. Turner issued a cease and desist letter, threatening criminal penalties for identity theft. We reported the profile. It was nuked. That seems to finally hush Julia. Linda and Robert continued their sympathy tour, telling anybody who would listen that I was financially abusing their daughter by not giving her my home. However, it lost pace when people discovered these so-called upstanding folks were essentially attempting to perpetrate real estate fraud. When mutual friends saw the police body cam film of them being taken off my house, their narrative of the abusive husband pushing out poor Vanessa fell apart. Yeah. Turner subpoenaed that. Absolute boss move. The legal procedure slowed as Vanessa's lawyer, some ambulance chaser Robert discovered, filed motion after motion. Requests for discovery, in which Vanessa was unable to produce a single document confirming her financial contribution to the residence. Conference scheduling. Her lawyer continued to press for mediation focusing on the house. Turner shut it down every time with 3 simple words. Separate premarital assets. Finally, in a pre-trial settlement conference, confronted with no legal standing on the property, documented harassment, and the court basically signaling, "Stop wasting my time," Vanessa's counsel advised her to cut her losses. The revenge is legal, pecuniary, and served cold. This is where it gets good. The divorce decree was painfully simple as Turner predicted from the beginning. The residents validated my separate premarital property. There is no equity split, there is no buyout, off the table. Spousal support was rejected. The justification noted the short time of the marriage, recorded wrongdoing, the lawn incident, harassment, and assets. We shared the joint savings, which totaled $12,000 and was primarily my money. She receives her own belongings. That is it. But here's the cherry on top. Turner discovered that Robert had loaned Vanessa $65,000 during the previous year, which explains her odd shopping sprees and her new boob job, which I apparently did not appreciate enough. Turner successfully claimed that this was an attempt to hide and deplete marital assets. Because these transfers occurred when our marriage was suffering, the judge agreed and ordered Vanessa to refund me $32,500, half of the total, from her portion of our assets. Vanessa contacted me sobbing after the ruling. It turns out that Daddy's loan wasn't actually a present. Robert expected to be paid back from the house money they were confident they would receive from me. She now owes him $65,000 and me $32,500. Has no job. She quit her administrative work in March, thinking she'd be set for life, and Robert and Linda are outraged. Here's where things get even better. Remember the fancy clothes and jewelry Vanessa kept buying? Turner suggested that I get an inventory of stuff purchased throughout our marriage. Anything I bought with my married salary is technically marital property. I received half the worth of her Cartier bracelets, Louis Vuitton luggage, and whole Sephora collection, total worth to me, $18,000. It was wonderful to see her expression when she discovered how much her shopping addiction had cost her. The trouble with your belongings. Vanessa refused requests to pick up her belongings for weeks, possibly believing she would be moving back in. Turner recommended skilled packing and storage to avoid allegations of damage. I paid the original storage expenses up advance to get her crap out of my house. She declined to pay the recurring storage expenses. I allowed the unit to be auctioned after providing adequate legal notice. Someone purchased her treasured collection of designer shoes for $350. It's not fun to be her. The financial collapse. Absolute perfection. Vanessa's credit is ruined because she maxed out all of her credit cards. Linda and Robert co-signed a lease for a $3,800 per month luxury apartment for her, relying on the house payment. Vanessa now has no employment and owes nearly $100,000, forcing Linda and Robert to fund her rent. My friend who works at Robert's bank, yeah, I know, small world, told me privately that Robert needed to take out a HELOC on his own home to fund their quickly rising bills. Then last week, the begging began. First of all, Vanessa. Oliver, please, I'm desperate. My parents are going to kick me out. I have nowhere to go. I made a terrible mistake listening to them. Can we please talk? I still love you. Then, unbelievably, Robert called from a blocked number. Look, we may have overstepped. Perhaps we can work out an arrangement. Vanessa is really struggling. Translation. Assist us in cleaning up the mess we created. Linda sent me an email, which served as the ultimate humiliation. Oliver, I know we've had our disagreements, but Vanessa is in a very bad place right now. Perhaps we could meet for coffee and discuss how to move forward in a way that benefits everyone. Robert and I are willing to be reasonable. This from the woman who called me worthless and attempted to steal my house. I forwarded all messages to Turner, who responded with an official letter stating that any additional contact would constitute harassment and result in a restraining order. He provided copies of the original police report, which showed them attempting to illegally evict me, as a pleasant reminder. They are absolutely secluded. My buddies, who had initially remained impartial, eventually apologized after seeing the facts. Vanessa's pals discovered that she was using them for free dinners and weekend crash pads and cut her off. They attempted to organize a fundraising for her legal bills. 3 individuals arrived, including Julia. How am I doing? Absolutely fantastic. I upgraded my gaming PC with the money I saved instead of funding her buying habit. I shed 15 pounds of stress weight. I was promoted at work. It turns out that focusing on your career rather than dealing with entitled in-laws has advantages. I purchased a German Shepherd puppy named Justice. I went there. I began dating a corporate attorney who believes Vanessa and her dad committed textbook real estate fraud and were borderline criminals. The house feels like mine again. I painted the living room the color Vanessa despised, transformed her meditation room, which she only used twice, into a functional home office, and built the garish hot tub she complained about in the rear. They attempted to take everything. They ended up with crippling debt, strained relationships, and a lasting record of attempted fraud. I have my house, my sanity, and the joy of knowing that every time they see a BMW like mine driving by, they are reminded of how badly their scheme failed. Justice is more than simply a name for my dog. It's what happens when entitled people play around and find out. Sister said I was selfish for leaving. Years later, she's overwhelmed and begs me to return, after realizing I raised her kids better than she could. My name is Kevin, and if someone had told me 10 years ago that I'd be living across the country from my family, entirely estranged from them, I would have laughed. Not because it appeared impossible, but because I couldn't picture a life in which I wasn't continuously required, available, and responsible for everyone else's children. I was the middle child in a family of 5 children. Rachel was 3 years older and living her life carefree. The twins, Liam and Lily, were 8 years old, and Noah, their baby brother, was just 5. My parents worked difficult professions, mom as a nurse working 12-hour shifts, and dad as a supervisor with variable hours. Looking back, I can see how things started. It wasn't malicious, just convenient. Rachel had a mall job, boyfriend, and social life. I was quiet, responsible, and seemed to have nothing else to do than babysit when needed. Kevin, can you keep an eye on the kids while I run to the store? Turned into, Kevin, I'll be back in a few hours. Which ultimately evolved into, Kevin, you're in charge until we get home. There was no conversation, no question about whether I had plans, only assumption. I understood how deep I was in this hole around junior year. I was in the library working on a college application essay when my phone rang. Kevin, honey, I need you to pick up the twins. Mrs. Henderson called in sick, so there's no after-school care today. I glanced at my half-finished essay. But Mom, I'm working on college stuff. Can't Rachel? Rachel has work. You know that. The twins are waiting. I packed and drove to primary school. The twins piled into the back seat of the beat-up Honda my parents let me drive for family emergencies, which evidently included any time they required chauffeur service. That became a pattern. School, then promptly pick up children, assist with homework, prepare snacks, break up conflicts, manage baths, and read bedtime stories. By the time my folks arrived home around 8 or 9, I was exhausted. Thanks, sweetie, Mom would reply before heading upstairs. Dad would brush my hair and say, "You're such a lifesaver. I don't know what we'd do without you, kiddo." No remuneration, no recognition that I had just finished a 6-hour nanny shift. There was no awareness that I could have had plans, assignments, or a life of my own. Meanwhile, Rachel saved money for college through retail, went to parties, met guys, and had the typical adolescent experience that I was supposedly too responsible to have. When I mentioned it, Mom just sighed. Rachel's different, Kevin. She's not as mature as you are. We know we can count on you. Translation. Rachel can be young and careless, but you are the dependable one, thus you can be a grown-up at the age of 17. When Rachel departed for college, there was no conversation about dispersing responsibilities. Instead, it was assumed that I would fill the void. The senior year became a whirl of squandered opportunities. Noah got the sick, and Mom was working doubles, so he couldn't join clubs, do SAT prep, or attend homecoming. There will be other dances, she announced. Family comes first. I returned my dress clothes and went grocery shopping instead. My guidance counselor began drawing me away. Your grades are good, but colleges want well-rounded applicants. I wanted to say that I was well-rounded. I could change diapers, help with calculus, referee conflicts, and cook for 5 people in one afternoon. However, professional unpaid nanny was probably not what admissions committees wanted. Noah knocked on my door one night when I was filling out applications for local schools. He was holding his one-eyed pet elephant. Kevin, I can't sleep. Can you read me a story? I looked at the application and then at his optimistic expression. Sure, buddy. As I tucked him up and read Dr. Seuss for the umpteenth time, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. I truly and deeply love these children. But somewhere along the way, love morphed into obligation, and obligation into a cage. The tipping point occurred in February of my senior year. Rachel called home in tears. She'd failed 2 classes and been placed on academic probation. She needed to return home to straighten things out, which meant relocating to her old room and having Mom and Dad support her while she worked at the mall again. I was preparing after-school snacks for the twins on the day she returned, laden with suitcases and dorm decorations. She put her belongings in the living room and looked about. God, this place is a mess, she exclaimed. What happened to keeping things clean? I asked, pointing to Liam assembling Legos and Lily completing homework surrounded by art supplies. Kids happened. Kids that someone has to watch. Rachel shrugged. Well, now that I'm back, maybe I can help out sometimes. Sometimes. The word hung in the air like a promise no one meant to keep. That weekend, Mom asked me to monitor everyone while they took Rachel out to supper to discuss her future plans. I spent Saturday evening assisting with homework, settling twin fights, and establishing bedtime rituals. They arrived home after 10 o'clock, giggling at something Rachel had said. Oh, and Kevin. Mom turned to me as she walked upstairs. Rachel needs the car tomorrow for job hunting. You'll have to find another way to get to school. I looked at her disappearing form. Rachel had only been home for a week, and she was already taking over the car I'd used for 2 years of kid transportation. However, it appears that her job search took precedence over my transportation to school. That night, I was unable to sleep. I opened my laptop and searched for full scholarships out of state. Most deadlines had passed, but one piqued my interest. The Morrison Foundation Scholarship for Youngsters Who Exhibit Outstanding Perseverance. Deadline, March 15th. It was February 28th. The essay prompt is, describe a struggle you overcame and how it prepared you for college achievement. I gazed at the blank document before starting to type. For the past 3 years, I've been the primary caregiver for my 3 younger siblings while keeping a 3.8 GPA. I wrote for 3 hours about missed opportunities and late-night homework sessions, budget-friendly meals and calming nightmares, love and contempt, and the difficult line between being wanted and being taken for granted. The Morrison Foundation provided full tuition, lodging, and board at 12 member universities. I applied to all 12, including ones across the nation that I had never truly considered. Then I waited. March and April were spent in standardized babysitting routines. Rachel assisted with children precisely twice. College rejections piled up. My local state institution accepted me with partial scholarships. Nothing that would allow me to genuinely depart. On a Thursday in late April, I received the call. My phone rang when I was making mac and cheese and assisting Lily with her math homework. Unknown number. Hello? Hi, is this Kevin Mitchell? This is Dr. Carter Kim from the Morrison Foundation. I'm calling with wonderful news. I almost dropped the wooden spoon. Lily glanced up, sensing something significant. You've been selected as one of this year's Morrison Scholars. Congratulations, Kevin. Your essay was extraordinary. The kitchen floor was swaying. What? Full scholarship to your first choice school, Portland State University in Oregon. 4 years, full tuition, room, board, and a stipend for books. Oregon is 3,000 miles away. A place where no one recognized me as the person who babysat his siblings. You deserve it. Your resilience and maturity shone through every line. After I hung up, Lily tugged on my shirt. Kevin, who was that? You look funny. I got into college. I got a full scholarship to college. That evening when my parents arrived home, I informed them about the scholarship. I expected joy, congratulations, and possibly pride. Instead, I experienced perplexity. Oregon? Mom asked, as if I'd declared I was relocating to Mars. But why Oregon? There are perfectly good schools here. It's a full scholarship, Mom. Full ride. Dad frowned. But what about the kids? Rachel's still getting back on her feet. We can't handle everything without you. I stared at him. I'm 18 years old, Dad. I'm supposed to go to college. Of course, Mom replied swiftly. We're just saying maybe somewhere closer. Somewhere you could come home on weekends. Somewhere you could still be on call for babysitting duty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Morrison Foundation only gives out 20 scholarships nationwide each year. Rachel, looking through her phone, looked up. I think it's kind of selfish, honestly. The word landed like a smack. Selfish. You know Mom and Dad need help with the kids. You know I'm trying to get my life together. This feels like you're abandoning everyone because you got some fancy scholarship. Something broke inside my chest. Abandoning. I had spent 3 years raising children who were not mine. I had missed school dances, SAT prep, and other typical adolescent activities because I was here caring for everyone else's children. How is finally doing something for myself abandoning anyone? We never forced you, Mom responded, her tone becoming more lecture-like. You're part of this family, and family members help each other. Help each other. When was the last time someone assisted me? We nourished you, clothed you, placed a roof over your head, your dad remarked. Everything you did was for Rachel and Liam and Lily and Noah. You were just the unpaid help. The room fell silent, except for Noah, who was playing with toys, oblivious to the stress. Finally Mom spoke, her voice frigid. If that's how you feel, Kevin, maybe you should go to Oregon. But don't expect us to pretend we're happy about you abandoning your family. Fine, I replied gently. I'll go to Oregon. And since I'm abandoning everyone anyway, I guess you'll figure out childcare on your own. I went upstairs and closed the door. For the first time in years, I did not ask whether anyone needed assistance with homework or good-night reading. The following few weeks were Arctic. Mom spoke to me in short, icy sentences when absolutely necessary. Dad attempted to play peacemaker once or twice, proposing that I could compromise by attending a school closer to home, but when I refused, he gave up and joined the silent treatment. Rachel appeared almost pleased about the entire scenario. With me in disgrace, she suddenly seemed like the decent daughter in comparison. She even volunteered to help with the kids on a few occasions, ensuring that Mom and Dad saw her reading to Noah or assisting Lily with spelling words. See, I heard her tell Mom one evening. I told you I could help out more. Kevin always acted like he was the only one who could do anything around here. The twins, Liam and Lily, were perplexed by the tension, but wise enough to remain out of it. Noah, at the age of 5, just understood that everyone appeared upset and that Kevin was no longer reading him goodnight tales. I spent those weeks planning my escape. I learned everything I could about Portland State, Oregon, and being a college student 3,000 miles from home. I applied for a campus job and researched student groups that I might want to join. I began purchasing necessities for my dorm room with money I had saved from my part-time work at the local grocery store. 2 weeks before graduation, Mom cornered me in the kitchen. "Kevin, this has gone on long enough. You're being ridiculous." I continued making my lunch without looking up. "I'm being ridiculous?" "Yes. This whole Oregon thing is a tantrum. You're upset about some imagined slight, and you're punishing all of us for it." I put down the knife I was using to spread peanut butter and finally looked at her. "Mom, in the past 3 years, how many school events of mine have you attended?" She blinked. "What does that have to do with anything?" "How many? I've been to plenty of your events." "Name one." Silence. "I made honor roll every semester for 3 years. I was in the National Honor Society. I gave a speech at the academic awards ceremony. I was selected for the peer tutoring program. You missed all of it because you were working, or because someone needed to watch the kids." "Kevin, you know how demanding my job is. You went to every single one of Rachel's volleyball games. You went to her homecoming dance pictures. You threw her a party when she got accepted to college, even though her grades were terrible." Mother's face reddened. "That's different." "How?" "Rachel needed more support. She wasn't as naturally responsible as you. So I got punished for being responsible by being given more responsibility. And Rachel got rewarded for being irresponsible by having her responsibilities taken care of for her." "It's not punishment, Kevin. It's family." "No, Mom. Family is when everyone contributes. Family is when parents take care of their children instead of making one child take care of the others. Family is when a teenager gets to be a teenager instead of being a built-in babysitter." I picked up my sandwich and walked up the stairs. "Where are you going?" Mom called after me. "To my room to work on scholarship paperwork, for the opportunity I'm being selfish about by accepting." Graduation day felt awkward and anxious. My parents came because not attending would have looked awful to the other parents, but they sat stiffly during the ceremony and then left without proposing we go out to celebrate. Rachel, who was working at the mall that day, greeted us at home later. "How was graduation?" she inquired, not glancing up from her phone. "Fine," I said. "Cool." That was the extent to which my family acknowledged my high school graduation. 3 days later, Mom discovered me putting boxes in my room. "You're really doing this?" she stated. It was not a question. "Yes. We've decided that if you go to Oregon, you shouldn't expect to come back here for holidays or summers. If you want to abandon your family, then you're on your own." I glanced up from the box of books I was packing. "Are you disowning me?" "We're not disowning you. We're just making it clear that if you choose to leave, you can't expect us to welcome you back when it's convenient for you." "So, you're disowning me?" Mom's mouth constricted. "Think of it however you want, Kevin, but don't come crying to us when you realize how hard it is to make it on your own." The morning I went for Portland, just Noah came downstairs to say goodbye. He was still wearing his pajamas and clutching his toy elephant. "Are you coming back?" he inquired, his 5-year-old expression serious. I kneeled down to his level. "I don't know, buddy, but I'll miss you." He hugged me tightly, and for a moment, I considered changing my decision. Almost. But then I remembered that, as much as I adore Noah's hugs, they were not worth jeopardizing my entire future. "Take care of yourself, okay? Be good for Mom and Dad." He nodded earnestly, as if I had given him an important duty. I packed my car with everything important to me and drove away from the house where I'd spent the last 18 years caring for everyone. In the rearview mirror, I saw Noah standing in the doorway, waving in his dinosaur pajamas. Portland exceeded all of my expectations. My dorm room was small, but it was mine. My roommate Matt came from California and had no knowledge of my family or my reputation as the responsible one. To him, I was just Kevin, a freshman psychology major who was interested in child development. The irony was not lost on me. For the first time in years, I had full control over my schedule. Classes, study time, meals when I wanted to eat them, and sleep when I was genuinely weary, not when the last child had gone to bed. I joined the psychology club and started tutoring at a local elementary school. I made friends who knew me for being funny, smart, and shockingly good at beer pong, rather than the man who had to leave early to babysit. I contacted home twice during my first semester. Both times, whoever responded was nice but distant. Yes, everyone was okay. Yes, they'd made plans for the children. There was no genuine news to report. I stopped calling. The Morrison Foundation grant included a mentorship program, and I was assigned to Dr. Elaine Carter, a psychology professor with expertise in family dynamics and child development. During our monthly coffee meetings, Mary assisted me in processing not only my academic ambitions but also the complex emotions I felt concerning my family. It's normal to feel guilty, she explained during one of our meetings. You were parentified as a child, forced to take on adult responsibilities before you were ready. When parentified children finally set boundaries, they often struggle with feelings of guilt and abandonment, even though they're the ones who were originally abandoned by their parents. But I did abandon them, I said. The kids needed help, and I left. The kids needed their parents to figure out appropriate child care, not to continue relying on their older son to sacrifice his future. You modeled something important for them, that it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and that adults should be responsible for their own choices. It took 2 years of treatment and numerous sessions with Dr. Carter before I realized that quitting had not been selfish. It had been survival. By junior year, I was thriving. I had a 3.9 GPA, a part-time job as a research assistant, and a girlfriend named Grace who thought my childhood memories were sad and out of the ordinary. I was applying to graduate school programs in child psychology, motivated by my own experiences but now able to perceive them through a professional rather than personal lens. I had established a life in Portland. I had friends, teachers who recognized my name and potential, internship prospects, and a sense of self as an individual rather than just an extension of my family's demands. For the first time in my life, I was content. Then, one Tuesday evening in October of my junior year, my phone rang. I almost didn't respond. I didn't recognize the number, but something compelled me to take it up. Hello, Kevin. It's Rachel. I sat down on my dorm bed. I hadn't spoken to my sister in over 2 years. Hi, I said cautiously. Hi. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? There was a pause. I'm well. I'm pregnant. I waited for her to proceed. And I'm no longer with my father, and I'm living at home with Mom and Dad. Her voice trembled. Kevin, I don't know how you did it. I can't handle the twins and Noah and everything, and now I'm going to have a baby, and I don't know what to do. The irony was astounding. Rachel, who had labeled me selfish for leaving, was now seeing just how much effort I'd been doing all these years. Have you talked to Mom and Dad about getting help? I asked them. They're working even more hours now. Dad got laid off last year and had to take a job at a different plant with worse pay, so Mom picked up extra shifts. They're barely home, and when they are, they're exhausted. What about professional childcare? Rachel laughed, but it sounded like tears. With what money? Do you know how much daycare costs for 3 kids? Even if we could find someone to take Noah after school and watch the twins all summer, we can't afford it. I felt the old familiar tug of remorse and obligation. She was continuing talking about my siblings. Noah was 7 now, and the twins were 10. They were children, and they needed to be cared for. But then I remembered Dr. Carter, and all our discussions about limits, enabling, and the distinction between assisting and fixing. I reflected on my life in Portland, the graduate school applications on my desk, and the research project I was working on, which could lead to publication. Rachel, I'm sorry you're struggling, but I can't come back. I'm not asking you to come back permanently, she replied hurriedly. Just for a while, just until I figure things out, just until the baby comes and I can get back on my feet. And then what? You'll be a single mother with 4 kids to take care of instead of 3. How is that going to be easier? Kevin, please. I'm desperate. I was wrong before. I know I was wrong. You weren't selfish. I get it now. I'm sorry. I had been waiting for an apology for years, but it came at the worst possible time and for the wrong reasons. Rachel, me coming back won't solve the problem. It will just enable everyone to avoid solving it themselves. Mom and Dad need to figure out sustainable childcare arrangements. You need to figure out your situation with the baby. The twins and Noah need stability that doesn't depend on whether or not I'm available to provide it. So, you're just going to let your family fall apart. There it was. The manipulation I was expecting. Even though I lived 3,000 miles away, I was responsible for my family's troubles. My family fell apart years ago, I answered gently. When parents decided that one child's future was less important than their convenience. When you called me selfish for accepting an opportunity that could change my entire life. When I was disowned for refusing to sacrifice my education to be your permanent babysitter. Rachel was crying now. Kevin, please. I know we messed up, but we need you. You need help. You don't need me specifically. There are resources, Rachel. Look into state programs for single mothers. Look into sliding scale childcare. Look into family support services. But don't call me asking to resume a role that nearly destroyed me. I don't know how to do any of that. Then learn. The same way I learned how to take care of 3 kids when I was barely older than Liam and Lily are now. The same way I learned to fill out college applications while working essentially full-time as a nanny. The same way I learned to build a life for myself without any support from the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. After I hung up, I sat in my dorm room for quite some time. My roommate was at his girlfriend's apartment, so I had some alone time to contemplate what had just happened. Part of me wanted to buy a plane ticket home. The part of me that had been trained since childhood to solve everyone else's issues and to put my own wants aside for the sake of the family. But a greater part of me, the one that had grown stronger over the previous 3 years, realized that returning would solve nothing and cost me everything. I called Dr. Carter instead. Kevin, she replied, her voice filled with anxiety as I told her about Rachel's call. How are you feeling? Guilty and angry and relieved. I think relieved that I'm not there, that it's not my problem to solve this time. That's growth, she joked. Recognizing that you can care about people without being responsible for their problems. The calls persisted for several months, first from Rachel, then Mom, and then from Dad. Always the same subject. Things were challenging, they needed aid. Couldn't I just come back for a short while? The guilt was unbearable at times. I'd lie awake at night worrying if Noah was doing well in school, if the twins were getting help with their homework, and if Rachel was taking care of herself while pregnant. But I remained firm about my boundaries. Rachel gave birth to a baby girl named Grace in December. Mom texted me a single snapshot. She's gorgeous. We are all doing nicely. When I glanced at the image of my niece, a tiny red-faced infant with dark hair, I felt a complex range of emotions. Love since she was family, and completely innocent in all of this. I was sad since I missed her first moments, relief that her existence was not my responsibility. I said simply, "Congratulations. She's gorgeous." That was the only direct connection I had with my family in nearly 2 years. My bachelor's degree in psychology was completed successfully. I got accepted to the University of Washington's PhD program in developmental psychology, with an emphasis on family systems and child welfare. I moved to Seattle, rented a little apartment, and began researching. My research examined the long-term impacts of parentification on child development. I interviewed scores of young adults who had been forced to take on parental obligations as children, documenting the effects on their academic performance, mental health, and relationships. It was personal work disguised as academic research, and it was the most important thing I had ever done. Through my investigation, I met other people who had similar experiences. I was not alone. I was not crazy. I was not selfish. I was part of a more prevalent pattern than most people understood, and I was working to document it and find ways to heal from it. My phone rang on a Wednesday afternoon, 5 years after I left for Portland and 6 months after defending my dissertation. Another unknown number, this time from my home area code. I responded without thinking. Kevin. Oh, thank God. It's Dad. I hadn't heard my father's voice for years. He sounded elderly and exhausted. Hi, Dad. Kevin, we need to talk. Are you free? I was in the middle of evaluating data from a research on trauma-informed childcare practices, but something in his tone made me stop. I can talk for a few minutes. What's going on? It's your mother. She had a stroke last month. She's not doing well, Kevin. She's in a rehabilitation facility, but the costs, and someone needs to coordinate her care. And Rachel's overwhelmed with the baby. And Noah's having problems at school. He was rambling, the words spilling out as if he had been holding them back for weeks. Dad, slow down. How bad was the stroke? She lost some mobility on her left side. Her speech is affected, she's going to need ongoing therapy and probably long-term care assistance. I'm sorry. That must be really difficult. There was a pause. Kevin, I know we haven't talked in a long time. I know things ended badly between us, but we need help. Rachel can't manage everything, and I'm working 2 jobs just to keep up with the medical bills. The twins are in middle school now, and Noah's struggling. And what are you asking me, Dad? Could you come home just for a while? Just to help us figure out what to do. The old familiar request. The old familiar idea that my life was malleable, that my priorities were secondary, and that my value to the family was as a solver of problems I hadn't caused. This time, though, things were different. This time, I had 5 years of distance, a PhD, a career, and most crucially, a strong understanding of my identity outside of my family position. Dad, I'm sorry about Mom. I really am, and I'm sorry you're all struggling, but I can't come back. Kevin. Please. I know we made mistakes. You disowned me. Mom told me I was selfish for accepting a full scholarship to college. None of you spoke to me for 5 years. You don't get to call me now and ask me to fix problems that were building long before Mom's stroke. That's not. We didn't disown you. We were hurt that you left. You were hurt that I stopped being your free child care. Silence. Dad. I love you. I love Mom. I love all my siblings. But loving someone doesn't mean sacrificing your life for them. Especially when they've made it clear that your life doesn't matter to them. Your life does matter to us. Then why didn't it matter 5 years ago? Why didn't anyone care that I was missing out on normal teenage experiences to be a full-time babysitter? Why didn't anyone care that I was passing up local colleges to get an opportunity that could change my entire future? Why didn't anyone support me when I finally tried to build something for myself? We were scared. We didn't know how we'd manage without you. It was the first time anyone in my family had been honest with me in years. Dad, that was your problem to solve, not mine. I was a kid. Kids shouldn't have to manage their parents' inability to handle their responsibilities. We know that now, Rachel told us. She told us how hard it was. She couldn't do it even for a few months. She said she doesn't know how you managed for years. I felt a flash of affirmation, followed by grief. It took my family 5 years and a crisis to realize what I had been attempting to tell them all along. I'm glad Rachel understands now. But Dad, I can't fix this. I have a life here. I have a career, research commitments, responsibilities of my own. I can't just drop everything and come back to being the family problem solver. What are we supposed to do? What millions of families do when they face medical crisis? You research resources, you contact social services, you look into respite care and home health aides. You figure out sustainable solutions that don't depend on one person sacrificing their life. We don't know how to do that. Then you learn. The same way I learned to take care of kids when I was 17. The same way I learned to navigate college applications and scholarships and building a career without any support from my family. After I hung up, I sat in my hospital office for quite some time. Through the glass, I could see parents bringing their children to appointments, worried, optimistic, and fatigued expressions. They were all trying to do their best for their children given the situation. I reflected on my research, on all of the families I'd studied who had discovered ways to heal from dysfunctional patterns and establish healthier dynamics. It was conceivable, but everyone involved had to be willing to adapt, to abandon old roles and adopt new ways of communicating. My phone vibrated with a text from Rachel. Dad said you wouldn't come home. I understand why, but could we please talk? I glanced at the message for a moment before typing back. I'm willing to chat, but not about my return home. If you wish to talk about resources for Mom's care or child care choices, I can help you research them. Her reaction arrived immediately. That might be helpful. I am drowning, Kevin. I never recognized how much you accomplished. Over the next 3 weeks, Rachel and I had several lengthy phone chats, not about my return, but about real solutions to the family's issues. I assisted her in researching state services for families dealing with medical crises. I discovered information about sliding scale childcare, after-school programs, and respite care options. I even connected them with social professionals who specialize in assisting families with challenging care circumstances. My family gradually developed a sustainable system. Mom transferred from the rehabilitation facility to a smaller care facility closer to her house. Dad cut his hours at one of his jobs to help manage her care and spend more time with the younger children. Rachel got a part-time job with flexible hours and enrolled Grace in a daycare that charged sliding scale rates. It was not simple for them, and it wasn't ideal, but it was effective. Most significantly, it did not require me to sacrifice my life. 6 months after Dad's call, Mom was able to return home with the help of a part-time assistant. Her speech had greatly improved, and while she still had movement issues, she was stable. Noah was doing better in school after receiving tutoring and more constant home support. The twins had adapted to their new routines. Rachel contacted me one Saturday evening in spring. "How's everyone doing?" I inquired. "Better," she replied. "Really better. Mom's getting stronger every week. Noah made honor roll this semester. Liam and Lily are both playing soccer now. That's wonderful. Kevin, I owe you an apology, a real one. I waited. When you left for college, I was jealous. I was jealous that you got this amazing opportunity and I was stuck at home dealing with my failures. And I was terrified because I knew that once you were gone, I'd have to step up, and I didn't think I could do it. Rachel, no. Let me finish. I called you selfish because it was easier than admitting that I was the selfish one. I had been letting you carry all the responsibility while I got to be the irresponsible older sister. When you left, I realized how much work you'd been doing, how much you'd been sacrificing. She paused, and I heard her trembling breath. I tried to take over for a few months when I got pregnant, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't handle what you'd been handling since you were 15 years old. And instead of recognizing that you were amazing, I was resentful that you weren't there to keep doing it. Thank you for saying that, I replied softly. I'm proud of you. I know I should have said that years ago, but I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and for building something incredible with your life. And I'm sorry it took me so long to understand. We spoke for another hour. We talked for the first time in our adult lives. She told me about her problems with single parenthood, her concerns about being a decent parent, and her gratitude for everything I taught her during our upbringing that she had never acknowledged before. I informed her about my research, my professional objectives, and my life in Seattle. As we were winding up the call, she stated, "Would it be okay if I visited sometime? I'd love to see your life there, and I'd love for Grace to know her uncle." "I'd like that," I responded, really. A few weeks later, I received a card in the mail. Noah, now 12, wrote it in careful cursive handwriting, reminding me of when he was 5 years old and I helped him with his letters. Dear Kevin, Dad told me you helped find the programs that allowed Mom to return home. Thank you for your assistance. Even though we were harsh to you. I miss you and hope to see you soon. I still own the elephant you mended. Love. Noah. Love for the little child who hugged me farewell in dinosaur pajamas. Grief over the years we had lost. Relief that we might be able to create something new. I do have relationships with my family members now, but they are based on choice and mutual respect, not obligation and guilt. Rachel comes to see me once a year with Grace, a bright, enthusiastic 5-year-old who refers to me as Uncle Kevin and enjoys visiting the Science Museum. Noah and I text frequently, and I've been able to assist him with college applications and scholarship essays. The twins are now adolescents, busy with sports and school activities, but they keep me updated on their life. Mom and I have video calls every few weeks. Her speech has almost fully restored. And although we've never had a lengthy chat about the past, she tells me she's pleased of what I've accomplished. Dad and I share emails regarding family news and my employment. It is not the close-knit familial relationship that other people have, but it is authentic. It is based on recognizing who we all truly are, rather than who circumstance and dysfunction have forced us to be.